at a later stage. And given the fact that a number of donors or funding agencies like World Bank and ADB supported our service delivery component of our decentralization. Now, along with it, although Kerala's decentralization didn't move in the direction of the NPM model, many progressive elements drawn particularly from the British experience, such as citizens' charters and right to information and introduction of ombudsmen, tribunals, these were also introduced in Kerala. I must say that if you look at the theory, local governments being closest to people, generally we think that services would be delivered at that level with maximum efficiency and sensitiveness to the needs of the people. So this would also be done in a people-friendly manner. But then we don't have very robust evidence to suggest that all decentralized forms of delivery of service are, of a high order and excellent and all that. It is also largely a matter of belief that we have that, and also in NPM also, new public management principles also say that if you have decentralized delivery and then citizens are involved in the process, this is bound to yield better results. It will also improve democratic efficiency. It will also strengthen the legitimacy of the local government and improve the trust that people have in the local government as well. Now, in a typical local government system in the West, for example, there is this discourse on competitiveness among the local bodies, which means, they would compete for providing better services in order to attract citizens to perhaps even settle down in their local government jurisdictional area and so on. Now, this is something that we in developing countries can hardly think of. Voting with your feet kind of idea is inconceivable in countries like India, as well as in South Africa and Ghana, for that matter. Now, there is also this notion of, service quality being looked at. We need to bring in an element of perception of how a person and a citizen assesses the quality of a service. Now, this perception can be sometimes different from what we see as objective. This perception can be influenced by a number of factors. Like, for example, if you are a follower of the ruling party, then you are likely to look at the performance of the local government, through that lens rather than in an objective manner. So satisfaction with the services is objective. There are certain objective factors, but then it's also to a great extent a subjective element is very much there. Now, I think there has never been involvement of the people, both in South Africa as well as in Kerala, on matters directly related to service delivery planning, mind you, not planning for development, but service delivery and how it can be delivered. On these matters, I think both the countries, the experiences of both Kerala as well as South Africa is not very encouraging. In Kerala, the situation, especially of the so-called rural local governments, is also considerably better than the situation in South Africa. Now, I think that in a politically and culturally divided society, collective action for improved service delivery, this may be difficult because the perceptions of different groups differ. Well, I've already touched upon that. Now we see that, terms like Vatapele, and there are also a number of other terms. I'm not able to recollect them. Now these terms are, of course, African, but then these African terms are being used at the same time. We are actually, offloading onto this project neoliberal ideas. Now, this is a mixture of these things. Now, so Africanism reflected in, participatory ideas in terms of, say, for example, African tribal traditions, perhaps African direct democracy. Now, these kind of elements, I don't know, do not seem to have found a reflection at the grassroots level in South Africa. Instead, the privatization and corporatization idea has also, influenced all these processes, and that may be one of the reasons why I think there are several, service delivery protests. Now, given the fact that the citizens do not see the so-called invited spaces, the available spaces, to be truly participatory or, capable of being used as instruments for social change, they resort to creating new spaces where they can protest, assuming the notion of insurgent citizenship, as some people would like to call it. Although it is, it can turn out to be sometimes very dysfunctional as well. Now, among the Bata Pillar principles, this notion of consultation again does not fully embrace the whole gamut of what we mean by participation. So it represents a lower level of participation. But there are certain things which we can learn in India from the South African experience, such as, for example, the existence of an intergovernmental relations mechanism for coordinating among the national government, provincial government, and local government. We don't have such a system, even within the district, where we have the district level local government, the intermediate level local government, and the grassroots level local government. So this is something which we can learn from South Africa. Now, in the case of South Africa, I also think that the system of electoral democracy represented by the list system, proportional, representation. Now, this makes the councillors perhaps less accountable to the constituents. So the connection between the councillors and the constituents, which is a key element in, making representations on the part of the constituents or citizens to the councillors, is absent given the existence of the list system, where the accountability in fact tends to be more in the direction of, pleasing the local party hierarchy rather than the constituents to find a place in the list finally. So the party becomes everything. Now, Kerala, Kerala has relied on a system of volunteers and a network of SHGs known as Kudumbasri as a support structure for delivery of service. In South Africa, you have a kind of a multi-skilled community development worker. So a new mechanism has been created there, which is expected to maintain direct contact with the people. There are, of course, criticisms that these workers, the so-called workers, given the fact that they are ANC supporters and so on, they are likely to, this situation is likely to entrench the hegemony of the party rather than, contribute in a substantive manner to the alleviation of the, needs of the people and so on. Another thing that I noticed was in South Africa, the NGO sector as well as community-based organizations are very much active at the local level, which is absent in Kerala. Instead, we have created a new mechanism. We have also volunteers, but then the NGO sector is, absent. I'm sure that also same is the case with an independent civil society in Kerala, active at the grassroots level. That is also absent. Now, in all these, I think South Africa has a much better record. This is I'm sure that this webinar will provide us opportunities to discuss many of the themes listed in the concept note, which was originally circulated by Dr. Jose. And I hope that this will be a very rewarding experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mulekad. May I now invite Dr. Joy Elamant for making a welcome remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Jose and Dr. John. for inviting me to this very important webinar. It's also great to see that this is the 25th year of the People's Plan campaign and also the People First campaign. So that's also interesting. And finally, I have to thank the organizers for getting such a large range of people, experts, volunteers, activists, all people, kinds of people from across the globe for this webinar. I do not want to talk too much on the People First initiative or the Batopele initiative because I'm not well conversant with that part. But a little bit of understanding about what the People's Plan campaign in Kerala, I could actually just start with so that others also follow it and then the other discussions happen. First of all, as Dr. John said, we all started at a particular point of time in the history. See, that was the time when the impacts of various initiatives, the global initiatives, as part of the globalization, as part of the initiatives on liberalization, it's part of the initiative of the structural adjustments and all those things had started. The impacts had started seeing. It started in the 80s, but the impacts had been there. As Dr. John just said, so in Kerala also, we face the impacts, especially in the sectors like the health, education, and all those kinds of areas where the idea mooted earlier was about governments withdrawing from all the service and development sectors as part of all these initiatives, which I said. And there was also the notion that there is no alternative because this is a global phenomena with a global initiative. So there is no alternative, TINA. And so the national government as well as the state governments also had to follow it because there's no alternative. So the governments have to withdraw from various sectors and all kinds of things. But Kerala, right from its formation, had been looking towards a different approach. Okay. But in the first half of the 90s actually saw many of these sectors like health, education and all declining. And because there was no investment further on development of all these sectors. But then Kerala in 1996 thought differently. We decided that it's not the governments who should withdraw. Instead, we should actually make the governments more effective, strong, and also closer to the people. And so when we have the People's Plan campaign initiated in 1996, the idea was to strengthen the governments, the local governments as one part of it, so that instead of withdrawing from all these fields, we are actually trying to get more into it and making it stronger. Now that the 25 years have passed, it's also time to take stock of it. And where we find in all these sectors which we thought we have to withdraw, we actually got it strengthened through the People's Plan campaign, through the local government system in Kerala. So that is a major thing. See, this is the issue which we need to also understand. For example, when you talk about decentralization, actually there are two sides of it or how you use it. So there is one where as decentralization, the governments withdraw, whereas on the other, we decentralize to strengthen the governments. Governments are at your doorstep, and that is how we see it. And the results of which are now to see, where our public education system has grown, strengthened, our health system has been stronger. As you can see, even recently, when we had the COVID in the last 2 years, it is the public health system which actually managed the entire system, and irrespective of the various types of stakeholders and other things, but with a coalition formed with the local governments and various other institutions. The local governments become the active platform where we converge, and that's how we managed it. So the results are there to see. This is what I'm trying to say. And the results are based on the baseline. From where did we start and from where we are. And there, as I said, instead of saying that there is no alternative, and so we are supposed to follow the structural adjustment pattern, the globalization, liberalization pattern, where the governments withdraw from all these sectors. We try to strengthen local governments so that they are closer to the people, stronger, and looks into all these matters which were supposed to be discarded with by the government. So instead of there is no alternative, Tina, we said there is alternative, and that is where the People's Plan campaign and the local governments become important. Now we are in another stage of our history, global history, where the post-COVID scenario is very bleak in terms of all kinds of crises, not just the financial or economic crisis, but all other kinds of crises, including employment and all other things. And here we are again into rebuilding or Kerala with a lot of new initiatives, not just about the post-COVID scenario alone. It's also the climate change impacts, as well as the various disasters which are coming up, partly due to climate change and due to other reasons also. And we need to actually move forward. Post-COVID, we need to move forward, where we are in the process of developing another alternative to the general thinking that in the times of crisis, we need to be sit alone and then we don't do much because there is a financial crisis. Instead, what we say is that the activities have to continue, the actions have to continue, the development activities have to continue. We need to go further and further on it. So we are in the process of rebuilding Kerala, especially after the post-2018 floods and the 2019 floods, as well as the post-COVID scenario. We are trying to rebuild Kerala, and where decentralization, local governance, and the People's Plan campaign becomes even more important. And as all of you can see over the last 25 years, despite the fact that it's a highly politically polarized society where every 5 years the governments usually, this time not, but usually is changed, still the People's Plan campaign continued with minor changes and other things, but it continued, which means the impact is there to be felt by the people. So what we need to do now is to this webinar also is pointed towards that, and we need to work together for future, because this is going to be a global alternative to many of the crises we face now. In fact, when we started the People's Plan campaign, the general thinking was that we don't have any models to follow, so we have to invent. But as we moved ahead, we find that there have been not the real models, but there have been experiences across the globe. Only things that we need to share. We need to reinvent the wheel always. We can share and then adapt and then move forward. So that is where the kind of webinar we are conducting at the moment is very important in this period of crisis. So once again, congratulations to the organizers, especially Dr. Jose and Dr. John and all others, especially Ghana Institute and others, and also wish the seminar webinar all success. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Joy, for giving a clear picture of the People's Plan campaign in Kerala. Now, may I request Professor Yon Ejman Bandhu for welcome remarks. Please.
Thank you, Chairman, for the invitation to make a few opening remarks for this important international webinar conference. A word of welcome also to the participants and our colleagues from India, South Africa, Ghana, and around the world. This conference is timely and very important, as evidenced by the theme and the wide array of papers to be delivered. The focus is dear to my heart because local governance simply means bringing government to the doorsteps of our local people. It gives authorities and operatives opportunities to carry out some essential functions of government at the local levels. In the past, many African traditional societies, including Ghana, whether in the village or town, authority was vested in the chief and council of elders who were close to the people. The council of elders was often made up of heads of families in the village or town. Most of these heads were men. In some communities, in some special circumstances, the queen mother, or in the local parlance, or Bahima, was represented by virtue of the role she played as the person who nominated a successor to the stool from the appropriate lineage, and also acts as advisor to the occupant of the stool, that is the chief. Development programs were championed by the local people for themselves. Today, governance has become the major tool for development in both advanced and developing countries. Scholars are of the view that local governance seeks, among other things, to ensure political participation in government decision-making, used as a political training ground for future national leadership, ensure accountability of political rulers in the use of public resources, ensure the responsiveness of central government and public administrators to local problems and needs, ensure local ownership of development policies and programs, reduce transaction costs in the provision of public goods and services. Mr. Chair, permit me to comment briefly on the Batho Pele or People First concept being practiced in South Africa. The concept is very similar to the good governance principles that most developing countries are trying to achieve. In all cases, the central emphasis today is placed on factors such as citizen participation, equal access, responsiveness, transparency, rule of law, accountability, value for money, etc., etc. From my limited knowledge, it is obvious that the Batho Pele concept was introduced to restore the justice, dignity, and humanity of a nation scarred by the painful legacy of apartheid. When South Africa transitioned towards the democratic system, it was clear that the government wanted to transform public service to become more people-oriented. The People First initiative is what contemporary local governance must be all about. All local governments must make the same commitment to extend efficient and effective public services to all citizens, not just the privileged few. In an era of limited resources, excessive population growth, multiplicity of needs and rising expectations, the onus is on local governments to double their efforts to spearhead development in their localities. These efforts must be guided by consultations, inclusiveness, equity, and accountability. My understanding is that the Batho Pele principles are in tandem with African beliefs and values. We need to develop our own homegrown reforms to promote our development agenda. It is in light of this that I commend the organizers of this conference. I believe that the research papers and discussions will impact greatly on our local governance systems and promote sustainable development. I look forward to a spirited discourse within the next few days. Thank you for your kind attention.
Professor Edmund Batho for giving an excellent presentation on the Batapile experience in South Africa. And thank you for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
May I welcome Dr. Masapsi Mantus and just for introducing the commissioner to the participants. Please, Dr. Masapi.
Thank you, Dr. George. My name is Nondumiso Mapazi. I am an operations manager for the Raymond Mhlaba Center, which is based in the Nelson Mandela University. I present to you Dr. Somadoda Fikeni, who's the acting chairperson for the Public Service Commission in South Africa. Somadoda Fikeni has served in many different areas. I'll just leave few areas. He has served as a consultant in the Human Science Research Council. He has also served as a director for the Eastern Cape Corporations, and also has worked as a chairperson of the Council of the University of Walter Sisulu. He's an academic, is also a community developer, activist, and also a political analyst. As President said, he is now the acting chairperson for the Public Service Commission. I hand over to Professor Somadoda Fikeni to do the welcoming on behalf of the minister. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and also greetings to all the key participants in this program. Let me first convey sincere apologies from Minister Thulas Nxesi of South Africa Public Service and Administration. He would have loved to be here, but due to unforeseen circumstances beyond his control, he was called to attend to some other matter urgently, but having shared notes with me. Let me start by recognizing Dr. Jos Chatukulam, the program director and the overall convener of the webinar, Dr. John Molakatu, the Dean of School of Global Studies at the Central University of Kerala, Dr. Joy Elamon, Director General, Kerala Institute of Local Administration, Professor Yao Badu, former Deputy Rector, Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, Ms. Lakela Kaunda, Deputy Director General in the National School of Government of South Africa. Participants at this historic international webinar, I greet you. Thank you for the introduction and the invitation to provide the opening address on this historic occasion. I'm delighted to be addressing you today as it intersects with the Africa Day as proclaimed by our organization, continental organization, the African Union, as it marks the day back in 1963 when the Organization of African Unity was formed. It is an opportune time for reflection on the development challenges and opportunities that stand before us. It is indeed very appropriate that we engage the issue of grassroots participation, as it remains central to our own developmental approach and indeed a matter of ongoing deliberations. The first thing to note here and appreciate and commend the organizers of this conference is that on this Africa Day webinar, coinciding event, you have decided to invite India, Ghana, South Africa, and other countries, mainly from the south, to compare notes. Because in the main, many countries tend to use the north and Western countries as a benchmark, even though sometimes the contexts tend to be different. Now, this is a true reflection of a South-South comparative perspective and collaboration. And also to preface my few remarks in this opening address, want to raise the issue of direct and representative democracy has always been one issue debated about the nature of democracy, the balance between the direct and the representative aspect of democracy. To what degree do people participate? And what do their leaders or their representatives do? And what should be the right balance? And also to reinforce what the previous speaker said, we are at the crossroads. The world is facing multiple crises, and these multiple crises have compounded the problems we have. And it's not only COVID-19 pandemic and a series of other epidemics that have become more frequent. It's not only the climate change that is now beginning to ravage countries across, whether it's fires or floods, hurricanes or typhoons. That in itself is yet another challenge. We now see the war in Europe, in Ukraine in particular, and the signals that it may lead, if prolonged, to a number of problems, including shortages in fertilizer, wheat supplies, and so forth. And we have entered what social scientists call the VUCA moment of volatility, of uncertainty, of complexity, of ambiguity, within which this planning and those reflecting should take into account. The theme of Africa Day centers around the African Union declared Year of Nutrition. Reflecting on this within the purview of the overall conference focus is prudent, as it serves to ensure that we carefully consider the deep intersection between people's livelihoods and access to nutrition and the issues of participation, especially when food insecurity at household level is worsening in our country, and there are indications that is the case elsewhere in many places around the world. We have argued on the continent, and indeed in South Africa, that we must engage the issue of participation and democracy from the perspective of how these influence access to resources and improve the lives of people. As you engage over the next few days, allow me to emphasize the imperative of considering the intersection between participation and livelihoods, of which access to adequate nutrition remains vital. And also the issue of people-centered development and people-centered democracy is key here, in the form of participation and in the form of co-creation, where people feel it's not government or the political elite doing things for them, but it is a co-created reality where they participate and they are empowered to do so, and they are given space to do so. In the African continent, we've always argued that liberal electoral democracy is limited, that we need to engage at much deeper levels to secure effective participation by people in shaping their own realities. To this end, and as many of you may know, the African Union adopted the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance on 30th of January 2007. This charter is in force and an essential instrument of governance in Africa. This charter correctly does not limit itself to matters of periodic elections. Article 30 of the Charter provides that state parties shall promote citizen participation in the development process through appropriate structures. Grassroots participation in the developmental process is hence not a matter of choice. It is compelled at the level of African Union and binding on African state parties on the Charter. The African continent and indeed the global South have been a terrain of deep experimentation around the issue of participation. While we have many successes that we can talk about, the reality remains that participation does not often change the trajectory of the lived experiences of people. We are hence all driven to engage on how we can ensure that grassroots participation can change the lives of people and the way they can exercise real power over the way state institutions delivery and resources are allocated. To do this effectively, I urge you to reflect as you engage on the complexities associated with the way economic power is exercised and how people can reshape these relationships through participation. A variety of countries in Africa have been engaging in these issues and finding ways to secure meaningful participation. The example of Rwanda stands to be emulated by many of us, as this country has introduced modalities of local participation that serve to empower communities as they seek a better life. In Rwanda, local leaders are directly accountable to communities in the way resources are used and allocated. In 2006, the government of Rwanda introduced an innovative system known as Imihingo process. Mihingo process had its roots in a pre-colonial Rwandan practice whereby leaders would publicly vow to achieve certain goals and face public humiliation if they failed. And indeed, the previous speakers have mentioned the importance of indigenous native wisdom in some of these participatory models. The modern Imihingo process linked this traditional Rwandan practice with planning, monitoring, and oversight. As with this experience, I'm certain that many other similar practices across many countries in the global South are taking place. Indeed, sharing such experiences and doing a comparative analysis is core to this webinar. What is quite clear is that the issue of leadership capacity, the issue of institutional capacity, especially in the public sector, and the issue of the quality and capacity of citizens become very important when we are talking about this participation, because their intersection demands that the issue of their capacity is factored in so that this becomes not just a symbolic participation, but a substantive one where there is an impact. The issue of institutional design vis-a-vis the impact of this participation is key. Because even at a level where you are saying you want to have participation, there are instances where people manipulate the elite, some of these processes, and still remain in control. Whilst at face value, it looks like it's participatory, whether it's civil society and others. So there may also be capture of those. In the instance of South Africa, you'll appreciate that given our own history of apartheid, authoritarianism, the need for active participation has always been on the agenda of government. Participation is an imperative that is contained in our constitution, and indeed citizens have engaged the state through our courts where perceptions that the levels of participation were inadequate. The challenges associated with local level participation are indeed complex, as they sometimes bring into sharp focus tensions between those elected to positions of authority versus those who remain active within communities. Of course, the debate on the very model we use for local government and its viability and capacity is still raging in the country. We have always appreciated the need to maximize participation within the context of electoral democracy. Participatory modalities are built into the practices established by our legislative institutions and are indeed core to the way local government functions. At local level, legislation requires municipalities to ensure that there is effective participation through, local structures. And citizens, therefore, are assumed to be participating in that space. As you may well know, the need for effective citizenship engagement was built into the way our state institutions are required to operate. As far back as 1997, we introduced Batupile People First initiative. It was established to put into effect the commitment and the vision of extending services to all citizens, not merely a privileged few. The adoption of Batupile principles in the public service was primarily aimed at the transformation of organizational culture and attitudes of public servants towards citizens. Given the legacy of apartheid, there was a need for transformation agenda to change public perception and also public reality. Central to the initiative was the need to treat citizens with utmost respect and dignity. Core to Batupile is a set of principles to guide public officials. It demands that they must consult citizens on the level and quality of service rendered, must inform citizens of the service standards they should expect, give access to services they are entitled to, treat the citizens with courtesy, provide them with correct and accurate information on services they are entitled to receive, demonstrate to citizens the openness and transparency on how government is run, provide citizens with a redress mechanism if the promised standards of service is not delivered. And finally, public servants must render public service on value for money basis in order to ensure that services to citizens are provided economically and efficiently. Over the years, government has introduced various campaigns to ensure compliance with Batupile principles, and various reviews have been completed. We cannot conclude because of these that the journey has been easy or that they've always succeeded. In other words, sometimes theory and practice, the good policy intention and what practices are there on the ground can be at variance. And the case of South Africa is one of such cases where you find that the systems sometimes are rules-based, but not value-based, and even public servants have not internalized those. Hence, we are looking at new ways on how to make these values intrinsic and internalized, such that alienation of the public is not there and participation is not something that is seen as a grudging compliance in a minimalist approach, but something that empowers community, but also engages government as well. Since the establishment of Batupile, our Public Service Commission has been reviewing its implementation, making various recommendations to departments, currently having that campaign of promoting the constitutional values and principles around the same. The analysis of various reports point to a reality that state capacity remains an ongoing concern to us. These challenges are associated with participation are highlighted in our National Development Plan Vision 2030, which identified that participation is often a formulaic exercise run by consultants, and citizens have little confidence in the value of engagement. Where officials outsource participatory processes to consultants, it reduces the likelihood of elected officials and employees being fully committed to delivering on the commitments, and hence reduces the incentives for citizens to engage with the process. In other words, even this participatory process or consultations can just be seen as a PR exercise rather than a sincere effort to engage. Hence, some of these platforms are seen with cynicism. The National Development Plan further provides that the participation should not be outsourced to consultants. It further provides that participation should be deliberate and engage communities in prioritizing and making trade-offs. While all have long history of conducting local imbizos, which are meetings of communities, these rarely serve to ensure people are fully aware of the trade-offs that are confronted. Program Director, as I move towards conclusion, grassroots participation, while acknowledging as necessary and essential for development needs, to be engaged within the context of local realities and complex political processes that unfold in different parts of the world. There is no single template that can define how best to secure real reforms of engagement from communities. We all know too well that we cannot replicate the liberal model in our local context. Our reality suggests that learning from across the global south is vital for our future. I am indeed hence very pleased that this webinar will have as its overall theme a comparative analysis of the Indian experiences with those of South Africa. It is indeed 25 years since the introduction of Batupile, and hence it's essential for there to be a reflection, especially from those academics and practitioners around the world. It is very pleasing that you will be engaging with over 80 papers during your deliberations. Allow me to conclude by thanking you all, the partnering institutions involved in this webinar. We're very pleased that we're forging stronger relations across the Global South. The National School of Government has a strong partnership with the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, and of course with many other institutions in the South, and has been working together to strengthen the capacity development efforts across the continent. We commend them for that. We are furthermore pleased with this cooperative effort with our colleagues and counterparts in India. With these few words, allow me to declare this international webinar open. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Commissioner, for making an excellent presentation and your opening remarks. And we are highly thankful to you for inaugurating the international webinar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Fine. Thank you. Fine. Friends, the inaugural celebration is over. Now, within a few minutes, we are going to start the technical session number 1. May I request Professor Enalyn Darcy, Professor of Public Administration and Management, Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, South Africa, to chair the first session, technical session 1, that is on learning from local government experiences from Africa and India. Please, Professor, I request you to take the chair.
Good morning from South Africa. I'm Annelien Drive, and I'm an associate professor at Nelson Mandela University. And I work very closely with my colleague, Dr. Mapazi, at the Raymond Mhlaba Center. I'm very encouraged to engage this morning with regard to the Global South in facilitating service quality and also learning from the various country experiences. As rightly indicated, we often look to the Global North, but it's important that we look in the Global South, what best practices and benchmarks we can follow. So on that particular note, I'm going to ask our first participant to share his insights, if you just forgive me for a minute. And it is Professor Rajan to share his insights in respect of comparative analysis with India. Might I ask all participants to strictly take note of time, and might I also ask participants to be so kind as to share your comments or questions in the chat box. That way we are a little bit more efficient. On that note, I hand over to our first presenter. Thank you so much.
Can you please allow me to share the screen, please?
Yeah, yes, please do it.
It shows host disabled the participant. Maybe you can make me co-host.
We are definitely trying to do that. We're definitely trying to do that for you. Salim, are you able to assist? I've just disabled you. Please kindly proceed. I think I have given you permission.
Okay. Okay then. So good afternoon. I think I am audible.
Yes, yes.
So our presentation collectively by myself and my friend Dr. Biju SK, Associate Professor, is on people first approach in governance, juxtaposing the experience of South Africa and Kerala. And we really congratulate CRM, Nelson Mandela University and Jimba for organizing such a wonderful webinar that exposes more information and experience about people first approach in governance. Perhaps we have been involving in People's Plan campaign ever since its inception in Kerala, but we were not aware of the fact that Batopele is also commenced almost in the same time, keeping the same principles of good governance and all that. So for us, it is a kind of exposure. And we have made a comparison based on the literature of Kerala experience and South Africa experience on Batopele. As we know that for the last 3-4 decades, the terminologies or nomenclatures like participatory decision-making, participatory governance, participatory planning, participatory budgeting, participatory research methods in academic field, participatory training methods, direct democracy, deliberate democracy, grassroots democracy, democratic decentralization, all these are have been a discourse at the international level. And all these nomenclature points to the point people first. And it is the democratic governance system. That is the kind of spirit behind. We know that in the governance system, if you compare whatever be the different kinds of governance system, compared to all governance system, democratic system of governance is considered in the world to be the best governance system because it gives importance to people. But while talking about democracy, we know that there are two systems of democracy, direct and indirect, or representative democracy. So where the direct democracy, people have space to get involved in the governance process. So it is very interesting to know that in the same time, almost in the similar period, where Kerala has chosen to introduce decentralization through People's Plan campaign, making people better involved in the planning of local development, local economic development, and social security measures. Almost in the same time, in South Africa also, the people first concept, what is termed the Batho-Pele comments. So our presentation would be on these aspects. We know, we have searched the literature and we came to know that the terminology has a long history starting from 50s, maybe. Robert Chambers, well known in RRA, PRA, PALM methodologies, now a recognized methodology in the research spectrum. Worked in Kenya with the extension services and realized the need for making the people first. Even he has books and articles on people first, farmers first, things like that. Maybe in 60s, in Sweden, self-advocacy movement started. Those who have worked with disabled people, gradually they realized that it is not we have to talk about the disabled people, it is disabled people themselves have to talk, and maybe based on that demand, we are the people first. Actually, the disabled people demanded, and from that demand evolved the terminology people first. And the self-advocacy movement in Sweden renamed as People First Self-Advocacy Movement later on, and that has spread to other countries also. Maybe the terminology evolved from that. Almost in 1995, we know that in 1994, Africa became democratic, and 95 onwards, they started to think of how to reform the service delivery mechanism to deliver better services to the people. For that, a white paper was issued in the year 1995. And in the second white paper, the terminology Batho-Pele was coined, giving more emphasis to people first in the governance system, so as to ensure citizen satisfaction through the service delivery mechanism. Perhaps in Kerala also we know that the decentralization commenced from 1994 with the enactment of legislation on that Kerala Panchayati Raj Act Municipality Act. But in 1996, exactly when we say 17th of August 1996, People's Plan campaign was launched to intensify the decentralization initiative and to make the people better involved in the planning process for local economy. Almost in the same time, 96-97 period, we also observed that in UK, similar concepts evolved, best value principle, giving emphasis to best value to the principle, to the services delivered by the governance system to the people in a way that points to the importance of people. In 2005, again in Kerala, a management tool applied in local governments. It started, thinking process started in the year 2005, total quality management, TQM. That one of the principles of TQM is also people first. So there are parallels between Batho-Pele, there are parallels between the initiatives in Kerala on People's Plan campaign and TQM in local government. And when we talk of Batho-Pele, of course, there are good governance principles incorporated into the white paper. Actually, it is based on 8 principles we understand: consultation with the citizens, setting service standard, equal access to service, ensuring courtesy, providing information, openness and transparency, redress, value for money. These are the 8. Similar to that,
Yeah, Professor Rajan, again, you can try for your slide. I think from our side, it's okay. You try it therefore from your side. Click the share screen. Share, yeah. Then whatever you talked, you can pass that and you can come to the exact where you are now, please.
yes. Just give me a minute. I'll. Okay. Not possible. So when we look at the history of TQM, Total Quality Management in Kerala in the year 2005, Kerala Institute of Local Administration has organized a certificate course for elected representatives from the Gram Panchayats in Kerala, that is the cutting edge level local government institution in Kerala. Based on the message from the certificate, one of the modules in the certificate course was on TQM, and based on the inputs from that course, Cheruvannur Nallalam Gram Panchayat, there was a participant from Cheruvannur Nallalam, Mr. Hashim. He took the initiative for piloting the same in the Cheruvannur Nallalam Gram Panchayat of Kerala, and that initiative was successful, and Kila has documented that, and myself and Dr. Biju has worked behind it for developing and upscaling it further. And taking cues from the total quality management applied in Cheruvannur Nallalam Panchayat, its hard components was applied in Kerala, what is called the front office management. Then later on, we realized that front office management is only the hard component of TQM. TQM comprised of both hard and soft components. So from in 2013, again, based on our further studies, inquiries, and realizations, TQM was applied, scaled up all over the Kerala. Almost all rural local governments nowadays has implemented TQM and availed the ISO certification, ISO 9000 2008 formerly, now it is called 2015. That is the international certification for international standard on service delivery mechanism. So it's a long process of more than 15 years, providing theoretical inputs to the local governments, experimenting it, conducting micro studies on that, then policy formulation, then initiative for scaling up and all that. TQM was materialized, and almost all Gram Panchayat, Block Panchayat, and 50% of Jilla Panchayats have implemented TQM in Kerala. So it is based on 8 principles. The first principle is people focus. It is also other principles are leadership, people's participation. Again, there is a focus given for people, process oriented, system oriented, evidence based decision making, mutually beneficial relationship, continuous improvement, and all that. So when we make a comparison of these, we could see that in South Africa, there is a governance model that is what is called Bathopele. In Kerala, there's a planning model that is People's Plan Campaign. Again, there is a governance model that is TQM. And regarding planning model, People's Plan Campaign, there are lot of literature, and we know that it's an international discourse. And because of that, Kerala is known as the Kerala model of decentralization. But again, there is a model, governance model, TQM. So our presentation will be comparing TQM with Bathopele. My friend, Dr. Biju, will elaborate that.
Can we kindly be mindful of the time?
Okay.
Within another 2 minutes, would you kindly wrap up?
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So here we are comparing the Bathopele and TQM. In Bathopele principles, we are starting with the consultation. Consultation in TQM, there is a citizen survey to consult with the people. In the standards, we have a citizen charter which exhibits the standards of service delivery. Then there is another principle that is redress. There is a redress. Redress is a Batopele principle. In TQM, there is a grievance redressal mechanism to redress the grievances of people. Then the Batopele principle states access to service. Here in TQM, there is a front office management system and physical amenities which provide access to service by the physically differently able people, ladies, females, and small students, aged people, they can access the service. In Batopele principle states a courtesy. Here is in TQM, there is a feedback mechanism which covers the satisfaction of people, and we are maintaining courtesy in providing services. Batopele principle states that there is information, access to information is essential. In TQM, tools include information boards. The panchayat, that is the local bodies, should exhibit boards stating all the details of the service delivery. Then transparency is a main principle of Batopele. In Kerala, TQM tools involves e-governance and status service board to exhibit the status and details of the activities inside the local body. But there is one major principle Batopele states, value for money. But in Kerala, there is the TQM does not include such a principle. From there, we can conclude that the learning from Batopele is that Batopele covers the entire governance system, but the TQM in Kerala covers only the local body. The Batopele covers the entire sectors, that is development as well as service sector, but the TQM in local self-governments of Kerala covers only the service delivery sector. The nomenclature of the Batopele is a public servant. The public servants are providing services, but in Kerala, we are saying they are government servant, though they are recruited by the Public Service Commission. But after appointment, they will be known as the government servant. That is a major limitation that for implementing such a glorious principle in Kerala. Then there is no emphasis on value of money in Kerala TQM, but the Batopele marvelous principle states value for money is considered. Then Batopele also states that the Batopele is not an add-on activity, but in Kerala, the implementation of TQM and ISO is an added activity that also a good learning from. Considered the TQM is considered as an added activity, so it is a major learning from Batopele. But the learning from TQM in Kerala, the TQM is both a concept as well as tool. But Batopele, the literature shows that this is a broad principles which are implemented in all the government sectors. The principles of TQM are applied through management tools that are verifiable and result-oriented. So thus we can conclude from our Gandhi's quote that I suppose leadership at one time mean muscles, but today it means getting along with the people. That is the core of Batopele and this TQM.
Okay, thank you very much. There are a lot of things to discuss. I think we have last 30 minutes available for further discussing on that. At that time, we can leave it. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our colleagues from Kerala. I think the essential element there is that nomenclature, there should be uniformity. But I think even more importantly, leadership means getting along with the people, coexisting with the people, so that we understand the integration of needs for service quality. We seem to be having a little issue with sharing the screen, and rest assured that we are going to be resolving that in due course. In view of time, I would like to invite our next participants. It is Professor Takati and Mr. Langa. From my side, and I am born before technology. I do believe I have shared the screen, but rest assured, we are trying, between Pumla and myself, we are trying to resolve the issue. So on that note, I'm going to ask my colleagues, Professor Takati, I've got Professor Takati and Mr. Langa to kindly proceed with their presentation. Again, I urge you to set your comments or questions in chat box for expedience. Thank you so much. Prof. Takati and Mr. Langa, are you ready for us to share your views?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Good morning, colleagues. I am actually Dr. Vuyani Langa, and I will be co-presenting with Professor Takati from the University of Fort Hare. But fortunately, I will deal with the presentation myself up to the end. Our presentation is premised around the implementation of the Batupili principles in South African municipalities. By and large, we're saying there should be a solution or a panacea to the non-implementation of the principles. But as a way of introducing the topic, the extent of implementation of legislative prescripts and policy directives in South Africa generally has been a challenge. It has been a challenge in trying to realize the goal of the general welfare of a society, which is the primary objective of the establishment of any government. But the kind of public administration that is envisaged by the South African Constitution through Section 195 gave birth to the principles of Batupili as enshrined in the White Paper for Public Service Delivery of 1997. Prof, this White Paper is preceded by the White Paper of Public Service of 1995. And our objectives were, the main objective of us presenting here is to examine the role played by public sector innovation in solving challenges in the implementation of the Batupili principles. Secondary to this primary objective is the inclusion of a detailed description of the Batupili principles, the relationship between the principles and public sector innovation, the implementation of the principles by South African municipalities, and the proposed framework thereof for implementation. The Batupili principles are pillars of our customer service in the South African public service. And the White Paper stipulates that the policy is fundamental in ensuring that the public service delivers what it is supposed to deliver. That the principles are aimed at improving service delivery and ensuring that the transformation agenda is pushed to the latter. In trying to define or to describe these principles, initially we had 8 Batupili principles as it is outlined in the White Paper for Public Service Delivery of 1997. Consultation, you're setting service standards, you're increasing access, you're ensuring courtesy, the provision of information, openness, redress, value for money. But recently, there has been a principle that has been introduced, which is principle number 9, encouraging innovation and rewarding excellence. Elucidated is innovation can be new ways of proceeding better services, cutting costs, improving conditions, streamlining, and generally making changes which tie in the spirit of Batupili. It is about regarding the staff who go the extra mile in making it all happen. This specifically refers to the public servants who are the main drivers of service delivery. Now, the correlation between this principle and this discussion that we are presenting to this conference is that for any nation to succeed, there should be changes that the nation should be engaged in. We are living in the world of the fourth industrial revolution, and therefore, if we are living in that world of fourth industrial revolution, it means things have to change. We have to change the way in which we are delivering services, such as the Internet of Things comes into play when it comes to service delivery. Then we'll talk of smart governance, smart mobility, smart education. So it means these Batupili principles must occupy a center stage in terms of service delivery. And the methodology that we employed is an exhaustive literature review. We had about 20 papers that we reviewed, and different scholars have different things to say about the extent of implementation of the Batupili principles in the South African context. One of them being Sibongile, who wrote in 2014, Sibongile findings are that most departments only display Batupili principles on the walls of most government departments, but capacity to adhere to them is not yet adhered to, and there are many irregularities. And also that is alluded to by Peterson in his book in 2014, who envisages that there's still a gap in the expectations of the citizens and the perceptions of the public service. The main challenge being the implementation of these principles. But there are challenges that our government is facing in implementing these principles, and many scholars agree. For example, the Public Service Commission report found that there is a misunderstanding of the Batupili principles in terms of openness and transparency. These two were found to be far lacking, and the allocation of a budget to implement openness and transparency is needed. In order for anyone to be able in the public service to implement or try to put into practice what is in theory, there should be budget that is set aside to do that. For these Batupili principles, if our government is prioritizing them, if the South African Public Service is prioritizing them, there should be a better way of ensuring that these principles are implemented. There should be better ways of ensuring that there are monitoring tools that are put in place to ensure that the principles are correctly implemented, the 11 of them. The Service Delivery Review of 2012 highlights the various service delivery protests in several municipalities as an indicator of lack of implementation of these policies. If these principles were put in place, if these principles were put into practice, for example, the principle of redress, if services were not rendered in a particular community, there would be no need for members of the public to engage in service delivery protests if that principle was carried out with due diligence, because members of the public would be in a position to know as to why these services were not delivered and to when will these services be delivered. As Masilela puts it in 2016, he has a different view in relation to the concept of transformation of the public sector innovation in the South African public sector governance. He advocates that the fourth industrial revolution as the open governance that promotes public sector innovation. And we agree with Masilela's viewpoints that the Batupili principles need a cohesive approach and incorporation of the fourth industrial revolution in the implementation phase. If we are living in this changing world, fourth industrial revolution having taken over all aspects of service delivery, then the implication is that these principles will never be able to find expression and resonance in the actual service delivery. But rather, if we infuse the principles of the fourth industrial revolution, the Internet of Things, then if we adopt that cohesive approach, then the Batupili principles will be able to see light. There are certain recommendations that we're putting forward to this conference as to how can we resolve these challenges, placing forward the public sector innovation, that is the public servants being able to think out of the box, being able to work independently, moving from bureaucracy to a more revolutionary and an autocratic culture, thus ensuring that services are delivered to the people. We're recommending that the public sector innovation must be a holistic approach for lower level as well as top level management levels of both public and private organizations as a driving force for better and improved service delivery. That the 11 Batupili principles need a clear blueprint for implementation in order to ensure that the principles find expression and resonance in all government planning documents, especially in municipal planning documents. Our municipalities are arms of service delivery. Now, these principles, if they are not well implemented in the municipalities, it means our people, as Professor Fikeni has just said in the opening session of this conference, that South Africa is a country of constitutional democracy, and we have adopted a people-centered and a people-driven approach to deliver the services. If now these principles are not adhered to at local government level, at the level of municipalities, then the implication is that people will be put in abeyance and the view of participative democracy will be left in vain. So we're saying there should be a blueprint for implementation, and also these Batupili principles must find expression in the integrated development plans of municipalities, and also they must act as a vehicle towards achieving the service delivery budget and implementation plan. We also recommend that planning is a key determinant of all government activities. The strategic planning documents like our annual performance plans and our operational plans should be bordered around the Batupili principles as enablers of better service delivery. In our operational plans, we have activities, and in our APPs, we have indicators. Our viewpoint is that the inclusion of these principles in annual targets, technical indicator descriptors, and daily activities to be performed by public officials will serve as a springboard for seamless implementation. Furthermore, we're saying a concise action plan guiding the implementation of the principles should be a central tenet and a propellant of individual departments' service delivery model. As we may know that each government has got its own service delivery objectives, and such service delivery objectives are put into practice through what is called in South Africa, the Operations Management Framework of 2016, having one quadrant being strategy, which is the service delivery model finds expression there, wherein we outline all our service delivery objectives. If in that service delivery model does not border around the Batupili principles, then it will be far-fetching to the realization of a people-centered and a people-driven public service. Municipalities should prioritize the principle advocating for the encouragement of innovation as a stepping stone towards building innovative municipal councillors and administrators that are able to think out of the box and use innovative ways to enhance service delivery. By so saying, we are saying, if we're going to use traditional ways of service delivery, if the municipal council exercises both its legislative as well as its executive authority traditionally, without being innovative, without applying the modern innovative ways, then our municipalities will never be able to deliver to their command. Municipalities must step up monitoring and evaluation strategies, aligning their IDPs, their SDPIPs, and generally the municipal strategic planning initiatives and activities focusing on service delivery. In lending, there is a need of annual evaluation of the extent of implementation of these principles in order to allow for analysis and possible review of the entire white paper. The focus of this presentation is on innovation with specific emphasis and focus on strategic as well as innovative and conceptualized as being able to think out of the box and being detangled from the procedural and bureaucratic web of instructional management. What we are saying here, if bureaucracy, in our view, hampers innovation. Bureaucracy is one aspect of management that delays service delivery. If municipalities can evolve, if the public service can evolve and move from being too bureaucratic, but of course, operations should be within the parameters of the law, and move towards being revocratic and also adopting an adocratic culture, a culture that seeks to be a bottom-up approach, a public participation approach, then we are of the view that innovation can be a stepping stone towards a proper implementation of these Batupele principles. In landing, I want to quote the words of our Geraldine Fraser Mulegedi when she said, and I quote, "The 21st century African public service has to be a learning organization in which people at all levels, individual and collectively, are continually increasing in their capacity to produce results they really care about, where the organization encourages new ways of thinking, where the collective vision of creating the best is liberated, and where everybody continuously learns how to learn together. If the African civil service is to lead Africa to attain its commitments to the Sustainable Development Goals, new ways of doing business and continuously solving problems is essential." Close quote. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you so much, Dr. Langa, and my apologies for earlier mishap. Very provocative. The public sector should be a learning organization, and it's the only way that the Batupele principles and service quality is going to flourish if we adopt a process of bottom-up engagement. And we should be mindful that we need to be innovative in moving into the 21st or the 21st century, specifically with new innovation requirements. With that particular note, and again, I urge participants to put their comments in the chat box. And with that, I move on to Dr. Nisha. I believe it is, yes, Dr. Ne, I apologize, to share perspectives from India. Dr. Ne, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So the topic of my presentation is local government and service delivery, lessons from Kerala and South Africa. So as we all know that local government is closest to the people. So hence, it is believed and it should be that the local self-government institutions and the institutions managed are expected to be people-centric. So I'm not going into many details regarding the decentralization and Batupele principles. So I will just give some idea about the types of local bodies. So in Kerala, there are two types of local bodies: rural local bodies and urban local bodies. So the lowest tier of the rural local body is village panchayat, and intermediate at the intermediate level is block panchayat, and at the district level is the district panchayat. And in the urban, we have in municipalities and corporation in as urban local bodies. But in the case of South Africa, we have a three category of municipalities. It's metropolitan municipalities and district municipalities and local municipalities. So coming to the main part, so what is my paper is all about. So I'm making an attempt to examine the PPC implemented in Kerala and Batupele, what initiatives were made by Batupele and PPC in improving the service delivery, and I'm trying to identifying the challenges and to see how far they were people-centric. So this study is majorly dependent on secondary data. Now, straight away coming to the types of services which the local government provide to the citizens are the issue of certificates like birth certificate, death certificate, license, bill, collection of taxes and other civic services. So, and another is the delivery of the services of the grassroots level institutions of line departments, which were transferred to the local government, such as the Anganwadis, which is mother and child centers, government schools, government healthcare institutions, agricultural office, veterinary hospitals, dispensaries, dairy extension units, fishery office, etc. So in and as a part of this PPC, it was also made mandatory that all the local bodies should prepare a citizen charters and should publicize the same. Now, straight away, what are the initiatives made by Kerala to improve the service delivery? So one of the major initiatives to improve the service delivery in local self-government institution is the e-governance. So it was being implemented by Information Kerala Mission. So those who don't know what is Information Kerala Mission is an autonomous institution under the local self-government department of Kerala. So what is the main objective of the IKM or the Information Kerala Mission is to transform local bodies into effective institutions of self-governance by providing transparent, efficient, and responsive mechanisms for governance and citizen service delivery at local bodies in a time-bound manner. So IKM introduced the integrated local government management system. Earlier, the system was implemented on pilot basis in 154 village panchayat, and there in the second phase in 155 panchayat, and in the last month it was being implemented in all the municipalities and gram panchayat, and we have a portal called Citizen Portal. In this citizen portal, all the citizens can request and submit their application online, and they will get the response also online. Another initiative it was in 2005, which has been already been mentioned by the earlier speaker, the Modernizing Government Program. So in that also service delivery standards and benchmarks were included, like time norms for delivery services were also developed. Another initiative was the enactment of Right to Service Act in 2012, which provided the people with the legal right to have efficient service delivery. In 2013, Kerala Local Government Service Delivery Project was initiated by the state government to improve the services of the local government institutions and the transport institution. As the first speaker spoke about, the total quality management was also was implemented. So I'm not going to speak much about that. So coming to the challenges, what are the challenges of this service delivery? So one of the important and crucial challenge is that the dual control of the transferred institutions and their staff by the local self-government institutions and the line department. And it is been seen that the delivery of the services of the transferred institution is also not listed in the local self-government institution citizen charter. Another challenge is the lack of clarity on the operating principles and standards and procedures governing the service delivery. So earlier I talked about the citizen portal. Before that, there was a e-governance initiative made by the local self-government department was was giving much importance to the procedures related to the planning rather than bringing the governance closer to the citizens. So the study shows that there was no option for submitting online submission application for birth, death, and marriage registration. So social security pension, for which also those who are eligible, they need to apply. So there was also delay in the approval of the pension, despite we had the Right to Service Act, which says that the time norm is of 40 days in rural local bodies and 60 days in urban local bodies. And it has been seen that most of the local body offices are not disabled or elderly friendly. And some of the offices are also located on the first floor. Another challenge we face that is the implementation of the road project, and there are many complaints relating to the poor maintenance of road, and even the new roads are getting damaged than their period of time. So another is the right to service does not prescribe the time norms for many services of rural local bodies, such as the issue of building permit, allotment of the building number, and issue of some certificates. But these kinds of services are at the same time available at the for the local bodies. Now coming to the South African context, the services.
Nisha, you are not audible.
Hello.
Dr. Josh, we on this side, we have been able to clearly listen. Apologies, Dr. Nisha, for interrupting. We've been able to clearly hear Dr. Nisha. If there's anybody else who has not been hearing Dr. Nisha, kindly just put your comments in the chat, and we will try and make sure that if there is a outage or there's a technical problem, we'll try and see how we can actually handle audibility and also connections. I'm aware that there may be connection challenges from our Indian counterparts. So kindly we ask your patience. Dr. Nisha, apologies for the interruption. Kindly please proceed.
Oh, okay, madam. So coming to the South African context, the local government services, the important local government services are the supply of electricity, which is partly supplied by the municipality and partly by the ESCOM, Electricity Supply Commission. Another service is the water supply, sanitation, housing, refuse removal, etc. Now, coming to the initiative part, the Batopele was to create the sense of belonging and loyalty for the municipal officials in the hopes of leading to improved services. So, the South African Local Government Association, which is an official representative of the local government, so they came up with a local government service charter in order to ensure effective and efficient service delivery. And they asked all the members of this association to follow the guidelines. Now coming to the challenges part, the first challenge is the public protest. So public protest is an indicator that there is a strong sense of dissatisfaction from the public with the standard and quality of the service delivery. And some authors attribute it to the organizational failures, and it is been seen that since 2004 onwards, the public service delivery protests have become a constant feature in local government. And some even argue that the violent protest is a form of citizen participation expressing their dissatisfaction with the service delivery effort. So there are many reasons for this protest. Some attribute it to the lack of political trust, and some says it is to ensure political accountability, and some says it is to restore human dignity and It is due to poor service delivery, and it's because of economic hardship, and it can be due to the lack of consultation and participation. Another major challenge faced is the skill shortages. So service delivery challenges or the failures are due to the skill deficiency or shortages within the government, particularly among the public managers. So cadre deployment is the another challenge which is faced by the local government, and it is the practice of appointing local supporters of the ruling party into the government position across all the spheres. And some even argue that it is a strategical model adopted by the ANC to place the party loyalists in key government positions to execute the policy and program imperatives of the government. So such kind of political appointments impede the municipal service delivery in instance where the political party loyalty is put ahead of merit and competence, and as a result, incapable and unqualified individuals that are politically connected are deployed to a senior position. Poor performance and corruptions by the employees of the municipality is a major obstacle to efficient provision of basic services in local government. Now coming to the another part is that another issue or another challenge, most important challenge, is that some authors argue that the Batopale principle effective implementation is a major challenge in local government, and a study even found that lack of understanding, education and training concern of Batopale and the service delivery. So it says that the municipal staff and the officials still look at the Batopale as 8 principles rather than a tool for effective and service delivery. So my third objective is that how far it is people-centric. So here I am using a normative criterion to see how far the service delivery was people-centric in Kerala and in South Africa. So, so the concept is ethical responsibility. It is a normative concept, and ethical responsibility is a base for effective and efficient service delivery at the local level. And it comprises of 3 components, which is values, aptitudes, and attitudes. So the values, attitudes, and aptitudes, with these 3 components, they have many subcomponents. The values criterion, which is a normative criterion, it has many subcomponents like integrity, transparency, publicity, accountability, equity, quality, professionalism, reliability, general interest. Now coming to the attitudes, the criterions are transparency, responsibility, quality awareness, clarity, simplicity, intuitiveness, adaptability, listening ability, speed, effectiveness, efficiency. The third one is the aptitude, under which comes knowledge, leadership qualities, communication skills, social skills, independence, ability to use experience, and ability to further education. So what I want to say is that the lack of the ethical responsibility means that there is a deficit of values or attitudes or aptitudes, or any of the 2 or all. So, so the major challenges of South Africa was South African service delivery was people protest, skill shortage, political appointments, lack of capacity, lack of accountability, corruption, lack of understanding and education and training. And all this shows that there is a deficit in values, in aptitudes and attitudes. Now coming to Kerala context, so their major challenges are lack of clarity, lack of cooperative predisposition, lack of quality, corruption, lack of accountability, lack of interdepartmental cooperation, lack of capacity. So here also they lack values, aptitudes, and attitudes. So what is my findings and conclusion is that both South Africa and Kerala have launched the initiatives to accelerate the public service delivery at the local level. But the lack of the ethical responsibility has resulted such initiatives yielding unfruitful outcomes. So without being ethical responsible, be it a local government staff or elected representatives cannot be effective and efficient in the service delivery at the local level. So to conclude that, the initiative to overcome the challenges for efficient and effective service delivery without imbibing ethical responsibility is like treating cancer with a band-aid. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Nisha, thank you so much. And your concluding remark, like treating cancer with a Band-Aid, says a lot about service quality, both in South Africa and in Kerala. And I note your reference to the disjuncture between urban service quality by local government, as well in comparison to that which is presented at local government level in the rural context, and specifically your comments around treatment of those who are physically disabled and the elderly. Very good analysis of some of the factors that impacts on service quality. Yet again, I need to apologize for the technical glitches that we are having. It appears that from our Indian counterparts, there seems to be an outage somewhere. So we are not actually able to flight the visual presentations. However, we will try and make those available. But we are reliant on just listening to the individual sharing his or her thoughts and insights on service quality. Which really takes us back to focusing on the purpose of service quality and all the examples that are actually being presented. So kindly do receive our apologies from South Africa and the School of Government. With that, on that note, I'm going to ask our very own public service colleague, Dr. Homo, to share with us some South African experiences on Batupele and in particular matters and issues of service quality. Dr. Khomo, over to you. Thank you so much.
Good day. Thank you, Dr. Drai, the chairperson. Let me also acknowledge the organizers, Professor Fikeni, on behalf of our minister, for making the introductory remarks this morning and also officially opening the webinar. Participants, thank you for this opportunity to be part of this webinar and sharing our experiences. Listening to all the inputs thus far, Batupele seems to be quite a key, and perhaps that's why I'm part of this webinar. But thank you very much. I'm going to try and be as quick and well, not as long as I can, but give you much more insight into what we are doing in South Africa in terms of implementing Batupele. The topic that I was given is the significance of Batupele implementation in improving service delivery, good governance, and deepening local government, local democracy and economic development. I was trying to share, but it's disabled, so I can't share my presentation, unfortunately. The purpose is really to share with participants and partners, our colleagues from Ghana, from India, from South Africa here, the significance of improving the implementation of the Batupele policy. In a nutshell, I agree with most of the points that have been made in terms of how to improve service delivery, especially from Professor Takati and Dr. Vuyani. The paper, I would really love to look at your paper so that we can see how the new Batupili strategy that we have devised, whether it comes close to meeting, your expectations. The paper that I've drafted will talk a little bit about the methodology, but also in particular, the revised Batupili revitalization strategy of 2021, which proposes a different way of implementing Batupili. Just as a background, Batupili is actually a conglomeration of various values and principles, but primarily the values and principles from the Constitution, which of course is very strong on a service-oriented government. Our Constitution of 1996 in Chapter 2 talks about the need for recognizing or entrenching human rights. The basic rights, citizens have got basic human rights to services, and therefore ultimately they've got the right of life. If they get those services, then life is guaranteed. The white paper, 1995, we call it the White Paper on Transformation of the Public Service, was developed, which sets out 8 priorities for transforming the country. The key priority for me is the transforming public service delivery, which was then put also into a policy paper in 1997 called the White Paper on Transforming Public Service Delivery. We call it the Batupili White Paper. The major aim of this Batupili White Paper is to ensure a better life for all. Now, the principles have been set: consultation, access, service standards, courtesy, information, openness and transparency. We take that as one, openness and transparency as one principle, redress, and then value for money. Now, these principles call for the following: effective consultation with communities. They call for ensuring that services are brought to all citizens, and therefore citizens must have access, maximum access to all services. They call for the development of service standards. They call for the treatment of citizens with kindness and courtesy. They call for government to ensure that information is provided to citizens so that they can make their own decisions on whatever issue, including, of course, services. The significance of openness and transparency in handling public affairs is emphasized. In other words, citizens need to know who is running a particular institution, how is that institution being run, what are the key services being provided, and how can those be accessed. If there's any administrative justice issue that needs to be followed up, then citizens need to know where do they go. So the transparency actually helps us in that regard. Then the 7th is redress, where necessary. If citizens are not happy with any services or information or treatment, they have the right to complain. They need to know where do they complain. We've got in the country a complaints and compliments framework, which of course calls on all government departments, municipalities included, to develop their own complaints and compliment systems. Unfortunately, not everybody has complied with that requirement, but at the national level, we are trying to combine all the complaints platforms so that information flow can be easily accessible, and then the top leadership of the country are able to then get information on what kind of complaints are happening, what is it that needs to be done, and solutions can be quickly devised. The last principle is value for money. And in value for money, we say both for government as well as for citizens. For government, we're looking at ensuring that officials are trained in financial management so that whatever we do we do not waste government money, we do not waste funds. But at the same time, we need to be thinking of the citizen out there who's trying to access a service, that they do not waste whatever little money they have in trying to access services. And therefore, when we talk value for money, we also apply it to the citizen. The one key aspect around value for money is that citizens must experience satisfactory service at the first attempt. They mustn't be coming back for the same service over and over and over again. The legal framework, we do have quite an expansive legal framework that governs Batupele, from the Constitution, the Public Service Act, the white papers that I've mentioned, the Municipal Systems Act of 2000 also outlines what needs to happen at the local level, especially in municipalities, and Batupele principles are embedded within that Systems Act. The Promotion of Access to Information Act, the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, the Batupele Revitalization Strategy of 2004, the Batupele Standards of 2015, the National Development Plan of 2011, and the Public Administration Management Act of 2014 are some of the legal prescripts that we are quoting. You will realize that in these prescripts that I've mentioned, we've got primary legislation, we've got secondary legislation, as well as tertiary legislation. Although we don't delve too much into the tertiary legislation, that would be your directives and determinations, which we don't delve too much into. Now, in terms of the revised Batupele revitalization strategy, we revised this policy, rather the strategy, not the policy. The policy has not been revised, my apology. We've revised only the strategy in 2021. There is a comprehensive document, and we've already developed the minimum standards, in other words, national standards that would apply to everybody. We are in the process of getting individual departments and sectors within the government to develop their own specific Batupele standards, so that measuring the implementation would be much more easier. But the rationale to have this strategy revised was, of course, to ensure that we improve service delivery and entrench the practice of good governance and deepen local democracy and economic development. I'll come to that in a little while. The revised strategy has has 5 key pillars. Taking the lead, where we're saying government must take the lead in building capacity and learning from past experiences, but also looking at what are the best practices internationally and locally, so that when we look at improving service delivery, we use valid and workable solutions. The second key pillar is development, with developing standards. We've got the minimum standards right now. We need now departmental and sector specific standards. And we're developing a communications approach, so that, and this is done in consultation with a diversity of stakeholders, so that when we talk the new strategy, everybody understands it. Fostering compliance is the third pillar. Compliance in terms of what is it that every department should comply with. We've got, of course, the legal framework. The fourth pillar is reinforcement. Here we're saying, as we reinforce Batupele standards through appropriate measures, there needs to be evidence of poor or non-compliance where we need them to take action. So interventions would then come through that process. And then redress will be the last pillar, where, again, complaints from citizens need to be captured early, and then we are able to deal with those as quick as possible. I'm going to try and be quick now. I know I'm aware the time is flying, but just to summarize, the legal framework separates government spheres into two. We've got the public service, which is your provincial and national spheres, and then the local sphere. Now, the legal framework works in those two different spheres, and it's not necessarily the same, except that the Constitution, as the supreme law of the country, does bring those two spheres in line, so that they can be able to collaborate or talk together. Okay, I'm going to skip some of these things and just go straight into service delivery. The strategy, the revised strategy, emphasizes the following: the necessity for inclusion this strategy in the strategic plans of government, the annual incorporation of Batupele principles in the performance agreements of management excellence, that government departments must ensure they lead in meeting the constitutional imperatives of service delivery, good governance, and deepening democracy and local economic development. We've got in this instance the district development model. The district development model argues that at the district level, which is a municipal level, national and provincial must be active, and together they must work towards developing a budget that will address the challenges in that district. And remember, in the district, we've got local municipalities. It could be 4, it could be 5 local municipalities, which means there must be one economic plan that is developed in a district, and national, province, and the district will work together to ensure that that budget is operationalized. In terms of good governance, we recognize that it's the only mechanism that's available to provide for the basic social needs of communities within a normative and ethical paradigm. Good governance in South Africa is based on the tenets of Batupele. Public service leaders are expected to emphasize the importance of constitutional values and principles and to lead by example in observing them. The constitutional values and principles are the bedrock of Batupele policy. Departments are expected to lead communities in learning from past efforts and best practices and in ensuring effective implementation. We are saying here, departments must ensure that there's public participation and that in whatever they do as departments, the involvement of communities is a key issue.
Hello, madam. Hello.
We've got examples of good governance or even public participation if you want. NEDLEC, we've got what we call the school governing bodies, which include government with members of society being part of that, the community development forums, the community policing forums, but at a larger scale, we've got what we call the war rooms in all the, in 6 provinces, not all provinces, in 6 provinces. For example, Gauteng, they call their war room Ntirisano. And KZN, KwaZulu-Natal, they call their war room Sukuma Sake, means let's build together. In other words, these are forums that involve national, provincial, and local government officials, as well as NGOs, if they are there, and local community organizations, including faith-based organizations, which partake in those forums to discuss issues of service delivery, of policy making, and key government programs that are necessary that will impact on the community. And lastly, when you look at what's happening around local democracy and local economic development, we revert back to the Constitution, which advocates the promotion and sustenance of a high standard of professional ethics, etc. And so the Constitution itself provides the enabling mechanisms. And then through line management legislation, the enablers are put in place for economic development. So at a local level, we've got what we call the IDP process. It's a process of public hearings where government collects information as to what are the key needs of communities, drafts priorities, and then goes back to the community to verify, and then indicates this we can afford, that we cannot afford, etc., in terms of the budget processes. So in a nutshell and in conclusion, I've tried within the limited time that I've got to indicate that we are cognizant of having to improve service delivery, but also ensuring that there's local community involvement in service delivery issues, all the programs, that we follow good governance practices and deepen local democracy and local economic development, so that we are ultimately able to address these complaints, which leads to public protest. But we want to see a happy and satisfied public, which will of course signify restored trust in government. Thank you.
Emmanuel, thank you so much for sharing. And we need to have a happy citizenry that has trust in public service. Very, very, very important for all sorts of reasons. And I've heard value for money coming through time and time again. Colleagues, yet again, please accept our apologies that we were not able to fly to your presentations. We know that you've worked very hard on putting those together, and also the colleagues who want a visual reminder of what is being discussed. We actually can now say that we have, you are now able to share the next presenter from Ghana. You are most welcome to share your presentation with us. We've been able to unlock the glitch, and those of us who want visual reminders and visual input, Ms. Dede from GIMPA will be sharing what is happening in Ghana with respect to service quality, and the equivalent of Batupele, and how we can actually learn from our African partner, other African partners. So Ms. Dede, if you are here, you have approximately 15 minutes in which to share. You're most welcome to start sharing the screen. We've given you permission to do so. And I'm also noting the questions in the chat box. Ms. Dede, are you with us?
Yeah, respected chairperson, I think that they're now our paper presenters can share the screen, PPT.
Yes.
Ask them to try, because we made our site from this one.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm just checking if Ms. Dede is with us. Amara Dede, if you are with us, kindly please proceed. Over to you. Thank you so much. Please proceed. Ms. Dede, are you audible? We saw your screen being flighted. Are you audible? Because we're not able to hear you. If you're most welcome just to give me a thumbs up if you can. I see you. If you would like, kindly just unmute yourself to proceed with the presentation. Can you give me an indication if you're going to? or if I should proceed with the next and then keep you in abeyance.
Yeah, that is good, respected chairman. You can proceed. That will be good. Good idea, please.
Carmen, are you ready? While we wait for Ms. Dede.
Yes, Professor, I am.
Kindly do proceed and share with us another South African perspective. You're most welcome to take over the screen, and thereafter we will re-invite Ms. Dede again. You're most welcome to thank you so much.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. Please, the day is having a small challenge, so and she will present after this presenter.
Noted. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Carmen, all yours.
Thank you so much, Professor. I'm just trying to switch off my aircon so that it doesn't interfere. First of all, I would just like to say thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the organizers, and as you chair, in terms of facilitating our session, but also just recognizing my chairperson of the Public Service Commission and all protocol observed. Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. I will be presenting on the constitutional values and principles, as well as just reflecting on some key findings that we made in terms of the assessments that were conducted by the Public Service Commission on the effectiveness of the Batupile policy in public service delivery. I'd just like to first start off. This is just an outline of the presentation. Some of these issues that I will be presenting has been mentioned, so I won't go into detail on some of them, but just in terms of the interest of time, these are just some of the key issues for the presentation. I'd just like to start off just to give some context of why the Public Service Commission is involved in the work in terms of the monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of the Batupile principles. We are the only Chapter 10 institution that gets our mandate from the Constitution, specifically Section 196, to, amongst others, promote the constitutional values and principles as set out in Section 195 throughout the public service, which every public servant and every public official should abide by. So I think it's just very important that one understands that these constitutional values and principles apply to all organs of state. Then, in terms of our mandate, we investigate, monitor, and evaluate the organization and administration and the personnel practices of the public service, maintain effective and efficient public administration and high standard of professional ethics in the public service. In pursuit of this mandate, we conduct evidence-based research, investigations, inspections, monitoring and evaluation involving gathering and collation of qualitative and quantitative data on public administration for the use by legislature and the executives and parliament in terms of the various portfolio committees and assisting them in their oversight function. So I think for the Public Service Commission, it's important that we start off by saying that the public service has a specific value system, and good governance, when broken down into the basic elements, has its core that is value-laden, and as well as the principles enshrined in Section 195.1, which direct public administration, which basically governs the way that we do our business on a daily basis. However, the genesis of these principles are fundamental values in the Constitution that can be synthesized into human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedoms. The synergy and the relationship between these principles and the fundamental values of the Constitution has been overlooked, and yet they present the building blocks for a capable developmental state. For example, a brief analysis of these principles in section 195.1 will reveal the nexus to the number of rights in the Bill of Rights, such as the right of access to information, right to equality, to freedom, as well as security for all of us, the right to just administrative action, and the right to dignity. And I think, as Dr. Homo has highlighted, it is the core of our service delivery model as public servants. Of immense significance to the constitutional values and principles is the white paper of transforming public service delivery, also known as the Batupile White Paper, which just aims to provide a policy framework and a practical implementation strategy for transforming public service delivery. Also further, colleagues, in terms of the public service, we have this benefit of having this value system as clearly articulated within our constitution as well as the white paper. These values and principles Chairperson and colleagues, when we are referring to these values and principles, we are talking about the Batupile principles as well. They play an important role in the respect of the conduct of everyone in the public administration and public service. In the context of South Africa, these values and principles must determine how public servants and public officials serve the interests and the welfare of society and the citizens. These constitutional values and principles represent a constitutional directive in respect of good governance and public leadership in the public sector. This in turn requires a particular kind of leadership that is able to promote the spirit, the meaning, and the substance of the Constitution in our respective roles. Here is just a picture of the founding values, the constitutional principles, as well as the relevant Batupile principles. And this is just to show the interconnectedness that these constitutional values and principles have with each other. Basically, these make up the foundation, the pillars for public service delivery. Just in terms of this connectedness, there is a link between these principles, these founding values, and the Batupile principles as shown in the previous slide. For example, the right of access to information is clearly linked to the principle of transparency, as well as the Batupile principles of information, openness, and transparency. The fundamental rights of the right of dignity and the right to equality are linked to the principles in terms of a high standard of professional ethics, as well as courtesy in terms of the Batupile principles, as well as the principle for the provision of services impartially, fairly, and equitably, and without bias, which again, in brackets, colleagues, we have just included those Batupile principles that are connected to these other principles and values in the Constitution. The constitutional principle of efficient, economic, and effective use of resources are clearly linked to the Batupile principle of value for money. And I know that our colleague, Mr. Langa, highlighted that there is an additional principle, Batupile principle, looking at innovation. But I would like to say that this is actually a principle that is directly linked to the efficient and effective and economic use of resources, because we as the state have got a responsibility to ensure that we find alternative ways of delivering services to those citizens that are in dire need of the basic services that needs to be rendered. Then finally, the value of, I just closed this, apologies for that. The fundamental value of the rule of law and the right to just administrative action is clearly linked to the principle of accountability. These constitutional values and principles are embedded in the Batupile framework to guide public servants in decision-making and their interaction with the citizens. Again, just showing the connectedness, to say that the Batupile principles are informed by the constitutional values and principles, as Dr. Homo has already highlighted. They guide public servants to bring the values and principles to life, to bring them to be part of our daily existence. And we've just highlighted what those mean, and I'm not going to necessarily read all of them because it's clear that everybody present today has got a clear understanding of the Batupile principles. These principles are an approach to get public servants committed to serving people and to find ways to improve service delivery with the constitutional principles as the foundation. The Public Service Commission have been conducting assessment on these Batupile principles since 2000, and we have conducted a series of studies looking at the effectiveness of the policy in improving service delivery with the focus on compliance. I've just listed there some of the studies that have been conducted, and the following slides are just some findings of selected Batupile principles, including just some of the recent assessments that have been conducted by the Public Service Commission. We've just listed in the next few slides some of the findings in relation to consultation, service delivery standards, excess, redress, as well as values for money. But by no means does it mean that the other principles, the Batupile principles, are not important in terms of courtesy, information, openness, and transparency. But it is just to show and highlight some of the findings that was found during the assessments during this period. In terms of the consultation, a key consideration in determining the value for consultation is the visibility of the process, in particular the provision of feedback. And this is feedback to the community, feedback to all relevant stakeholders that are involved in decision-making processes and policy development. This includes providing information on how the contributions have influenced decisions of the departments, how it has informed policy, how it has informed the way that we do our business, and even in the way that we deliver our services to the citizens, to the community members. The most commonly cited way of doing this was through reports, and especially the annual reports, and we know of the citizen annual report that is compiled by the different departments. Furthermore, departments also indicated that they use meetings and workshops to provide this feedback. Budgetary constraints ranked very high in terms of a barrier to consultation, while language and literacy featured at a second in terms of that ranking list. Interesting, during the time of the assessment was poor participation that was also seen as a barrier for consultation. This implies that it would not only be necessary to create an effective consultation mechanism, but that departments should also ensure that they win the public's trust and confidence in these mechanisms. And I think in the time that we find ourselves, colleagues, this is even more important within the context of after COVID, and as well as the challenges that we are experiencing with national disasters in mainly provinces like KZN and parts of Eastern Cape and the Northwest as well. Most departments reflect on a misalignment of understanding what this principle of consultation means, and some of them have said that in their context of their work, they have defined this as information sharing, discussions, conferences, as well as surveys and research that has been conducted by these departments. Ultimately, the extent to which these mechanisms constitute consultation depended on how they were implemented to ensure meaningful engagement with the public. Departments, some of the departments, about 55% of the departments have developed, at the time had developed standards for consultation, and of them, 59% that have consultation standards indicated that they are able to meet such standards, while 21% indicated that they can only partially meet these standards. The main reason cited for not meeting these standards was staff shortages, as well as the lack of appropriate monitoring mechanisms in place. Only 5% of the departments indicated that they had consulted on their service standards, which means they've consulted with the community, with the public in terms of the service standards for the department. Considering that service standards are supposed to inform the public on the kind of service they can expect from the department, it would have been expected that the departments would prioritize this area in terms of consultation to remove any confusion or disjuncture between their standards as well as what the public is expecting from them. In a recent study that was conducted in 2021 by the Public Service Commission, focused on the principle of public participation, it was found that participation in governance of citizens facing government programs is still uneven, and that participation is compliance driven rather than achieving both instrumental and inherent value for participation, but really making sure that the information gathered informs the policies, inform how we do business as the state. The next slide is on service standards. A number of departments did not have service standards in place, and in the case of those that did have service standards, they were poorly formulated, mainly because they did not have any mention of the costs and the redress mechanisms in place, which means that the service standards were not formulated in a very conclusive manner, taking into consideration all the elements in terms of what is needed in terms of service delivery. There was an increase in the awareness of the importance of the implementation of service standards, but the challenge remained how best to develop these standards. One issue of the redress mechanism was that only 27% of the departments at the time of the assessment had service standards that specifically addressed the issue of redress issues and complaints. And I think one of the colleagues, the previous presenters, did indicate this is very important, that our mechanisms and our processes in place really needs to make sure that those service beneficiaries have an opportunity to raise issues and their concerns regarding service delivery. Many departments have identified individuals to drive this process, but these designated champions of service standards required assistance in developing their capacity, to develop their understanding, to develop their skills in terms of how to deal with this area within their department. Considerable confusion exists between service standards and service delivery indicators. A number of departments simply send long lists of indicators and argue that these were service standards. And in some cases, some of the departments listed about over 600 different service delivery indicators and were of the opinion that these are service delivery standards. Many of the staff from these departments were often uninformed regarding the department service delivery standards and were therefore unaware of whether these services were being delivered. These services were being delivered to the standards as set by the department. So it was very important that there is education and awareness within the department internally first before there is awareness in education in terms of, or at least simultaneously in terms of awareness created by the public. Certain departments had rigid and uniformed service standards across the whole department, which took no account of the local or the service variations in terms of what the department delivered at different to different beneficiaries of the service. The study found that whilst the development and the use of service standards as a means to assess service delivery is widespread, several critical challenges remain. Two of the biggest challenges being the measurement of performance on a regular basis and using the information that was gathered. There remains a strong tendency of government to focus on the measurement of activities and outputs as a way of gauging the effectiveness or the success of projects. The development of measures or indicators to assess outcomes is often absent, and when present tends to be very poorly done. This is not to say that measuring the outputs is wrong. It is important, for example, to measure the number of beneficiaries receiving social grants or the number of recipients of the UIF from the Department of Labor and Employment. However, outputs measures will not tell one about the effectiveness of the program or inform the citizens of this country about the quality of service delivery. The next one is on access in terms of the findings. The findings show that the public...
Wrapping. Sorry, Carmen, to interrupt. In terms of time, may I ask you to start wrapping up?
No problem, no problem. I would, okay, thank you so much. I'd just like to finish with this one, or maybe skip to the one on redress, because I do think if all the participants or the previous speakers did highlight this, the study noted that there is partial compliance with this principle, although most departments have some form of procedure for dealing with complaints in place. A great deal more needs to be done in terms of formalizing the system. We will also see that in a recent study done in 2020 on the functionality of the complaints management system, the PAC found that whilst departments express the existence of a formalized complaints management systems, these largely remains at the level of complaints rather than serving the citizens. Also, there's inconsistency in terms of how we deal with the complaints in the public service, not just in the different departments, but not just across the public service, but even within in our departments. I'd like to skip and I apologize for this if colleagues would like to read and maybe engage on some of these findings. I'm open to do that, but I think I'd like to chair through you, just like to skip to the end of my presentation, just 3 more slides to say that there is a need for a paradigm shift. The Batupile efforts have not worked as anticipated, so we do have some pockets of excellence in there, and we do recognize the work that was presented by Dr. Homo in terms of the revised Batupile revitalization strategy, and we are pleased to see that the recommendations that the PAC have made in the previous assessments have been taken to consideration, and we can definitely see how it's being implemented by the revitalization strategy. We say that it didn't really work as anticipated. However, it is still fertile ground to change the public administration paradigm. Although mounted on good scientific approaches, these principles, similar to various other government efforts, fell into the trap of just the general mechanistic framework and approaches. There is an urgent need to embed these Batupile principles on the intended purpose of the Constitution. Currently, government is challenged by this mechanistic, rules-only driven, compliance, regulating approach to public service, so much that the service part of service delivery lacks care and responsiveness. And for us, it's just very important that the emphasis needs to be on a values-driven public service that takes cognizance of the fact that there's a regulating framework, the rules that exist to enable service and impact positively on society. This is just an example of how we can do it in practice in terms of being responsive to the needs of the people when we are designing our programs. And the example we use there is the housing program. We as public servants, we should be change agents. We should not be only project managing this, but we really need to make sure that these programs make a change at ground level. And in conclusion, just to say that the constitutional values and principles, as well as the Batupile principles, indicate the type of public administration that South Africans aspire to, as espoused in the Constitution. Although recent natural disasters brought about various negative impacts to the state of the country, it provides us with an opportunity to rethink how government responds to the needs of the citizens and how we rebuild trust in government. This rethinking, rebuilding process should go back to the basics on which our democracy was built, the constitutional values and principles, and reflect on the effective and efficient mechanisms and interventions in place to facilitate this recalibration for a better relationship between the citizens of this country and the state. And in conclusion, it is only through ethical conduct and being developmental orientated, transparent, and accountable that this relationship, this social contract as defined within the Constitution, which is spelled out in our specific values and principles that should guide the public administration, that this can be restored. I thank you very much, Madam Chair and colleagues.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you so much. Very interesting. Fundamentally, we are not service orientated, and that we should commence thinking that our service provision, our public service needs to be value-based, and that public officials need to be the change agents as espoused in the Constitution in terms of the values that really resonates, the Batupile values that really resonates within our constitutional principles. On that note, and we are pushing time, I would like to ask Professor Phala and his colleague to kindly assume the space to present. So Prof. Phala, over to you, if you would like to share your screen and proceed with the presentation. And then thereafter, we will check if we still have time for Dr. Dede or Ms. Dede, and we'll take 2 or 3 questions. Kindly proceed, Prof. Phala. You are welcome. If you are muted, kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and a very good evening to one and all. Greetings from India. This is Dr. Anuradha Phala. I am a faculty representing National Institute for Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, working for Government of India. And I am presently placed at Center for Wage Employment and Livelihoods. So may I proceed with my presentation, Madam?
kindly just double check your sharing of the screen? It seems to be a little bit problematic. So would you try again, please? Ah, there we go. Thank you so much. Kindly proceed. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. So once again, thank you for the organizer. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and I thank Dr. Satyapalan, Jyoti Satyapalan, for allowing me to present this study. You all know that Mahatma Gandhi NREGS, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, it's a legislation, it's a right-based legislation, and it is one of the successful program running in India, designed to provide the employment to the unskilled laborers, especially who are in dire circumstances, and whoever the unskilled manual labor who is above 18 years, who are willing to do this unskilled manual work, can demand this work, and the work has to be provided at the grassroots level. That is, the unit is Gram Panchayat. So within 15 days, they have to provide the employment. And most of the people, I think you are aware that this MGNRGS program was introduced on 2nd February 2006, and it's one of the massive program which is running successfully in India by providing employment to the 6.79 crores as of 2021. So since there is a lot of expenditure going on into this program, and we thought that how this decentralized governance is working in this massive program. So myself and my team gave an attempt and tried to understand what is the role of decentralized governance in implementation of the Mahatma Gandhi NREGS. So this study is, we have done it and we are presenting before you. So the main focus of this study is to provide pan-India trends in employment generation and participation of the vulnerable communities in governance process. It also highlights the role of decentralized governance in process of implementation and effectiveness of decentralized governance, and in examining the people's involvement in the Gram Sabha and in Mahatma Gandhi NREGS during the preparation of the labor budget and the social audit process, etc. So the beauty of this Mahatma Gandhi NREGS scheme is to maintain the transparency and accountability. So for that, the cross checks will be made at every state level and at every district level and at the block level. The social audit teams will be checking, doing the random checks for every 6 months. So the paper also argues that the relationship between the employment generation and participation in governance is weak, and due to the people's participation is not up to the mark in some of the states, and we found that the governance structure and Mahatma Gandhi NREGS implementation seems to be little ineffective, and special attention is required to strengthen the decentralized governance to allow the people to own this Mahatma Gandhi NREGS at the state level. So strengthening of decentralization governance is possible only through the process of Gram Sabha, strengthening the Gram Sabha and labor participation in the labor budget processing and social audits. So the study, based on the study, some basic literature has been given. I don't want to spend much of the time on this literature because in the paper it can be given to you all. So Mahatma Gandhi NREGS and Panchayati Raj, you know, both these at the grassroots level the Panchayat Raj system and the Gram Sabha are responsible for the implementation of this massive program, Mahatma Gandhi NREGS. And in the beginning of these local bodies, where the main channels for creating the awareness about the provisions of Mahatma Gandhi NREGS to the people, all these things, the Gram Panchayat plays a very key role. And the functions like the registration of the job cards, verification, job card issues, identification and planning of these works, determination of the works to be intended, and worksite management and supervision. All the transparency, accountability has to be made at the Gram Sabha, and the labor budgeting process responsibility also lies with the Gram Panchayat, that is the local governance, and conducting the social audits, etc., are also at the local bodies, that is the Gram Panchayat and Gram Sabha, coordinating with the higher officials. So, coming to the participation, however, the designated decentralized governance under Mahatma Gandhi NREGS will become successful only when there is active participation of the people, because this is a down to top approach, because this is a demand driven program. As and when the people demands, the local government has to, the local body has to provide the employment to the worker within 15 days. So, so the decentralized governance need to be very strong in planning and implementation of this program. So, improving the efficiency of these local bodies is essential outcome of the for implementing this major flagship program. So, by strengthening the local bodies, Mahatma Gandhi NREGS can make its contribution towards the demonstrating and decentralized at the grassroots level by promoting the decentralized governance. And the three pathways are Gram Sabha, labor budget, and social audit. So, participation in Gram Sabha, labor budget, and social audit, it is observed that people's participation was little better during the initial discussion about the registration and identification of works and implementation related issues. While preparing this labor budget and conducting the social audit, people's participation is not found to be extremely poor, because they are just whenever there is Gram Sabha, they are just attending, but they are not involving themselves into the planning process of implementation of this scheme and the social audits, which are the random checks to maintain the transparency and accountability. About 63% of the respondents reported that they have involved in Gram Sabha meetings in MGNRGS relating to the issues were discussed. But the similar participation is not observed in the process of preparation of the labor budget. It is only 8% across the pan India. And when it comes to social audit, it's only 19%. So the situation is more or less same across the different social groups too. So people's participation is also found to be highest in Meghalaya and Gram Sabha meeting, labor budget participation, and social audit. Meghalaya is one province in India, and in Gram Sabha meetings, also people participate in poor. Participation is poor in states like Rajasthan, Gujarat, Bihar, Maharashtra, Punjab, and Chhattisgarh, that is the western pockets and the Middle East of the country. And the participation varies from 50% to 100% for rest of the states. And while preparing this labor budget, people involved in recorded to be somewhat better in the states like Kerala, Tripura, Arunachal Pradesh, and Manipur and Meghalaya, along with Manipur. And no participation of people is found in labor budget preparation in similar villages, some of the villages of Chhattisgarh, Telangana, Karnataka, then West Bengal, Nagaland, and Andaman, Nicobar Islands, Union Territory of the country, during the field survey. And similarly, people's participation in social audits is relatively better in the states like Meghalaya, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura, Manipur. That is like more in the northeast countries. Then in social audit meetings, people's participation is extremely poor in Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Bihar, and Gujarat and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. These are some of the statistics, like some of the figures regarding the Gram Panchayat, conducting of Gram Sabha, labor budget, and social audit. Social group wise, we have prepared and placed for your reference. We found that the OBC are more participating in Gram Sabha, and while in preparation of labor budget, the more the general category people are participating more rather than the vulnerables. And yeah, in social audits also, the other backward classes were participating into this social audit program. Yeah, this is some of the graphical representation. It's the female participation in the Gram Sabha. Social category wise, again, we have presented here. We found that again the other backward classes women are performing well, participating well.
May you kindly conclude?
Yeah, and in the social audit process also, the scheduled tribes and other backward classes were participating. Yeah, the female participation is found to be quite low in some of the states like Punjab, Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. And some of the states like Tripura, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, they were fairly doing good in the social audits. These are and the key messages out of this study is like MGNRGS is attempting to strengthen the decentralization and in collaboration with the PRIs, Panchayat Raj institutions, through three major pathways, namely the Gram Sabha meetings for developing the planning, labor budget preparation, and social audit. Unfortunately, people's involvement is more in Gram Sabha only, not in labor budget preparation and social audit. So there's a need to improve the micro planning and implementation strategy further. This is the key message, and I thank Madam for sparing me some few minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Pala. Appreciate it. I think the message that came in brief, that came across, is that although we advocate participation, citizens are sometimes selective of where and how they choose to participate. On that note, we have run out of time, but I would like to ask if Ms. Dede is still wishes to share in a space of 3 minutes, if she'd like to share something with us. Ms. Dede, kindly give me an indication or give me a thumbs up to proceed. And while I wait for Ms. Dede, I'm also going to ask those who I've asked, colleagues who I've asked to engage on the questions, just to keep it as concise as possible. Ms. Dede, are you able to share your presentation with us, or should we ask our organizers to move you perhaps, if possible, to another slot?
Yeah, definitely. If you are, yeah, respected chairperson, you are right. She is not available, and we can consider her for in the coming days. There is no problem for things there. Okay, you can proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Dede. What we will do is try and reschedule you if possible. I would like to ask just our colleagues, and I note the conversations in the chat. And before I conclude this session, I would like to ask Dr. Langa. Dr. Langa, if you may, share very concisely in the chat. Dr. Langa, are you with us? Dr. Langa? I also have a question for Dr. Ne. Dr. Ne, there's a question directed towards yourself in the chat. If you'd like to just respond to the question that's directed to you in the chat.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ne? Yes,
Okay,
please kindly proceed.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. So the question was, the initiatives are both present in Kerala and South Africa. And as a result of the lack of ethical responsibility, the launching of these initiatives are problematic. How do we hold the leadership accountable and ensuring the service quality in an ethical manner? So my answer for this question is that the leaders, the elected representatives, or the municipality staff, they should internalize the moral values of Bathopale and Ubuntu. As it is said, we are here not to serve ourselves, but to serve others, and in serving others, we ennoble ourselves. So in that way, it can be ensured. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for that input, and I'm sure that colleagues can engage you further. There was also a question for Dr. Khomo. Dr. Khomo, would you like to just very briefly share your insights on the question? And then there was a question for Carmen. So Dr. Khomo first.
Thank you, Chairperson. Although I have posted my responses on the chat, let's just go back to the first one.
Okay. Just a summary of your response for everybody.
I'm saying, okay, the first question was around the DDM, the district development model, whether it should facilitate intergovernmental relations. I'm saying yes, but to a limited extent, because the district development model has a specific focus, and its major focus is on economic development. It's coordinating projects around development of a one budget for the municipality. So that's fine. The other areas of governance, like political issues, demarcations, etc., complaints, those will be part of the established IGR structures, which are led by our Department of Cooperative Governance. And on complaints, we are collaborating as Center of Government Departments. That's the DPSA, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Public Service Commission, and the Department of Cooperative Government, in terms of, say, let's find a national uniform system of managing complaints, because this is one of the key areas that we found has the country is having problems with. So we're still in that effort to find a workable solution. Devolution of powers, not everything has been devolved. Yes, there's some devolution of powers, but South Africa is basically a centralized power at national level. In other words, our democracy works from national, and then there's some devolution to provinces, and then municipalities have got some autonomy, in which, of course, they can take decisions entirely on their own at their own discretion, but they must still account to national department, and national departments account to parliament. So devolution of powers is there, but it's not yet, it's not in a way that we can say we have a federal state. No, we do not have a federal state. We have a unified state. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, Carmen, would you like to share any thoughts on the questions directed towards yourself?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there was about 2 of them specific for me. I do believe somebody asked if these assessments were done at local level. Unfortunately not. The focus in terms of the assessments were on the national and the provincial government. But as I said, it does include the provinces in terms of the different service delivery departments, as well as the policy department. That is obviously very important. And there was another question about the availability of the reports. I've sent a link on the chat for colleagues just to go onto our website and get copies of the relevant reports under the specific years. Then there's a specific question that asks, what are the specific processes being used by the PAC to ensure that people are recruited in the public service? Local government actually possesses strong beliefs in the fundamental values of equality and impartiality. Just to say that the Public Service Commission with the school was very involved in the work that the National School of Government of South Africa was doing in terms of the professionalization framework for the public service. And as the principal indicated also of the National School of Government, is that the foundation of that framework was informed by the work that has been done by the PAC. So that is definitely something that we are continuously being involved in. We are also part of training programs that are being provided by our National School of Government in South Africa in terms of induction programs for public servants, where we have existing public servants get a refresher course on what does this mean for me on a practical level in the daily responsibilities for me as an official. And then secondly, is the Public Service Commission implementing any specific program which continually assess the value of service delivery? Yes, we are continuously focusing on these constitutional values and principles and how service delivery is performing. We also do various service delivery inspections where we actually go to the service delivery points and observe what is happening on a specific day. We have unannounced and announced inspections. So we are very active in terms of trying to determine and make recommendations in terms of what needs to be improved in terms of service delivery at local level, where the services are actually being provided to the citizens. Part of those inspections also includes a survey on the day with people that have received that service. So we are not just talking to the public servants, also to the service delivery beneficiaries in terms of their experience on their day and their opinion in terms of the services rendered at that service delivery point. Madam Chair, I think those are the questions that were directed at the Public Service Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for comprehensive input. I have one last question directed to Professor Phala, and then I want to say, Emmanuel, I recognize your hand. Respectfully, I'm out of time, so might I ask that you keep your question in abeyance for another session, if that's okay with you, while Professor Phala seeks to answer her question. And yeah, and then I would like to wrap up, if you don't mind, given our time constraints. Prof. Phala.
Thank you, ma'am. The question which is asked to me is, why is the fund is untied and tied is 50-50%? The TIDE fund is for national flagship like drinking water, sanitation, rainwater harvesting, solar power, etc. And MGNRGS is a flagship program, and in the 15th Finance Commission, it cannot be used for salaries. That's why. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On that note, I'd like to wrap up this session. A few thoughts on this session. What emerged in the discussion of this session. One was that every country that is represented here strives for service quality, both in terms of statutory frameworks and constitutional programs and principles. We all strive for some element of service quality. Are we meeting the service quality that is projected in our implementation plans and policy frameworks? The overall response was no, we're not doing it. We're not meeting the service quality expectations. Batho Pele in the South African context was necessary at the commencement of our new democracy. It had a particular impetus to redirect how the general public saw the public service. Has it done so in accordance with what Dr. Langa presented quite provocatively? He said, no, it has not done, it has not met its objectives. In fact, he says that the bureaucracy is an impediment to delivering a service quality, and that the principles might be noble, but that is not being met. Equally, we heard similar utterances from India and as well as Ghana. In particular, what came across in India was the discrepancy between service delivery and service quality in rural and urban context. All of the participants recognized the importance of public participation, consultation, inclusivity, grassroots interaction. However, we also acknowledged, specifically with Prof. Pala's presentation and other presentations, that consultation and public participation from citizens is sometimes selective, and that citizens want to trust government, but government is actually not performing in the manner that it is supposed to have been performing. One of the other factors that was recognized also by all presenters is the question of state capacity. State capacity all round seems to be a challenge. State capacity all round seems to be a challenge, and it impacts and impedes on the commitment of professionalism in realizing service quality. Of course, there are some administrative and implementation challenges interpreting the distinction between service indicators and service standards, which Carmen expatiated on quite a bit. And finally, recognizing that Dr. Langa mentioned we are moving towards the fourth industrial revolution, and Carmen said in actuality, we are already in the fourth industrial revolution, and that there is a continuous space for recognizing that we have to continue, that we have to change, and that we have to be innovative, and that is already captured in our constitutional principles. But that we need to be committed as a public service towards facilitating and fast-tracking those changes, that public servants are actually presented with refresher courses in terms of how to be professional and how to meet these service challenges. Finally, we continue to acknowledge that Batho Pele is relevant, that service quality is necessary, but that we have to upscale and rethink how we actually deliver service quality for not only this generation, but future generations. Importantly, we need to be ethical in our approaches and how we engage with our citizens, so that there is citizen trust in government as a whole, and that we have ethical leadership that actually facilitates service delivery with service quality as espoused in the Batho Pele principles, as well as other frameworks, as well as our constitutional principles that is espoused in all our policy frameworks, be it in South Africa, be it in Ghana, or be it in India. Good colleagues, thank you so much for being very patient during this session with all our glitches, and also with the various, going over time, and also the various inputs. I want to say thank you to everybody this morning who was extremely supportive, and especially to my colleagues at the NSG for being so proactive in presenting this webinar. I hand back to Dr. Josh. Thank you so much.
Professor Chairperson, Dr. Yenilin Derry, I just take 1 or 2 minutes. I would like to say that there is no other way, only one word. I could say that a very excellent style you made it, the entire chairing of this session. And I would like to say that there you actually you actually made kind of a trendsetter as far as the entire webinar is concerned, and this is actually a model for the other chairpersons. I would like to say that there, which all for tonight, we put you with the first the chairperson of the first technical session, the way in which you conducted the entire business. Again, I would say that the excellent style and excellent way you concluded these things there, and your time management is also, it is so good, fine, and really you actually see could give kind of the real message, in the sense that there you mentioned about very underlying the ethical leadership. That is what more important. I want to take it there. And we are very happy in the sense that there, and this is what there my time to Professor Chairperson for the way in which you conducted. And I would like to say thank you for all the participants, all the seminar paper presenters. It's an excellent way you narrated the experiences from India and from Africa, very particularly from South Africa and Ghana. And it is actually very thrilling, very excited kind of academic engagement. Definitely, we will continue these things and more on constitutional values and the kind of ethical leadership and kind of other issues. And all the papers very beautifully narrated the principle of Bathepide and the people's planning in Kerala and all over the India. I thank you for an excellent way you conducted. Thank you, Professor Elena Derry. Thank you, fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
On that note, I do believe that we are adjourned for this session, and then there is technical session number 2.
Yeah.
Technical session 2 commences shortly.
Yeah.
Dr. Josh, is that correct?
2 minutes break, then immediately we can start the other session. Yeah.
Yes. So there's a comfort break, and then technical session 2 shall commence shortly. Thank you, colleagues.
I also would like to a word of sorry and my apology for the technical problems which entered in the first technical session paper, but we could correct it, and now it is in all right. I'm so thankful to you. Without your beautiful presentations, a few of them could present the entire thing. I'm really sorry for that, for the inconvenience or for the participants while presenting their papers. Thank you, fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam, can we leave? Can we
Yes,
leave?
thank you, colleagues. See you in technical session 2. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Long live the chair.
May I request Dr. Mapasi Monsu Miso for chairing the technical session number 2, that is capacity and service delivery in local governance. Local governance. Yeah. Oh, Dr. Chairperson, you are already occupied the chair. Thank you. Please.
When are we commencing? Because you gave people time for leaves. Can we commence exactly at 12:30 South African time? Or my first presenter is online. Is he ready?
Yes, I'm online and I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be the chairperson for this technical session 2. My name is Nondumiso Mapazi. I'm the operations manager for the Raymond Mhlaba Center, which is for a college, a school for governance and leadership in the Nelson Mandela University. I'll request to all the presenters that maximum it's 15 minutes. It's a really maximum. If you can do much better, it will be accommodative for us, all of us. We have many papers that are speaking on the topic that we are dealing with. Our focus is on service delivery in local government. The provision of sufficient, affordable, and quality basic services is considered as a core function of local government. However, in many developing countries, delivery is constrained by challenges of coordination, governance, finance, and capacity. And in this technical session 2, we are going to be examining and discussing the issue of capacity and service delivery in local government. My first speaker is Kenny Chuarawa. Is a postdoctoral fellow student in the Center for School of Change in the University of Johannesburg, South Africa. The topic is juxtaposing policy and praxis. Batubile principles, policy framework through the lens of service delivery protesters in Guguletu and Khayelitsha in Cape Town. Kenny, the floor is yours. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just try to share. Are you able to see my slides?
Yes,
Also?
you can share see your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you very much to the conveners of this very important webinar. And I want to also thank the participants for my co-participants for this opportunity. So in the time that I have, I'm going to talk about juxtaposing policy and praxis, part of the policy framework through the lens of service delivery protesters in Guguletu in Khayelitsha, Cape Town. You've already heard that my postdoctoral fellow at the Center for Social Change at the University of Johannesburg. Now, the Bathopele policy framework is an exceptional policy, an exceptional and an ambitious policy document that seeks to put people first. However, I consider in this article, in this paper, whether or not it has managed to do so, and I draw on the data that I gathered from my master's and my PhD research. And the intent of the paper is to understand the experiences and the perceptions of the low-income communities, to understand their perception and experience of service delivery in their communities. And I refer here to Guguletu and Khayelitsha. Now, given the time constraints, I won't get into all the nitty-gritties of the Bathopele policy framework, but suffice to say that those who have presented before me have addressed in detail, and I'm appreciative of what they have done in terms of what these principles mean. I will just list them here consultation, service standards, access to service, courtesy in treatment, customer information, openness and transparency, redress, value for money. Now, I want to think about what do the customers, the recipients of these services think, and what do they say about the services that they receive? Now, in terms of my findings, I find that there is evidence indeed of elements of the application of the Bathopele principles. Now, this is then to the credit of the municipal officials, the government officials, that there is really evidence of the application of the Bathopele principles. However, such elements in the application of these Bathopele principles, such application fluctuates depending on the period and also the people that are in office. So for example, the participants indicated that during election time, there tends to be the best expression of these principles. During these times when promises are being made, when the officials come and try to persuade people to vote for them, they say that they see that there's more consultation, more transparency, more openness during those periods. However, after election, there seems not to be as much visible application of these principles. And then, of course, in terms of the people in office, what came out from this study was that there seems to be a challenge in terms of the progression of plans when one party or one official leaves office, and then there is another official that comes or another party that comes to take over. So a very good example was when the participants indicated in Google Letter that there was a councillor who was there, a lady councillor who was there, and that she did an exceptional work in terms of bringing people together to discuss what they wanted. But then the participants indicated that when her term ended, there was a new councillor who said, no, I did not know about the plans that you had with the previous councillor. So the problem then is that there seems to be a lack of progress when the office, when the time for a certain municipal lapses. So perhaps this is something that has to be worked on in terms of how do we then ensure that there is progression if there were some agreements that were made with one official before their term in office elapsed. How do we then ensure that it progresses when the new members take office? Now, protests that we then see in South Africa, what are they for? And there are quite a number of reasons that are put forward as the reasons for protest. But one of them is services, a desire for better and more services. And then, of course, there is another one that is quite important for our purposes today, which is also a struggle for better working relationship with the government. And I'm going to talk about these two soon. But before I do it, I should just state that when we talk about these protests, there are those who argue that they use the rising expectation argument, and they say that the government has delivered so well in one section of the community, and other communities protest to force the government to equally dispense such services to them. But scholars, a number of scholars have shown that the availability does not mean that they're accessible and affordable to all. And also a failure to maintain infrastructure also leads to service delivery disruptions. And so I'm going to talk now about the need for more and better services, which people protest for. So in terms of the basic services, I'm dealing here with water, electricity, refuse collection, housing, and others. So quite interesting is that protesters appreciate what the government and the officials are doing well. So for example, both in Gugulet and Kailicha, they mentioned that, you know, while we protest, we should also make mention of the fact that there are certain things that they do well. So, for example, they mentioned that there are playgrounds, there are roads, and sometimes there is effort that is put to cleaning the streets and all that. Although, of course, again, these things are often more visible during election time, or towards around that time. Then, of course, there is also provision of certain services, even before protests, like I've said, but also the protesters were quite clear that we also appreciate that sometimes after the protest, we see some level of development, some level of implementation. So a very good example was in Khayelitsha, where in one part of the community, there were RDP houses that had one door, and they say that the design there was poor. Then the other community protested to say that we do not want that kind of RDP houses. And then sure enough, and when I interviewed people there, they showed me that look at this RDP house. It has two doors, it doesn't have upstairs. So you can see that the protest went, and so they talk about how protests can also be effective. But quite telling, and this is quite important again for the purposes of our webinar, is that quite a number of the participants indicated that what they would also require is a better relationship with the government, or better working relationship with the officials after the protest. So this is almost like an intangible result. In other words, so I had asked what would you regard as a successful protest? And they said, well, of course, the first one would be if the services are provided, but the other one is one where there is now a better relationship with the officials, that the officials should acknowledge that they were indeed justifiable reasons for protest. Now, this is meant to counter what many other people would have said, that this is an act by hooligans, and this is just political. And they say that if the officials are able to recognize and appreciate that we were fighting for a justifiable cause, I think that would be a successful protest. And again, I think it talks again about that aspect of redress, at least acknowledging the problems that to say that we are sorry for such and such, offering of an apology, for example. And now, so they say that after all the protests, we need more and better communication, transparency, accountability. And they were quite clear to say that we are aware that there may be budget constraints, but we want to know what is going on. We shouldn't be left in the dark, at least be transparent so that we know what is going on and when certain things are going to be done. Then protests, contrary to what many people actually think, the participants indicated that, and the findings are quite clear, that the protests are not the first port of call. So the protests are actually a last resort when all other means of engagement have failed or have not yielded fruit. So Trevor Ngwane, an activist and scholar at UJ, says, for example, that when people take to the streets, they should perhaps, brandish a placard that's written "all protocol observed," because often they would have tried other means of engagement, but these would have failed to bring about results. And often also what happens is that there is a progression in these protests from the more orderly, more peaceful protests to more disruptive. Roads are barricaded, and then sometimes there is also some vandalism that occurs, and then at another stage, sometimes people actually attack other people.
Can I just interrupt you?
Yes.
Evelyn, please close your mic. You are disturbing. There's been a comment on the chat that you must close your mic. And then now people are asking me to, I didn't want to interrupt Kenny all along. Please do that. You are interrupting the participation of other members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I was talking about the failure of, so I was talking about the progression that occurs, that there is, so the failure of prior engagements often then lead to more militant protests. And so that shows again that there is some failure of previous engagement, that's a failure to apply other principles in terms of listening, attending to the concerns of the people. Because of time, I will not dwell on this, but I want to just mention that there was a hostage situation that took place in Guguletu. And in this hostage situation, people state that there was again that progression. That initially, people called the officials to come because there were new water meters that were installed. Of course, earlier the minister, the then mayor had announced that there would be new water meters that would be installed. But then at a later stage when they were installed, participants were not aware that they would be installed at that particular time. And also when it was stated that the residents would receive 6,000 liters per month, the participants say we didn't know what that meant. You know, so next when there were problems after that, and then other people would say I do not have water, but then the next neighbor would say I do have water. The participants indicated that, you know, we did not understand in other words, the language that was used. So in terms of the technocratic language that is used, and they say officials should have come to the community to break that down for us, to explain what this means. And now as I try to round up, I also refer to studies that show that there is actually little faith in communities in terms of the workings of government systems. And then in the communities that I interviewed, again, there are different views, but there was some view that some counselors actually try to play the divide and rule, having a parallel structure that, and then having eyes and ears on the ground, and communities were now saying that we were united before, but because of these kind of tendencies, sometimes we are now divided. And there are claims and allegations that we receive cheap designs in terms of even the street lights, and say that the lights that we receive are not the same as other communities. Now, whether this is true or not, there are these perceptions from communities to say that poor people do not receive the same services. Now, in terms of my conclusion, there is indeed evidence of Bapapele practice, but this fluctuates over time, and depending again on the people who are in office. There has to be some way in which there is progression, particularly again if we consider that if the community is to be consulted, then the community should be in a position to say, we want this thing to continue, because there tends to be no progression when one party, for example, leaves office. So I would have wanted to go through all these, but in the interest of time, I think I'll just stop here and say that while there are elements of the Bapapele practice in a framework in practice, there still has there's still a lot of work to be done in order to ensure that this is improved. And of course, there is need for more research, of course, that also bring together both the officials and the community in kind of research. That would be all from my side. Thank you very much for listening. I return back to the chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kenny, for your presentation. Can I make a request to the operator that each and every participant, if they open up their mic and they're not supposed to be presenting, they are really disturbing the program.
Yeah, respected chairperson, you are right. We are right, and we request all participants and be cooperate with us. Please keep silent. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think Kenny has made some presentation on the issue of the view on the contestants around the issue of Batupile. Although the communities that the protesters says that they know that Batupile is there, but I think it's a known fact that during elections time, the political leaders are visible to the communities and a lot of service delivery takes place during that time. But the view and the study of Kenny says that that is confirmed, and also they're saying that when there is no, after elections, they don't see the implementation application of the Batupile principle. We're now going to move to our second presentation. Our second presentation is going to focus on local government and service delivery, a case study of 100% financially insured village models of Vrindana district, Tamil Nadu, that is in India. Our presenter is Abu Arunugan. Abu is a senior assistant professor. She's the head of Department of Public Administration Government in Arts College in India. Abu, the platform is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mufazi. It's a pleasure. Thank you, Center for Rural Development, Kerala, for this wonderful opportunity. Let me just share the PowerPoint with you. Yes, so the topic for my presentation today is actually a research project that is a fully funded research project by the Mahatma Gandhi National Council for Rural Education in Hyderabad. We started the work in September 2021, and the focus, one of the aspects that we worked on during the research project was a field study in one of the southernmost states of India, which is Tamil Nadu, by the Bay of Bengal. Our closest neighbor is Kerala and the country of Sri Lanka too, on our east and west respectively. Virudhunagar district is one of the considerably backward districts in India overall and in Tamil Nadu also. To give you a brief profile, this paper focuses on how local governance has actually worked together with the district administration while focusing on one of the major aspects that is completely lacking awareness in India, which is financial inclusion. So while we were working on a very broader aspect, which is the aspirational districts program, we actually see an important project that a small district administration was able to do by completely utilizing the local governance structure. So that became a motivation for me to take up this paper and present it to you all. So the district is formed in 1985. So here you can see the map of Tamil Nadu for reference. So the district lies somewhere in the center. So as I'm moving my cursor, you can see. So this is the place. So the district is Virudhunagar district. This is the revenue map of the district. In India, in 2018, the government of India started this program called Aspirational Districts Program. The idea was to completely motivate and develop the backward districts of the country, and 112 districts out of the 640 districts were identified at that point of time by the government of India and the planning head, which is the Niti Aayog. Virudhunagar is one of the districts which is part of the 112 districts, and it is also one of the 2 districts selected from Tamil Nadu. And considerably, yes, they are still backward, and the district administration is working towards developing the districts on par with non-aspirational districts. If you look at the performance of Virudhunagar since 2018 specifically, that was the basis of our research project also. They've done considerably well. As you can see in the table, they have come up to a rank of second rank all over India in the 112 aspirational districts. They've improved considerably in several sectors. The program measures each and every district based on a few indicators: basic infrastructure, health, education, financial inclusion, skill development, etc. And there are targets and indicators like the Sustainable Development Goals. Two aspects for us as a research team worked well in our research project. One is localization of Sustainable Development Goals. At the same time, the Aspirational Districts Program, which is a national initiative by the Government of India, also focuses on localization of targets and indicators. In that sense, how each district administration decentralized and worked with the local governance structure, existing local governance mechanism to improve the performance of their district. So the district has done well. They have achieved a lot of awards in the last 3 years. Specifically, they've received nearly 1 crore for coming up 9th in October 2021 in the All India level. They've received nearly 7 crores of Indian money in Indian rupees since the program has started for achieving good ranks in several indicators. So that again considerably showcases the potential of the district government to work in tandem with the local governance structure there. Specifically for today's presentation, we have focused on financial inclusion. This is one sector in which they have achieved a good record initiative, which is actually a scalable initiative, not only across India, but also globally also. It's a good model that we can take a lot of lessons from. The financial inclusion sector with regard to Virudhunagar district is divided into financial inclusion separately, which is taken care of by the lead district manager. So one of the nationalized banks, which is located in the district, is designated as the lead district bank, and the manager of that particular bank is designated as the lead district manager. He coordinates all the financial inclusion aspects with regard to Virudhunagar district. Now, the major components of financial inclusion are, one, of course, the loans. The second indicator is what is the primary focus of our paper, which is the insurance coverage for people. So there are 3 schemes: the Prime Minister Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, the Prime Minister Suraksha Bima Yojana, Atal Pension Yojana. So the district administration basically aims to get coverage, 100% coverage of each and every village, which are located in various administrative and revenue blocks. Now, this is a monumental task, given the fact that the bank managers already are overloaded with their routine administrative work in their nationalized banks. And in addition to go ahead with this, we also have geographical challenges. You have to reach tribal hamlets. You have to, first of all, create awareness on inclusion, awareness on insurance, awareness on financial capabilities. So it's kind of like capacity building, though they utilize the services of the local governance structure, the panchayat leaders, the village elders, the self-help groups. All these people in tandem, several NGOs work together. And the appreciable aspect is the district collector realized that completely localization of this task is the only way they're going to even achieve a meaningful response from the people. As you can see, he is the current collector, Mr. Megnath Reddy, IAS. This was a function held in February 2022 while awarding the bank staff, bank managers of nearly 20 banks in the district who worked day and night, who reached out to people beyond their call of duty in order to get them insured in either one of the 3 schemes. So there was a small felicitation function organized by the district administration to not only award the bankers, but also the local government components like self-help groups who helped them, NGOs who helped them, village panchayat leaders who coordinated with them, tribal leaders who helped them reach out to tribal hamlets who don't even speak your language. Such a wonderful initiative, wonderful gesture by the district administration, and is a good example of how a district administration can act as a bridge in strengthening the local governance structure. So the findings of our study is, specifically in Virudhunagar, it is home to the firecracker industry of India. The very famous Sivakasi is one of the revenue blocks which is located in Virudhunagar. It has no other rivers running through. Geographically, there are no rivers passing by in the district. So it's a very water-starved district. So agriculture is not a great option. Agriculture is quite highly monsoon based. So the Sivakasi firecracker industry is the focus of the district. But with the firecrackers industry comes the high risk of accident-prone areas in nearly 3 to 4 revenue divisions of the district. Now, this means insurance coverage. If you have some kind of an accident in a factory, the district administration or the local administration can get you some compensation. But if you have some kind of an untoward accident while doing crackers in a small, unrecognized, unauthorized home units, which are definitely the source of livelihood, you do not have insurance coverage for such accidents. Here in the Aspirational Districts program, we have this financial inclusion aspect, which the district administration identified, given this unique position of the district, that the firecracker industries provide an opportunity for people to get into financial inclusion, get themselves insured at such a very low premium provided by the Government of India, which also ensures some kind of social safety net when they come up with this unique insurance system because of the nature of their infrastructure, which is revolving around firecracker incidents. So the integration of local governance structures and all the decentralized bodies were utilized for creating this kind of co-working spaces to achieve the common goals. So we felt as a research team that this is one of the best practices that can be applied in other districts in India also, whether they are backward or not, based on their own infrastructure. So finally, to sum up the observations of the study, we felt that this is a scalable model and the model of Virudhunagar district needs to be appreciated given the very low socio-economic profile of the district. So the district administration also, they deserve a pat on the back for identifying the importance of tapping the local governance potential. So instead of completely centralizing this kind of an initiative, though this is a Government of India initiative, this particular district have actually broken down the goals. They have identified local units which can be tapped, though the success really highlights the absolute integration of local governance structures available in the district. So that needs to be really appreciated. The potential to replicate this model is huge. So we as a research team are also going to work on, we are going to submit the report by the end of May, probably next week. We have identified 2 best practices. This is one, and the other one is in the education sector. But for the purpose of the seminar, we have presented this particular model. So I really thank Center for Rural Development and the chairperson, Dr. Mapasi, for this opportunity. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anpu, for your presentation. Really, we can learn a lot on the practice that has been implemented in that district in India, especially here in the country that we're focusing on the district model. I'm going to move because we really want to cover some time so that we can then have time for discussions after. I'll also request the presenters that they must watch on the chat so that they can take their questions, so that when we finish up, then we deal with the questions as written on the chat. Participants, please, to facilitate the time-consuming discussion, please put your questions and your clarities on the chat. I'm going to call upon now Johnny Masejo Peterson. who is a director for research in the National School of Governance in South Africa. He's going to present on building capacity, local government to deliver service through the training and development. It's a South African case study. Can I hand over to Johnny? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair and delegates, for this opportunity to present a paper on building capacity of local government to deliver services through training and development. I will share this presentation with my colleague, Dr. Motlhagabo Matseke. We both work for the National School of Government to declare our interest and the fact that we are directly involved in the project. As the title indicates, building capacity of local government is more a question of acknowledging that local government as a sphere also requires some form of capacity building, and it is constitutional, as we'll illustrate later in the paper. So this paper is more about a discourse analysis that looks at conceptual analysis of the concept that we'll be discussing, as well as the review of a case of local government in South Africa. And the third aspect will be a case of training for local government by the National School of Government. Now, in theory, local government is it's a sphere of delivery of governance that you find in forms of states, and unitary state and federal states do have to, at some point, decentralize their power. Invariably, it doesn't have to be the same all the time. So to effect better service delivery, hence the notion of multi-level governance. And we know that the theory of multi-level governance is two ways. One is about decentralization within one particular country or state. The other one is about decentralization within a continent like European Union or African Union. So again, in theory, local government is the closest sphere of government to communities, and it is service-oriented. The generic service delivery model in South Africa is premised on Batho-Pele. Now, this is Batho-Pele that we've been talking about, which is about putting people first, is, one could say, it's a model. And Mr. Kgomo spoke a lot about it previously, and in detail about where it comes from, how it informs service delivery in South Africa. And other analysis has been indicating how it has been in the context of performance. But recently, on the 9th of March 2022, government has decided also to come up with Batho-Pele revitalization strategy, again indicating how important this model is to inform service delivery in South Africa. It has got 8 principles that I will not repeat, as have been mentioned by previous speakers also. And it is appropriate for local government to practice public participation to enhance the agency of local residents and stakeholders. That is in an empowering public participation that is based on bottom-up processes and building local capacity. So it shouldn't just be participation for the sake of it, but it must be meaningful, as we have heard earlier. So cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations are in the context of in the Constitution, are part of the spheres of government, and they are based on intergovernmental relations model. And in South Africa, therefore, we have local government, provincial government, and national government. In a unitary state like ours, therefore, it's a question of them having to cooperate for governance sake. And Section 41 and 42 of the Constitution says they should therefore also relate properly in this context about intergovernmental relations. We currently have 257 municipalities. At some point, where 278 were reduced. In general, constitutionally also, they are categorized according to category A, which is metropolitan municipalities. They are mainly urban and industrial. Category B is local municipalities. Category C is district municipalities. Now, the South African local government in particular, one scholar once defined it as a Cinderella sphere of government, implying that it is interesting, but it doesn't get attention it deserves, or it is not taken as seriously as it is supposed to be taken seriously. And even in the democracy, if you think about it, is that the local government was formalized properly in the year 2000, whereas South Africa had democracy in 1994. Yes, it was because there was structural arrangements to ensure that it is done properly, so that every part of this land is under a municipality. So the proper dispensation started in 2000. Prior to that, it was just some kind of consolidation and bringing up all the fragmented structures of local government in South Africa as they were brought up by the apartheid government. So Section 195 of the Constitution enjoins the local government and other spheres to be value-based and principled. Therefore, all those principles are the ones, and values are the ones that are actually informing the Batho-Pele principles that we are talking about, that inform that white paper we spoke about. So since the beginning of democracy in 1994, local government has been increasingly democratized. Msomi, Reddy, and Zondi say so. A lot of scholars agree democratization has happened, but the critique is that this democratization may be more on procedural matters of regular elections and formation of structures, but less on improved service delivery. So the service delivery has to be seen to be improved, because one thing about what Batho-Pele has done is to give us those principles to be implemented in the form of service delivery improvement plans. Now we see revitalization strategy that has got its own pillars that are indicating how Batho-Pele principles must be implemented. And it is not all gloom, because what happened is, because of Batho-Pele principles, we even have departments departments are labeled. In other words, there's information about where departments are, and they are labeled outside. So when you are looking for a department in town, you are likely to find it because they are labeled based on that particular kind of directive to say, public needs not be confused by where you are at, right? So those other aspects are quite well done, but even the issue of creation of those complaints units, as presented by Public Service Commission, they are existing in most departments. Unfortunate part is when the service that is optimally required would not be as found as it should be inside those buildings. So that's why a lot of work has to happen. So 28 years since the advent of democracy in South Africa, studies indicate that service delivery is deteriorating state. It's in a deteriorating state. Recent studies were the State of SA Cities report and COPTA self-assessment report. By the way, this is the 25th year of Batho-Pele this year. That is why this rehabilitation strategy also to try to bring up and make sure people realize that this policy is quite important for service delivery. So this lack of service delivery could be an indication of poor public participation. Now, local government has to be capacitated constitutionally. In many ways, there should be support in the form of money, in the form of grants from other spheres of government like province and national. There should also be support to ensure that they create their own local economic development. There should also be some kind of expertise that are shared. Even amongst themselves, horizontally, they can share expertise. But one that we're presenting today is a support in as far as training and development, which is capacity building with training development, and hence a case study around the training that was provided by the National School of Government to the City of Johannesburg. And it is at this point that I will give to Dr. Matsike.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson and everyone. I will just speak to the part that Dr. Peterson has left off for me. And just for the colleagues outside South Africa to know that the National School of Government is a public institution, and it is at the national sphere of government, and it is mandated to conduct or facilitate training for the public service in South Africa. So in this case, training was provided to the councillors in the city of Johannesburg, which is a category A municipality, as already explained. The local government leadership development program is the training program in question here, also termed LGLDP. It was designed and implemented by the NSG between years 2015 and 2017. And it was targeted at municipal leaders and managers, as well as officials responsible for leading and managing development programs at the core phase of service delivery. The purpose of this program is to enable leaders to provide effective governance. Hence, we were talking of, hence the relevance of Batho-Pele as already alluded to in the presentation. The LGLDP incorporates modules that are relevant for capacitating the municipal actors with skills and attitudes to implement services. On this note, the commitment to complete this program by the councillors of the City of Johannesburg attests to the importance of capacity building through training and development. Capacity building for local government in South Africa is critical to enhance its constitutional mandate and skill sets of the officials and political representatives. A study conducted to establish how the program, this program was received, indicated that the participants, who are the City of Johannesburg councillors, acknowledged the importance of this program, whilst also recommending improvements on some aspects of the course of the program content itself. Dr. Peterson, you can move to the next slide. In building capacity to local government, we are recommending that training programs must be pertinent to issues of service delivery and practical implementation. Although LGLDP has comprehensively covered all relevant legislation, it must also be updated with information on the district development model and recommendations from the recent research as reflected on the state of the South African cities report and the COGTA self-assessment reports, as well as the Batopele revitalization strategy. Importantly, public participation must be improved to ensure the requisite involvement by residents in line with Batopele principles and consultation and service standards. These governance imperatives, such as knowledge on legislation, implementation of policies through Batopele and public participation, are more pertinent in the current emerging but increasing phenomena of coalition governments in South Africa. In concluding, we would like to say that our work not only considers, but it emphasizes capacity building as an important vehicle to reinforce importance of service delivery and implementation of the DDM at local government to navigate the poor state of delivery and conflict-ridden coalition governments. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you for your presentation. Clearly, the issue of training and development, it's very important in all the spheres of government, especially at local government, because being a political leader appointed at that level, there is no requirement for any CV or any training. You are elected by the communities, because at a community level, you are an activist, you're contributing to their needs, and therefore they see you as a leader. They don't know how much you know about when it comes to the issues of service delivery. And therefore, when the councillors are elected in offices, it's very important for them to go through training, for them to understand their responsibilities as well, how to handle the issue of communities. You always hear that this is a requirement that councillors in South Africa, they are supposed to, especially ward councillors, they are expected at least to have 4 public meetings in their wards per annum. But the communities, when you go there, back there, or to go to the areas, they will tell you that I last saw the councillor when he was introduced, or she was introduced to be my councillor. I never saw the councillor again. It's because of lack of understanding knowledge of what is happening. So the issue of training, the point we are raising, the training and development for political representatives, it's very important. Thank you so much for your presentation. We are now going to move over to our fourth presentation. And our presenter is Dr. Noel Chelen, a senior lecturer in the Department of Sociology program in the School of Science and from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. He's going to speak towards the democratic governance of nature at local level in South Africa. Dr. Noel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good day, colleagues. And thanks a lot to the organizers for organizing this webinar. Let me just share my screen here. Okay, colleagues, the title of my presentation is Towards the Democratic Governance of Nature in South Africa at the local level. And the premise from which I'm starting is that democracy is meant to deliver the good life to Homo sapiens. That includes having access to a healthy planet and a clean and green environment as well. But if history is anything to go by, then we know that democracy tends to exclude large sections of society from the good life. So my view is that South Africans fought long and hard for a democratic South Africa. But democracy in its current form is not providing the good life for all. It is not protecting nature and the climate, and it is not ensuring a habitable, sustainable, and well-being planet for present and future generations. So there were many views on nature in the time of COVID-19. Some of these views were paradoxically, it was observed that COVID-19 had caused the reduction in greenhouse gases, leading to the cooling of the planet. Mother Nature was given a much needed breath of fresh air. Those who had gardens to tend to in the time of COVID-19 considered themselves extremely fortunate, and people turned to nature when and where they were able to do so during lockdown. Another view, many of us might walk in local nature spots regularly, but dismiss or not even consider their beauty, having seen far greener grass or grander mountains elsewhere. Now that we are being forced to re-explore these spots by the restrictions of our coronavirus lockdown, it's the perfect time to find these doorstep adventures to rediscover the local. So in many parts of the world, people rushed to be in and with nature when lockdowns were lifted. This is some pics from Singapore, so you can see how people gravitated to nature. And really, that makes us wonder and to rethink and revisit our long-lost relationship to nature. And so let's look at some of the quotes by Charles Darwin, for example. We must, however, acknowledge, as it seems to me, that man, with all his noble qualities, still bears in his bodily frame the indelible stamp of his lowly origin. Gary Snyder, nature is not a place to visit, it is home. One of the first Americans, indigenous Americans, Chief Luther Standing Bear, man's heart away from nature becomes hard. And Karl Marx, man lives on nature means that nature is his body, with which he must remain in continuous interchange if he is not to die. That man's physical and spiritual life is linked to nature means simply that nature is linked to itself, for man is a part of nature. But in modern society, in the 21st century, this is how we are destroying nature, the planet and ourselves in the process. This is the Mail and Guardian, a weekly paper in South Africa, April 29. The following headlines: water hazard, lives and livelihoods at risk from rising tide of deadly acid mine drainage. So acid mine drainage is a legacy of more than 120 years of gold mining in South Africa. It is harmful to humans, plants, and animals, because it carries metals and atoms that emit radiation and salts in hazardous concentrations. With regards to the cruel legacy of gold mining in South Africa, in Johannesburg, tens of thousands of poor South Africans spend their lives in the shadow of vast mine dumps, exposing them to toxic substances such as arsenic, lead, and uranium. There are more than 200 of these mine dumps contaminated with heavy metals, notably uranium, which lie within the site of South Africa's commercial capital, according to the Harvard International Human Rights Clinic. So in many places in democratic South Africa, nature is increasingly being turned into a garbage dump. This seems to be, like so many other things, a South African pastime. Some pics of the April 2019 floods. Here you have a picture of Durban Harbour. I think this is the biggest harbour in Africa, with solid waste washed down from rivers, through rivers from the different communities in KwaZulu-Natal. And under capitalism and the current model of democracy, we are clearly at war with nature, right? So with all of the protective mechanisms, with all of the education and information, it is not stopping. Clearly, there are bigger problems that we are not looking at and that we are not putting our finger on. The current model of democracy has also not eliminated environmental racism, which is really racial discrimination in environmental policymaking and enforcement of rules and regulations, the deliberate targeting of communities of color for toxic waste facilities, the official sanctioning of the presence of life-threatening poisons and pollutants for communities of color, and the history of excluding people of color from leadership of the environmental movement. So I have a short video clip here of what I think falls into the category of environmental racism and classism in South Africa, a country where some have healthy natural landscapes and many are exposed to the brutality of the capitalist way of life and a deficient model of democracy. I'll just play this. Okay, let me just move to the next slide. And we saw last month, the April 2022 floods, how climate change and environmental racism and classism came together with the result that you had more than 450 people dead and more than 40,000 displaced, especially within the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So for discussion and debate, so if we are to make meaningful contributions to halting and reversing climate change and to making planet Earth a place of well-being for present and future generations, we must add to the existing social, environmental, technological, scientific, and legal tools at our disposal for protecting the environment, the democratic governance of nature at the local level. The ANC-led government did not substantially and meaningfully roll back the legacies of colonialism and apartheid when it was at its strongest. Should we expect it to do so when it is at its weakest? According to private property laws, it is a sin to interfere in the affairs of private companies. But is it not a sin when such private companies do not keep their activities private, but instead socializes harm to the public and the natural environment? I think this aberration of private property creates the space for the democratic input and maybe governance by all interested and affected citizens at the ward level. Protecting the planet should be proactive instead of reactive, the latter being the case under capitalism and the current model of democracy. So let's look at a brief history of the progress of democracy in South Africa. Democracy existed under apartheid, but it was democracy for whites only. It's how the National Party was elected and came into power in 1948. White South Africans were delivered the good life under this racialized model of democracy. The democratic process improved from democracy for whites only to democracy for whites, Indians, and coloreds, the so-called tricameral parliament from 1984 to 1994. Well-connected Indians and coloreds were given a taste of the good life under the tricameral model of democracy under apartheid. So in 1994, we've witnessed a major breakthrough in the model of democracy in South Africa. That is the complete deracialization of democracy. However, only a relative minority of Blacks were delivered the good life through the 1994 deracialized model of democracy. 28 years later, millions of South Africans are still waiting patiently for that good life. SA's racialized democratic model needs further improvement in order to deliver the good life for all and to safeguard the planet from further destruction and degradation. Participated democracy must be allowed and enabled to flourish beyond that of electioneering only. I believe that the infrastructure or groundwork for participated democracy is already in place. We have legally demarcated wards, we have potential spheres for democratic participation, and existing platforms for enabling participated democracy beyond that of electioneering only. So let's look at legally demarcated wards. There are, I believe, 4,468 legally demarcated wards in South Africa. These are the legal geographical spaces where nature and biodiversity exist, some more than others, where nature is conserved, where nature is destroyed, where land, air, and rivers are polluted, where acid mine drainage occurs, where rhinos are killed for the exchange value of their horns, where wetlands and rich biodiversity are destroyed under the banner of development and progress, where concrete and mortar takes the place of nature, where mining companies from other parts of the world enter and dig up the natural world, where environmental racism and classism flourishes, where few live in eco-estates and some on floodplains and on arid lands. Many have no land in these legally demarcated spaces, where homes sit on hills prone to mudslides, where communities devoid of the wonders and beauty of nature are forced to exist, where rural chiefs sell off natural resources to the lowest overseas bidder, and when nature has become a dumping ground for modern society's waste. So the potential spheres for democratic participation and influence within wards, I believe, are the 5-year integrated development plan from the ward level upwards, beyond that of stakeholder democracies, beyond that of MBIZOs and ward committees, etc., on how public funds are distributed. I think 26 years, some odd years later, we are beginning to see some movement in that direction. I think the big leap forward was when the Constitution, I believe, ruled that fund adorning for political parties need to be transparent. And I think the other big move was after COVID-19, when the government decided that there will be a live audit for how public monies are being spent. So we are seeing movement with regards to transparency, with regards to how public funds are being used and distributed. Communities within wards can decide on what types of energy infrastructure is constructed, planning on human settlements, contributing to business development and ideas, and managing the state and fate of nature and natural resources in respective wards. I think there are 3 platforms for, maybe there are more, but I've identified 3 for enabling participatory democracy beyond that of electioneering only. In South Africa, one of our pastimes is citizens' protest. And we do that well in South Africa, I believe, only because there is not much space and room for participatory democracy. the democratic values of current political parties, and a constitution that emphasizes the importance of democracy. So with regards to citizens' activisms and protests, service delivery protests are a common feature in South Africa. It is an indication that citizens' participation is alive and well. However, under the current model of democracy, such participation is reactive, conflictual, and many times violent in shape and form. And I believe that's because citizens are not given the adequate and sufficient space for democratic participation. The legal ward demarcation allows for deeper and more meaningful and non-violent forms of democratic participation. Platform 2, political parties, for example, the DA, the Democratic Alliance, as the name suggests, this is the view of one member of parliament. There is only one option left, and that is for the citizens of our country to return to the activism that existed to remove the apartheid government from power. Only that level of active citizenry will help us change course and rebuild a better future for our children. As far back as 1996, the ANC's democratic tradition and values on participatory democracy was very clear. The transfer of power from apartheid to a democratic state requires participatory democracy, a democracy that is driven by the people. It goes on further to say, we must continue to uphold the principle and practice of bringing government as close to the people as possible to ensure popular participation in government. Clearly, in 28 years, it's clear that public participation has been usurped, has been appropriated by different forces in society. So, with the two biggest political parties in South Africa firmly rooted in the values and practices of democracy, this is one historical project where the governing party and the opposition can come together to help complete what I think is the remaining 50% of South Africa's long road to democracy and freedom. And the South African Constitution, the opening lines emphasizes the importance of democracy to establish a society based on democratic values, lay the foundations for a democratic and open society, and build a united and democratic society. So citizens within wards can decide democratically beyond that of just choosing their leaders on mining and ecotourism, etc., on agricultural farming, on conservation, whether they want green jobs or brown jobs or both. They can make input and discussions on mobility infrastructure, on deciding on food gardens and food security within their wards, whether to have few big malls with the same monopoly chain stores or many small-sized family businesses flourishing in wards, deciding on wind, solar, and fossil energy in wards, and making input on spatial planning of their respective wards. So my colleague before me spoke about, I think if I heard correctly, local government being the Cinderella, and I think we see that is clearly the case with regards to the.
Can I request Dr. Noah that you try and to round up? Your time is up.
All right, just 1 or 2 slides more, Madam Chair. So the current numbering of wards obscures and dilutes their importance and identities as legal and democratic political units. Each ward should have a name in the same manner that municipal, provincial, and national spaces within political boundaries have names. Consider a name change from councillors to ward representatives. The term councillor tends to alienate this important portfolio from ordinary wards. Consider a name change from politicians to policymakers. It may then be easier to make the connection between lived reality and those who make policy. And the same amount of time, effort, and state resources, if not more, should be channeled to participatory democracy, to lives and livelihood issues, as it is done for participatory democracy before and during electioneering. And democratic decisions taken at the ward level should have the same legal standing as the legal standing when it comes to participatory democracy in electioneering within wards. And last slide, if 1994 deracialized democracy in South Africa, then 2024, 30 years later, should commence with what Carol Pateman refers to as democratizing democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc, for your presentation and your interesting area of studies, which I think there's still a lot that needs to be done. understanding the importance of nature by the community, by the majority of the community, because the challenge is that they are exposed to these areas of mine and dams, or even the toxic waste, because for them, they need the basic services. For example, you will know one or two areas where you see the majority of people, they don't want to move over an area where there's which is hazardous because of shelter, of housing. They will say that this was my first time that I could access the house, which was developed in an area which now has been identified to be hazardous for the life. So the issue of the point that you're raising of importance of understanding the nature by the community at large as part of the participatory democracy is very important. We are now going to move to our next presenter, Margaret Badim. Margaret Badim is going to present to us an assessment of service delivery in decentralized departments of municipal and district assemblies. It's a case study of I think it's Nabon Municipality Assembly and Upper West Akim District in India. Can we have Margaret Badim, Dr. Margaret Badim?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks.
I'm trying to share my PowerPoint.
Are you able to share now? If not, then maybe we'll have to proceed without if you are not succeeding. Are you succeeding?
No, please, no, please. So I will do without the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can click the slide share.
Pardon me?
You can click the slide share. Share screen.
Please click the share screen option.
Yeah.
They're advising that you must press share screen.
Yes.
On your laptop, then you'll be able to come. Yes. There seems to be something coming up. We lost. Let's proceed, Margaret.
Wow.
Let's proceed. If there's someone who can assist, can someone quietly assist Margaret so that she can share the screen? But for now, I think let's proceed with your presentation because my clock is starting.
Can you stop sharing this presentation?
Oh, okay. So what is it? Okay, so I think do without the
yes, without sharing. Unless you can send it to presenters, then to program director, then they can then send it. They can share. Somebody else can do that.
I'll do without the PowerPoint because I'm finding it difficult in sharing.
Yes.
Hello.
Please. Yes, please do that.
Yeah, I just want to tell, is your presentation open in your desktop?
Oh, this is.
So when you open this share screen option, you will see a lot of windows. And among those windows, if your file is open, you just need to click it. And then click share.
I think she's struggling. Let her proceed to make the presentation so that
Yeah,
we
that is
can.
good, Chairperson, that is fine. You are right.
If she's finding it difficult, it's okay. She can make the presentation like without.
Okay, so thank you very much for the platform given to talk about my topic. The topic is about an assessment for service delivery in decentralized departments of municipal and district assembly. In the case study of Nsawam Adwajiri Municipal Assembly and Upper West Akim districts. Decentralization has been viewed widely by many as the panacea to the challenges of development in Ghana and some sub-Sahara Africa. With close to 3 decades of decentralization, as local government institutions, that is the metropolitan, municipal, district, and assemblies, serve as a conduct for development at the grassroots level. The study ought to examine the effective service delivery of the Department of Social Welfare and Community and efficient delivery of service in the decentralized departments of MMDAs is the cornerstone of national agenda for the empowerment of citizens in participatory democracy at the local level. Effective service delivery occurs when a department's obligations and functions are carried out without restrictions. The problem of effective service delivery in decentralized departments of MMDAs, with reference to the case study of Nsawam Adwajiri Municipal Assembly and the Upper West Akim District Department, Social Welfare Department, was the focus of the study, of my study. The various functions of government can be largely classified into the broad categories, and that is the service delivery, policy making, and oversight and accountability. Service delivery, according to the Manfi 209-210, and comprising activity aimed at promoting the general welfare of the community. According to the Chain 2014, the term is used to describe the distribution of basic resources on which citizens rely, such as water, electricity, sanitation, infrastructure, land, and housing. In 2014, the majority of Ghanaians were dissatisfied with the country public service delivery according to the Afrobarometer report in 2020-14 and 2020-15. The study employed a qualitative research method. In-depth interview were held with select respondents, which include officials from the social welfare and community development. Semi-structured interview method was adopted in order to enable the researcher to probe and develop a composite description of common. Hello? Of social welfare and community development in Nsawam Adwajiri and Upper West Akim districts. The major findings for the study was the Local Government Act regulates the laws and in the assemblies. That is the accountability and transparency in their assemblies. The study revealed that the nature of service delivery in the MMDs are regulatory. The study also found that the challenges faced by the social welfare and community development in this service delivery in the decentralized structure of local governments include lack of logistics support at the district level. Lack of logistics support at the district level in a sense that there are no equipment for the social welfare people to be able to use it to enhance in their work so that they can able to get effective service delivery as they want. Lack of staff and competence across the various level of structure of the social welfare. There are no trained staff, well-trained staff, because for them to do their work. So because of that, it's a challenge for the social welfare department. Lack of funds to provide service delivery effectively and efficiently to the people within the MMDAs. They stem from the fact that there are delays in disbursement of funds from the department, and among the amount given is made. This is because as at 2019, the money that government has shared is up to only third quarter. From the fourth quarter up to 2020, 2021, and 2022, government is not able to share to distribute money. So because of that, the department is not able to carry on the work they are supposed to do so that they can achieve their effective work. Considering the challenges that confront the social welfare and community development in the service delivery, the study revealed that these challenges have implications for development. Among other things, these challenges have potential to undermine local democracy since citizens are not willing to participate in decision-making due to the loss of confidence in the activities of the MNDs. The citizens of the have lost interest in the MNDs because they are every 4 years of government, they go out for needs assessment. But the needs assessment that they go in to ask the people, the community people, what is their needs? At the end of it, they are not able to fulfill it. They are not able to do it for them. So the community now lack confidence in the MMDs. And because of that, they don't come out to participate or to make decisions concerning their welfare. The study also revealed that the livelihood sustainability of some people, like people with disability, live and depends on the service delivery by the social welfare and community development. The effect is that due to the inadequate finance and it is delayed, the livelihood of these people may be affected since shifting of development. The money that has been used, the money that the government released for them, the community development used to help those people with disability, those monies do not come early for them to be able to use to do their work well. So because of that, the people, the work that the social welfare and the community development is supposed to go out and do, they are not able to do it because of lack of finance. In order to alternative measures for effective service delivery by community development and social development, the study revealed that there is the need for drastic measures rather than should be restructuring of activities to empower social development, community development for service delivery. These measures include provisions of adequate funds, adequate technical capacity building, proper cost of budgeting, and adequate provisions of logistics for the department to be able to carry on their work effectively. The decentralization program for all intents and purpose is very important. Important means for taking service delivery to the doorstep of the people at the local level. It also ensures good governance. As to a large extent, it creates transparency in the delivery of services. This study has established that decentralization has actually been experimented in the social welfare, and to some extent, they affect the lives of the people positively to a minimum limit. However, the study therefore concludes that social welfare and community development can achieve its decentralization targets and effective service delivery if it continues to be deprived of the needed support. If it continues to be deprived of its needed support. Some challenges that occur during the study. Challenges of service delivery. Human resources challenges. Ideally, it requires adequately technical personnel to effectively carry out these activities at the local level. However, MMDs are confronted with inadequate technical and competent personnel, especially in the rural areas. In most of the MMDs, an officer can be a budget officer, can be a planning officer, can be a coordinating director. Because of that, the person is being divided. The mind is being divided that he cannot able to achieve what he wanted to. One person is doing more than 2 tasks at the same time. Poor communication with communities. The rate at which information is carried out within communities in relation with operational activities. There are no communication feedback from me because of the lack of logistics. Cars are not there for the officer to be able to go to the people at the doorstep to find out what is their problem. Because of that, they are not able to carry or to implement what they want to do. So because of that, lack of finance is also another a challenge for the social welfare department. In conclusion, the study therefore concludes that social welfare and community development cannot achieve its decentralization targets and effectively if targets and effective service delivery if it continues to be deprived of the needed support that they are supposed to get from the government so that they can able to do their work more. Thank you.
I'm going to unmute this. Thank you so much, Margaret, for the presentation, focusing on the effectiveness of decentralization and the challenges confronting the implementation of decentralization. Areas that you have identified specifically, the use of capacity of personnel at that level, as well as the issue of the finances, availability of finances to deliver services at a local level. I have a paper coming up again that is focusing on the understand the performance of South African municipality, a public service. I think that they are going to be, I'm not sure who's going to make the presentation, but there are about 6 people that have participated into this paper. I've seen Mary Mangai, who's a lecturer at the Department of Public Administration, University of Pretoria. There's also Kombi, who's also Kombi Sausi, who's with the Human Science Research Council. There's Diana Sanchez Betacont, a senior lecturer also from the Human Science Research Council. As part of the paper, there's Benjamin Roberts, a research director and a coordinator of the South African Social Attitudes and Survey, Human Science Research Council. There's Yul Derek Davids, a research director, Human Science Research Council. And lastly, there's Danai Masia, a senior lecturer, School of Public Administration, Faculty of Economics and Management Science, University of Pretoria. They will come in and they understand that they're sharing 15 minutes, all of them, because our time is up for our technical session. Thank you so much. Can someone come in? I'm not sure who's gonna make the presentation.
It's Dr. Derek Davids will make the presentation, Chair. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much. Thanks, Dr. Derek.
I just want to know if people can share the screen, see the screen presentation.
Can see your screen.
Yes.
Okay.
We can see.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Okay, let's start. I would like to thank my colleagues for contributing to this paper. We will be very brief in our presentation. Essentially, our paper examines public opinion with regards to municipal performance. And we say municipal performance in terms of the Batupele principles, which I think some colleagues have presented already on. And so I won't go into detail with that. But having said that, we look at each of these principles. We use quantitative analysis in our paper, and we draw from data from the South African Social Attitude Survey, which is conducted since 2003. This is a national representative survey, and it's quite extensively used throughout South Africa and elsewhere. Now, all of us know there are about 8 Batupele principles. And so what we did was to use these principles and also to construct an index. So we combined those individual scores, and I'll briefly talk about that. And then we use that then to inform public assessment with regards to municipal performance. And our initial results shows that, there's large scale dissatisfaction with the performance of municipalities across these indicators. People felt that municipalities are not responding quickly to their complaints. They are not responding quickly to fixing the problems. And this is confirmed by the Batupele mean index score, which is about 40%, which is on a scale from 100. So this is well below halfway even. So in my next slide, I'm just going to highlight just quickly. It's a national representative survey, and it's about 3,500 respondents that participate annually in the survey. And we conduct these interviews face-to-face. In other words, we visit the respondents in their household. We do this normally at the end of the year. Okay, so just to give you some background to the Batupele, so what we will look at now is that attitudes to service provision. And so, for example, if you look at that slide there, and I hope you can see that slide, it's clear that we're looking at the supply of water and sanitation and the provision of electricity, refuse removal. And we've asked citizens whether they're satisfied or dissatisfied with the service. So these are the reflection of the adult population that it indicated that they're satisfied since 2003 till 2020. Now, if you're looking at line graphs there, it's clear that water and sanitation has consistently been above the 50%, but recently it's become a major problem in terms of what citizens believe that they're getting a good service. Providing electricity is quite clear that since 2016, it took a real dip. It's really down, and we know South Africa is experiencing a great deal of problems in terms of load shedding. And when we look at the refuse removal, it's consistently been around the 50%. So service delivery in South Africa really is not that good. But what we now will look at is to look at citizens' perceptions and opinion with regards to the Batopele index. And these are the questions that we've used to form the index. And I think people are familiar with that. I am not going to read it out in detail. So I'm going to the next slide. So here we look at each of the Batopele principles individually for the year 2020. This was the latest survey that we've conducted in 2020. So if you're looking at these little red proportions, which indicates disagree, I mean, it's quite clear that the proportion of disagree is much bigger than the proportion who agree. So across all the Batopele principles, more South Africans are disagreeing with the performance of municipalities. And let's look for, just for example, the biggest proportion that disagree, for example, says, my municipality responds quickly to complaints about problems with services. So the bulk of South Africans disagree that municipalities respond quickly to complaints about problems with services. And so you can highlight almost each one. 51% indicated municipalities, they disagree that municipalities consult communities enough about basic services. So if you're looking at these Batopele principles, there's a great deal of work for government. So what we've done further is, as I indicated, we combined all those indicators, all those principles into an index using factor analysis. And I mean, I'm not reporting the properties of the scale here, but it's highly valid and reliable. But if you're looking at the mean scores, which range from 0 to 100 from 2007 to 2020, you can clearly see that the national average, by the way, is 40.3%. So almost all these years surround the national average, but we can clearly see on a scale from 1 to 100, it's quite on the lower end of the performance indicator. So in other words, across all these years, people are feeling not so optimistic about the performance of municipalities in terms of, as we indicated, whether they consult them, whether they are courteous enough. So these are some of the key issues that I wanted to highlight. And now, looking at the findings more in detail, what we found was that the proportion of survey respondents satisfied with service delivery continues to decline. And I think we've showed that from 2003 till 2020. And this impacted a great deal on trust in government. Public opinion is arrived that they do not trust local government. They have also a lack of trust in provincial and national government. And this trust deficit really impact on the ability of citizens to engage municipalities in a more structured way, in a constructive way. So this is also what we've seen happening, that there is a great deal of protest action where citizens are rather taking to the street instead of engaging with the municipalities through the structures such as the ward committees, etc. Now, looking at those individually again, as I've indicated with the charts, consultation, a large number of respondents since 2003 till 2020 were dissatisfied with the way municipalities consult communities in terms of basic services. And keep in mind, this is the national public opinion survey. So in terms of courtesy, many municipalities were perceived not to respond quickly to citizens' complaints, again, about service delivery and fixing problems. In terms of service standards, municipalities do not provide regular information on performance in delivering services and quality of such services. Now, of course, we using aggregate data, there are municipalities that do well. And we have done independent studies in certain municipalities where you have municipalities that perform well, but the Auditor General reports also indicate that the bulk of the municipalities are not performing well. So our data speaks to that. Looking at access, government is not making satisfactory progress in giving all South Africans equal access to basic services. And we know, if we're looking at Stats SA data and other data, that while the government since 1994 has done a great deal to provide access to housing, access to water, pipe water, there are still a great deal for improvement. In terms of information, municipalities do not provide people with good information about basic services, and large proportions indicated this. Openness and transparency. A small proportion of South Africans agreed that municipalities provide regular information. So there's a great deal of public engagement needed and public campaigns needed, where municipalities need to speak more directly to the communities and provide communities with information of how to deal with service delivery problems, because that does impact on, again, the trust and also, you know, even the belief of citizens to cooperate with officials. Looking at value for money, very few South Africans believe that they are getting good value for money for basic services. And we find that it's quite interesting to know that many municipalities often do not attempt to pay citizens to pay services. I'm just sorry for my neighbor's dogs barking at the back. Going to the next slide, and I hope I can go to the next slide. Just go to the next slide. What I'm doing now is just to look at the mean score of the index, the differences across the provinces. South Africa's got 9 provinces, and I just did an analysis with the team to look at how municipalities are performing. So at the provincial level, we have found that the Western Cape has consistently received the best performance, although it's still relatively low. So on the score of 1 to 100, Western Cape, for example, in 2009 scored 54%, and in 2020, 52%. So they are one of the top rated, in terms of the Batopele index. Gauteng also received relatively good ratings, as KwaZulu-Natal, but it's just above the national average. But somehow more worrying, though, is the Free State and the Northern Cape. If we look at their trajectory, the assessment by the public at large is showing that, their performance are declining in terms of the Batopele principles. So you see it as it's quite visible in the Free State. And some of our studies where we looked at individual municipalities have actually supported this finding. The Northwest and Limpopo are, below the national average and also not positively rated. But Mpumalanga is the only province that we've seen have got a slightly upward trajectory, but very slightly. So there seems to be something good happening. And then in the next slide, just to conclude, the paper will, present some more advanced regression analysis, which we've done. But I'm just going to highlight one model. We've done a regression analysis just looking at, for example, here, the socio-demographic variables, which included gender, race, education, as well as self-rated poverty status. So when we did the regression analysis, what we found in essence is that white and Indian respondents disagreed significantly more than blacks that municipalities are performing well. Now, people may argue, but how is that the case? What we found historically is that, the white and Indian communities are much more vocal and much more structured in their complaints towards municipalities, whereas the vast majority and vulnerable take their dissent or their dismay to the streets and protest via protest action. So this is somehow explained through that. What we found in terms of education, we found that the higher level of education, the more likely respondents are agreeing that the municipalities perform well. So these are the people that maybe engage with the municipalities and read up about performance and have a better understanding. Then looking at your self-rated poverty, just to conclude, what we found was that the poorer respondents are more likely to disagree that municipalities are performing well. And I think that confirms also many studies where, because they're poor, they do not have access to services, that the vast majority that's still marginalized. It comes out quite clearly that they are not satisfied with the local municipalities' performance. And I'm going to stop there, Chair. I know I've rushed a bit, but these are some of the initial findings that have emerged from our paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Davids, and the colleagues that have contributed in the study, that they're participating in the study. It will be interesting for the final study that one could have access to it. So far, the points, I think you clearly said that there's a clear dissatisfaction of the communities around the services of the services from the municipalities, and the participation during the last local government elections tells you very well that people didn't turn up because of their dissatisfaction with local government at all levels. And also interesting is the point that around the study that we have done using the race, gender, and also the level of education, the trend that is coming out of the study is also very important. That in future, I think many participants would love to have that's the outcome for that. And also, I think the ease of trust anyone can see. You also see on a daily basis on the television that our communities have lost trust, especially at a local level. That is glaring. We are going to move because we still have one last presentation so that we can. I think there's a strong request that we share the presentation. Dr. Davids, please.
I will, thank you so much.
We're going to have a last presenter. Who's gonna make a presentation examining the concept of smart cities in promoting smart governance in South Africa. I'm not sure between the two, whether it's Professor Takati or Dr. Langa who's gonna make the presentation. Whoever is gonna make the presentation, the floor is yours. Please, as we requested, if you are not presenting, mute so that you don't disturb the participants that have made sacrifice to be part of the session. Thank you so much. Either Professor Takati or Dr. Langa.
Thank you very much, Doc. Good afternoon once more. I am trying to share my presentation, but in the interest of time, Doc, can I, in the meantime, run through the presentation whilst I'm trying to upload it, if it's permissible, Doc?
Yes, you can, please.
You can proceed. You can proceed, Doc.
Thank you very much, Doc. Our presentation is outlined as follows. One will discuss objectives, evolution of smart cities, service delivery imperatives of smart cities, the approach to the research, then the review of literature and evaluation. Discuss the results, the implications of the study, and the value of the study, then we conclude. The main objective of the study is to provide a description of smart cities and the use of internet-enabled public service delivery to promote smart governance in municipality. And the study seeks to provide answers to the following research questions. So many questions that are asked about this concept of smart cities talk. When the President of the Republic of South Africa was delivering his State of the Nation address in 2019, he made mention of this migration of cities from just being ordinary cities to smart cities. And the questions that we would like to respond to are the following. What does the concept smart city entail? How do municipalities use the concept of smart governance in smart cities? Which technologies do smart cities adopt in ICT, in a smart city initiative to improve smart governance? What are the components of smart cities in a global perspective? What are the possible recommendations for the smart city initiative? We understand, Doc, that this is something very new, but we are saying as South Africa, we need to try it and see where it gets us to, because we are living in this world of the fourth industrial revolution, where internet has taken over, ICT has taken over. There's even the notion of green education that has to be implemented in the Department of Education, and centrally to green education is the concept of smart governance and Internet of Things. The evolution of the smart cities, we delve deeper into the advantages of smart cities. Then there is that researcher, Yui, who assessed that the digital transformation is affecting all the sectors of the public sectors in increasing productivity, enhancing service delivery, and improving connectivity. Furthermore, big data and Internet of Things concepts are enabling the municipality administrators in e-governance. As I've alluded to in the introductory part of my presentation, that if we are serious about improving service delivery, we should migrate from the old way of doing things to the new way of doing things, thus employing the Internet of Things, the use of ICT, and e-governance. I understand there's also a white paper which has been in place in the Department of Education, that of e-governance, and I think Gauteng province is amongst provinces that are champions of e-governance. The public services offered by smart cities, there is an OECD report that public services are likely to be offered by smart cities entail the following: the provision and sustainable management of natural resources through big data online learning using e-library, e-payment services, e-commerce purchase of some public services, food sharing services, and apportioning of scarce resources via an app such as online food sharing, proper communication of the inhabitants via intranets and social media groups, the 5G wireless internet services, and so forth and so forth. Then the next slide looks at the components of a smart city. In order for us to say this city resembles an ideal smart city, that diagram depicts to us that a smart city should contain those components. There should be mobility or Wi-Fi, there should be smart digital citizens, there should be open data, there should be smart farming, that agriculture should be, we should use smart farming in ensuring that our agriculture flourishes, the smart grid or energy utilizers, the smart building, smart transportation, smart manufacturing, and many of them are not there because we talk smart mobility when we talk smart transportation and smart governance. Then this is the methodology that was used. We used a qualitative research design in the form of a literature study, and that slide seeks to talk to the theoretical underpinnings of the research methodology that we employed. And the data collection techniques that we employed during the study, it was a qualitative data desktop analysis. And we reviewed literature from various sources Those are the search items that we used: your ICT, your smart governance, your digital technologies, your innovation, your intelligent and adaptive solutions. Research studies have shown that smart cities primarily on integrating three components: economic, environmental, and social. The social component may include participatory democracy and social innovation, human skills, and civic participation. The social component of smart cities mainly talk to a system where citizens are made to participate fully in the delivery of services, where citizens, in terms of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, citizens are entitled to the services that are being rendered by government, and therefore in assessing such services, an ideal smart city will be able to reach citizens despite their proximity to towns. Many studies were unveiled that smart cities, smart governance, and innovation are inseparable. From the literature that we have reviewed, it became evident that putting the concept of smart city at the center of service delivery, one cannot divorce smart cities from smart governance, because smart governance talk to ICT-enabled public services. And also the question of innovation chips in. Then an exhaustive literature study was done on recent journals and articles to unravel the truth underlying the role of smart cities in promoting smart governance. In this slide, Doc, is just a summary of the journals that we have consulted. They are not more than 5 years of age, as we can see that they are from 2019 to 2021. We use the journal of Kim Sabri and Kent from Australia, the title Smart Cities as Platform for Technological and Social Innovation, and other journals. The evaluation of the literature. This slide, Docs, gives a brief overview of what each of those researchers are saying about these smart cities. For example, the study of the OECD highlights the methodology and case studies of each country, that is Korea, Japan, Canada, and Italy. Those are the countries that are viewed to be championing the concept of smart cities. The benefits of the smart city innovations implements are outlined. Furthermore, the strategic goals of each country are outlined. The key issue that can be deduced from the report is that smart city need a public-private collaboration. The smart city does not benefit the public sector, but there is a need of a strategic planning and inclusion of all stakeholders in its success. By so saying, Doc was saying, the concept of smart cities, if implemented correctly, it can not only benefit the public service, but rather also the private sector. Hence, we are advancing the notion that we need to strengthen the public-private partnerships so that we are able, if government cannot be able to access some of the components of the smart city, we can be able to borrow from the private sector. Then comes in the issue of the new public management, which puts emphasis on government employing private sector principles in advancing a government agenda. Lastly, that study is clear around the types of technologies or innovations that are prevalent or expected in the smart city concept. The very last study is just detailing which types of technologies can be used in order for us to say this smart city is able to deliver to the mandate of that particular municipality. Then the results are as outlined, Doc. The concept of smart city is related to an ICT infrastructure in recent writings. The keywords of connectivity, integration, and Internet of Things are key. There is still a gap to what exactly constitutes a prototype smart city. Smart cities improve service delivery and quality of lives. The philosophy of life changes by making smart cities. The consumption of behavior of the citizens and companies in ICT gadgets increases by constructing innovations in smart cities. And that slide talks to the implications of the study and we take deep consideration of the findings from the reviewed literature, there are gaps that have been identified, and such gaps include the alignment of the concept of smart city to strategic planning processes. The concept of smart cities in many of the municipalities, if not all, is not finding expression. There's only one study that I've seen, Doc, that was done at the University of Johannesburg that seeks to research on the implementation of the smart city concept in the city of Johannesburg. Emerging technologies used in the development of smart cities. These emerging technologies also are not clearly outlined as to how they can benefit the concept of smart cities. The Internet of Things concept as a central tenet of service delivery initiatives in the smart city of developing countries of Africa and the world. An evaluation into the role of model smart city in the public sector service delivery. Digital innovations and the development of smart city technologies. Strategies to manage smart city technologies by public service administrators. Then the last, that slide talks to the value of the study and the introduction of the smart city concept without the expected positivity to re-engineer the local sphere of government, and it cannot be a silver bullet to the basket of challenges facing local government. We understand, as discussed by other presenters here, local government is facing a plethora of challenges, the lack of trust that is shown by citizens, the lack of service delivery, which results in service delivery protests. But we are saying the introduction and the correct implementation of the smart city concept can serve as a panacea to some of the challenges that the public service, particularly municipalities, are facing. Then coming to the recommendations, Doc, building smart cities is not only the business of cities or the private sector. National government can and should play an enabling role to support innovative solution delivery, capacity building, and upscaling. I think Chapter 3 of the Constitution of the Republic details the three spheres of government as it has been alluded to, and the role of each sphere of government. But national government, by virtue of being the custodian of the Division of Revenue Act, because these smart cities will need some budget to be attached to it. If national government, as our recommendation, can play a pivotal role in ensuring that the smart city concept in South Africa becomes a reality, then measuring smart city performance is a complex task, but is critically required. Advancing the measurement agenda calls for a comprehensive, multi-sectoral, and flexible framework that is aligned with local and national strategic priorities, that embraces efficiency, effectiveness, and sustainability dimensions. This talk will mean it can be very difficult for us to say, for this municipality, really the concept of smart city is successfully implemented, unless we align the concept of smart cities with the indicators, the targets, the strategic planning document, and also the performance management strategy documents of the municipalities. Smart cities need smart governance. Business and contractual models need to adapt to rapidly changing urban environments and encompass a holistic approach, sometimes re-regulate rather than simply deregulating and leveraging public procurement, including the pre-procurement stage. We know just now, Doc, there has been a court ruling on depicting that government must desist from using PPPFA. And we understand that this is a derivative of Section 16 of Section 216 of the Constitution, which talks of competitive and open bidding. And therefore, this constitutional court ruling, if we can be able to infuse e-procurement in our procurement system, thus a core element of smart cities, then at least we can minimize the risk of corruption in our municipalities. Citizens are not the only recipients, but also actors of smart city policies. Putting people at the center of smart cities means co-constructing policies with citizens through the policy cycle. A lot has been said, talk about public participation, and the active participation of citizens in policy making. If we are to get it right as South Africa and other countries in the world, we need to involve citizens in formulating these smart city policies. In conclusion, Doc, we cannot do away with the issue of the fourth industrial revolution. The trend as seen in the paper is fast growing as government seeks to improve service delivery through virtual cities. There are so many benefits that comes with smart city innovations and technologies, but the challenges of cost and implementation is hampering progress in many nations. I think, Doc, that marks the end of my presentation, but in a nutshell, we're saying we need to advance the concept of smart cities to enhance service delivery so that services are brought to our people as it is outlined in the Constitution of the Republic, Section 195, that services must be delivered effectively, efficiently, and without bias. Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Langa, for the presentation. It's a very interesting topic, the issue of the smart cities. One will ask the readiness of all the municipalities, unless you introduce in different categories. Either you introduce a category A and you really see that is working. Because I know that there are category C municipalities that do not even manage to provide service delivery, the basic service delivery, or even they don't have even funds for them to provide services to their community. If they're not funded by the national government, nothing they will do. They will only get salaries without any service delivery. So I think there should be an examination on and examine or investigate more the capacity of this municipality. But to the presenters all, I really want to, can you share, Dr. Langa, the presentation, because we could not see your presentation. But to all the presenters of the session, I want to thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me not to tell you the times, to control the times. It's not easy. The time is limited that we were given. It's another session is about to start now in 5 minutes time. But thank you so much for your presentation, for the information that you have shared with us in this platform. In examining the issue of capacity and service delivery at municipal level. There are many key areas that have come out. The importance of training and empowering both the political leaders at local level, as well as the administrators at a local level, for them to be able to deliver the services to the community. And one other important area that has come up is the issue of public participation. A genuine public participation is needed for our people to be able to enjoy the fruits of their democracy. Other important matter is the availability of funding. There is no way that the municipality will be able to deliver any services without any funding available for those services. But as we said, this is a lot that we have learned, all of us differently from different angles. It's empowering to understand and see that. I would like to see that program which was initiated around the training and development in Gauteng to be implemented throughout South Africa for all the councillors in general, to be empowered for them to be able to deliver services to the communities. But I've not seen any questions on the chat relating to the presentations, but what has come out is that there's been some requests for copies of the presentation. If members, they can send the copies of their presentation to the presenter so that they can be shared to the participant. Once again, thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Josh, for my session. I hand over back to you for the next session to commence. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Dr. Mapasi, I'm very thankful to you for conducting this technical session too. And I feel that there are some important questions in the chat box. What we will do there, we will send the respective questions to the paper presenters so that they can have interactions with the paper presenters and the participants. In course of time, we will make an attempt for that. And really, it was very interesting, all the papers, I would like to say that there. And a very interesting point is that there is an attempt to construct an index based on the Bhattapile index. And that all contributors, paper contributors, I would like to thank all of you. And the way in which you conducted, we are also highly grateful and thankful to Dr. Mapasi for your chairing the session. Thank you, really, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Friends, now we have one more technical session on today. We are a little late by 10-15 minutes, but I think we can overcome that. Yeah. May I invite Professor Govinda Chandra Rath, Professor is J.B. Pants, Social Science Institute, Allahabad, Allahabad University, Allahabad, India. Professor Professor G.K. Rath.
Thank you, Professor Josh Chathukulam. I am very grateful to Professor Chathukulam and also our other two organizers, those who have taken very initiative to organize this wonderful webinar. There's a Professor Kingsley Agumar, Ghana, and Ms. Pumla Hinko, South Africa. Both are deserve to be very thankful for this organizing this seminar. So today, just my section is technical section 3, that is the citizen participation and publication and voluntarism at the local level. Because under this our main theme, that the grassroots participation and local development, learning from the People Plan campaign in Kerala and Bhattapile initiative in South Africa. These two initiatives are taken place at the local level. It shows that how the development process can be started at the local level. Because always we are talking about the development process from the up. But we have to think that how the development process can be started from the bottom. So this is the major theme of the present seminar, present webinar, what this Chathukulam and his colleagues have organized it. So my section is that basically that how the citizen participation, participation and public action and voluntarism at the local level. The three dimensions, how to contribute to at the grassroots level to initiate the development process. So this is the three major themes on which all the paper presenters will address it. So what happens is that I think that it will start at 7:50. So now it is 7:11 already and 4 minutes late. And I think I have to say something about this webinar and that how our paper presenter will take care of the time management. Because I am very thankful and I also expect that all the paper presenters will take care of the time. Because already they have told me that you have to complete all the sections within the time limit, because obviously we are always bound with the time. So all the paper presenters will take care of it. And in this present section, we have almost 6 papers will be presented, and the four papers on the South Africa. One is in Northeast India, and another one paper is a very conceptual work. These 6 papers will be paper presenters of the 6 papers. They will take giving the 15 minutes each, and after they try to complete within their time limit. when the question answer section will be held after the end of all the paper presentation. And also what happened then, we'll make the general discussion and we'll try to contribute to certain things. The major theme of the webinar, which is the, to what extent it will help to publish in a good form. And that will be always we have to in the mind. So our paper presenters will be, I think all the paper presenters will be introduced to themselves. First is the Enalin Darari, Associate Professor, Department of Public Management and Leadership, Faculty of Humanities, Nelson Mandela University, South Africa. And second is the Mosemka Osia Mokle, Department of Public Management and Leadership, that's the Nelson Mandela University, and another thing, he's from the South Africa. And third presenter is Lubni Nadbi, he's from University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. And next is the Dasarath Shetty and Sheila Bhule. So, they are from the South Africa. And the Dasarath Shetty is the project executive at the Etuini Municipality, Durban, South Africa, and adjunct professor in management studies at Durban University of Technology, South Africa. And Professor Sheila Bhule, she is from the Department of Sociology, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, University of Zululand, South Africa. And Budhu Bahadur Lama is the Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, School of Social Science, Sikkim in Central University, Gangtok, Sikkim, India. And A.S.S. Sri Kumar is the former Professor, Government College, Andaman and Nicobar Island, and he is the Chairman of CRM, Kerala, India. So these are the 6 presenters. I think they will present their paper one by one. Now may I request to Enalin Darari to start his paper presentation.
Good afternoon. So I'm going to be talking about an assessment of policy capacity for good, sustainable governance. And then, so the discussion will go as follows. I will briefly look at the Bartopele principles and then look at the service dimension quality, the service quality dimensions as espoused by Parasutinam, Gonorrhoes, all the seminal authors that have spoken and written about service quality. Now, one of the things that I picked up in the previous presentations, specifically my South African colleagues, is that we have all showcased the Bartopele principles all over on various pamphlets, in customer care charters, on the walls of governments, offices, etc. And last night when I looked at some of the images of Bartopele, this is one of the ones that I came across, which obviously means that the average public official is familiar with all the principles. And there was a time when public officials even did a little sketch and a little dramatic engagement with Bartopele, and they had a little song that they sang about Bartopele, and a little hand clapping, musical hand clapping that signified Bartopele. Fundamentally, that should have signified also a commitment then to service quality. And we could recite, there was a time where we could recite the Bartopele principles, and there was much excitement about how we want to actually engage with just general service delivery and service quality. Subsequently, that seems to have evaporated. That level of excitement, that level of ingrainment with service quality and service delivery somehow seems to have dissipated. One of the things that I often say to some of my students as well, being an academic, is that before I'm an academic, I'm also a citizen of this country. So I have vested interest in making sure that our government actually lives up to its promise and to the constitutional principles that is espoused in many of the documents, as have been indicated, particularly as indicated by Carmen's study earlier on. So Bartopele, people first. What does that mean? It is invested in all the dimensions of service quality. And what is service quality? A service is either an engagement between two individuals, and one is the recipient of a tangible or intangible delivery. And what is this influence, and what is the outcome of it? Or and what is the relationship? Service quality dimensions includes tangibles, but I also want to say intangibles. Reliability. I should knowingly, as a citizen of this country, know that I can reliably go to any government department, and at that moment in time, I will be able to obtain the service that I, as a citizen, have come for, because that department actually is there for a particular purpose. That implies then that the public servant will be responsive to my needs, and I can be assured that there's going to be service delivery on time, in time, and correctly. Equally, that there's going to be a level of empathy. All of these dimensions actually lead to the outcome, which is service quality. That translates also to performance. It fundamentally means that government is performing, government is responsive, and government aspires to facilitate a quality of life for citizens here and now, but also for the future, which is why earlier on we spoke about innovation. It fundamentally means government is in touch with what it is supposed to be doing and how it is doing it. And so moving on, we heard all about the governance challenges. We heard about the challenges at local government, national government, provincial government. They seem to be everywhere. They seem to be in our face as citizens first. They seem to be in our face as voters in South Africa, in Ghana, in India. Everywhere, it seems to be that there is a governance challenge. And this governance challenge is also communicated in the Sustainable Development Goals. And the Sustainable Development Goals really is about extending service delivery to each and every one, but also making sure that the service delivery that is actually espoused leaves no one behind, that no citizen is actually challenged purely because what government promised in its policy parameters is actually not being delivered. And so we need to start asking then, if we seem to be having governance challenges that almost seems insurmountable, does that impact on actually the realization of sustainable development in future? It fundamentally means if we have bad governance, who are we leaving behind? And is this short term? Is this long term? Rather, on the contrary, it appears to be that we are in for the long haul with bad governance because we have not been able to turn the tide. Much is reported about bad governance in South Africa, in Ghana, in India. It is constant. Media has made it absolutely a constant reminder. Equally, citizen trust is at its lowest in Africa. The Afrobarometer shows that the average person does not trust that the public service will actually deliver on its promises. It's reputational. The average person does not trust that the government will actually do what it is intended to do. And so it has huge ramifications. So bad governance constantly in our newspapers and across our media. And so how do we begin to turn the tide? And what does sustainable governance require? Sustainable governance requires performance. It requires a commitment to performance, and performance is defined and measured in terms of strategic, functional, and technical implementation of objectives with accompanying targets and indicators that inform service delivery. That means that we have the policy capacity to do so. That also then means that we have skilled public officials, we have committed public officials, we have both top and bottom monitoring and evaluation constantly happening. Performance is the rate of tangible and intangible change that citizens want to see, experience, and observe. It means that there needs to be synergy between what government does and what citizens actually expect. It means then that we have to revisit the principles of good governance. And these principles require of, firstly, government, because if we have a bureaucracy, it means that we expect of this bureaucracy to be accountable, to be transparent, to be participatory, to be consensus orientated, hence reference to citizen engagement, citizen monitoring. Right now, citizen monitoring is informing us that there is bad governance. Citizen monitoring is informing us that they are not happy with the way government is doing things. Citizen monitoring is informing us that they don't trust government. So citizen monitoring actually tells us that we are not actually inculcating good governance in South Africa. We are not inculcating good governance in our level of performance at local, provincial, and national government. And this has been presented throughout the day. In fact, that we are faltering and we are leaving people behind on account of poverty, ill health, etc., because service delivery is not on time. And so moving forward, organizational performance, the policy capacity. Organizational performance is the sum total of systems, processes, and resource allocation, as well as the display of competence and commitment by officials, leading to appropriate output and outcome in the service delivery chain. It means that if a pothole is being fixed, that we can guarantee that that pothole is competently fixed, that we're not going to come back to the pothole tomorrow and it as actually it reappears. Organizational trust and confidence is transactional. If we don't trust government, we withhold our vote. If we don't trust that government is going to do what we need to do, we then indicate that there is a level of dissatisfaction, and informed by the level of reliable performance and service quality of the local sphere of government. Ask yourself, when last did you actually positively indicate that you received good service from a particular government department? And if that is the case, then we need to laud that particular service, because it is because trust in the organization and the commitment this demonstrated by public officials is actually transactional. We, the citizens, actually indicate our level of transactional engagement. And so organizational performance is also internal. It is not only external to the organization. Internal assessment of performance is defined and informed by performance planning and auditing, and we need that level of capacity. Performance planning also requires a skilled and competent staffing complement to comply with performance measures. It requires expertise. It requires a consistent, trained workforce, which means then that levels of turnaround should be navigated. Levels of vacancies should be navigated in the best interest of service delivery. Resources, human, financial, etc. All the resources should be available to make service delivery fluid. Financial accountability. We need to ensure that there is integrity with tax, with regards to taxpayers' money, because we are talking about a public service functional within the realm of taxpayers' money. And then, of course, integrity and moral leadership. And that goes to displaying certain values and principles that espouses for the greater good. And so in recognizing one of my students who assisted with the study, Mr. Zazi, we did a study in a district rural municipality. And the case study is district rural governance. Now, district rural governance is always shortchanged in terms of the quality of service delivery, more so than its urban counterpart. And what did we do? We sought to assess the involvement and knowledge of all officials implementing organizational performance, and to assess perception of responsive governance with particular reference to service delivery provided. Simply, we asked, do you know what you're doing? Do you know the legislation? Do you know what performance means? Do you have the capacity to do what you are supposed to be doing. That is, in simple language, what we did. It was a qualitative study, and we engaged with various managers, senior managers in the district municipality, as well as affiliated municipalities. And we also did some group discussions with officials at all ranks across the municipality. And we were guided by the Public Service Regulation, requiring executive authority to give meaning to the Batupele principles from a strategic managerial vantage. Managers are supposed to guide the process of service delivery improvement plans, which fundamentally means that there's got to be baseline information available to make sure that in future service delivery is actually improved upon, and that there's baseline information where there are skills deficits to make sure that service delivery gaps are actually addressed. And so the findings, part of the participants expressed knowledge of the concepts of performance management relative to legislation, the policy capacity, indicated that they actually knew what the regulations actually says. They also confirmed that their understanding of performance related to tools that seeks to monitor and assess service delivery. And so one said, it tells us where is the institution, where it stands in terms of reaching its goals and objectives. Are we performing to what the accounting officer and the mayor have agreed to for the financial year, or are we deviating? It tells us where are we and where should we improve. So principally, they understood the legislation, they understood the parameters, they understood the necessity for performance, and in terms of that, they had the capacity to actually analyze service delivery gaps and service delivery quality gaps as well. And so we move forward. Unit directors and senior managers cited a challenge with performance information, which points to a lack of technical skills in the planning and determination of accurate indicators in the definition of targets and assessment of progress. An interviewee stated, there are challenges with the quality of the evidence provided substantiate whatever achievement is being reported. The main issue is we struggle with the usefulness of the data that is being provided, that at times it is irrelevant or on what is being reported. Baseline information is critical to benchmark either whether we are actually addressing service delivery, and importantly, are we addressing service quality? If we are able to find a benchmark, we need to determine what is it that we're doing well. If there's a gap, we need to go back to that baseline information. What is the baseline information telling us, and how should we progress? So monitoring and evaluation is a particular policy capacity that we need to enhance to make sure that we improve service quality for effective service delivery. And of course, so then the recommendations from some of the recommendations from the study, standard operating procedures. We live in a changing environment. Some of the participants said that we do have standard operating procedures, but that they are outdated. So fundamentally, standard operating procedures need to be devised where they are absent, need to be adhered to and complied to, and be revised as policies and statutes are actually amended, or as new programs are actually implemented, so that they are aligned. Standard operating procedures include internal service quality that defines how units engage in the service delivery chain, recognition that there is a service delivery chain, that nobody actually operates in isolation of the next. This includes basic administrative standards such as turnaround times at street level, where liaison with clients takes place within defined timeframes, leading to responsive engagement. And then focused monitoring and evaluation training. The training should include technical areas that will lead to skills development for the collection and collation of program and project performance information. Secondly, technical skills training and to enhance in the interpretation analysis of qualitative and quantitative information. In addition, the training should include the development of technical expertise in service quality indicators. I think Carmen mentioned that quite a bit earlier on. So in conclusion, performance planning and management requires astute organizational leadership that places accountability at the core and is value-driven while focusing on collaborative efforts and inclusivity in performance planning and implementation. We need to make sure that for sustainable governance and for the future, as well as for current citizens, that performance planning for service delivery is effective. Therefore, accountability is both internal to the organization in terms of compliance with the system's process, as well as being external. Performance can be realized where there's a strong, cohesive administrative interface, which is able to withstand or heed political intervention where necessary, and where competent and committed officials and ward councils are able to achieve service quality in service delivery. Thank you so much. Concluded.
Next presenter, please, Mosakama Osiamokhele.
Thank you very much. Let me try to share my screen. Prof. Dry, I think you need okay.
Yes, I'm trying to, I'm just trying to move myself. There we go. All good.
All right. Okay. Let me quickly check. Okay. Where is my, this one? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mosakama Osiamokhele. I'm a lecturer at the Department of Public Management and Leadership at the University of Nelson Mandela. My paper is based on a decentralized disaster risk management, where I'm trying to make sense of the whole policy that delegated the responsibility of disaster risk management at the local and municipal level. The paper is located into three central questions, so three focuses, where I'm looking into what exactly has been moved to local municipalities since the promulgation of the Disaster Management Act, which was amended in 2015, and also in the National Disaster Management Framework. But there we're looking into the knowledge of the legislation and policy framework of the local and municipal officials. And also, since we know that the municipalities are the closest sphere to communities, how are they expected to respond to disaster hazards or implement disaster risk reduction activities if the Disaster Management Act says that they are not mandated to establish disaster management center? And in doing so, that I'm looking into how the local municipalities implement these functions of this, we call it disaster risk management. And also the last focus is that the legislations make it a requirement for metropolitan and district municipalities to establish disaster management centers in their area of jurisdictions. But also the Act also says that the municipality, through those established disaster management centers, they may operate such centers in partnership with local municipality, meaning that it's either they operate that with local municipality or not. So it's still the decisions of the disaster district municipality and metropolitan municipalities to do so. But then the functions are also given to local municipalities, and in doing so that we're checking into institutional capacity of the disaster risk management in the local municipalities. The areas that are established in this paper is that the promulgation of the Disaster Management Act has been developed due to failures of the old Disaster Management Act, which was called Civil Protection Act. There's the failure of that. It was due to Cape Flats floods that occurred in 1994, where it left many people devastated and vulnerable. And through that development, then we saw that the function has been placed in each sphere of government, but there is a catch in that the placement of the function. Then we witnessed that the function has been placed in the national government, provincial government, the disaster management centers are placed, but at a local sphere of government, only disaster management metropolitans, which is falls within category A, and also district management, district municipalities are the only ones who have this disaster management centers. But the constitution, the act says that local municipalities, which is a category B, are not obligated to establish disaster management center, but they can establish coordinating structures. But when we see that also this National Disaster Management Center, PDMCs, MDMCs, DDMCs are also delegated with the very same roles, where they are delegated with coordinating roles by the Disaster Management Act. And the problem with this coordinating roles is that metropolitan municipalities and district municipalities are delegated with the same coordinating roles that have this equal powers, meaning that it's difficult for metropolitans to instruct the district municipalities to implement the functions, because you can't instruct me if we have same powers. That is a problem with the coordinating roles. And also the PDMCs are not responsible for the municipalities, but the act gave them the coordinating roles to coordinate the functions, the functions of the local spheres or disaster management centers that are established at the municipal level. In this structure that I was trying to show that, as I've mentioned, that the metropolitans is in category A, and the category C, which is category B, which is our local municipalities, and the category C is the district municipalities. But what we see that in category C, we also have category B, but then we don't have any category in A, meaning that the metro municipalities don't have any of those municipalities. This study was conducted through qualitative, where the interviews were conducted with these respective people, and it was conducted through teams. As I've shown the total of the participants as chosen, and we had 34 people, and then the interviews were structured into three categories that I've mentioned: the knowledge, understanding and interpreting of the Disaster Management Act, and also the National Disaster Management Framework from these municipalities. And the findings shows that the people from NDMC and Kokta PDMC and Salga have an in-depth understanding of the requirements of the Disaster Management Act and the NDMF in terms of implementation and interpreting those requirements. Those at the metropolitan and district municipalities, they don't have in-depth understanding. At least they are better than those at the local municipalities, but those at the local municipalities argue that it's not that they don't understand that, but the issue is that they not, in most cases when disaster occurs, they are not given a responsibility to respond, and those functions are taken by the higher authority, which is the Disaster Management Center at the provincial and at the national level. And we've also seen that during COVID-19, where the role of municipalities in general were nowhere to be seen. It disappeared, where the national government and the provincial government they took the whole roles, which is the coordinating roles and the implementation roles. The municipality didn't do any, local municipality didn't do anything. Hence, we're saying that their roles in that sense were regarded as rhetorical, and also it's difficult. They've argued that it's difficult for them to take the roles of disaster risk management to communities because they are not given an opportunity to do so by the higher authority. Hence, in municipality, disaster risk reduction activities are no way in some municipalities are non-existent. The second theme was in the implementation of decentralized disaster risk management, where the DMA and DMF in actual practice, it's seen as a rhetorical in terms of institutional disaster risk management, because these issues that the requirements of the Disaster Management Act and the National Disaster Management Framework are non-existent, are not integrated in the IDP that is required by the DMA. And one of the requirement is that the involvement of communities should be a priority, because when disaster occurs, the people who respond first are the local municipalities and the communities. When by not integrating their active participation, then it always leaves them in vulnerable conditions. And but if we do so, then we are contributing to one of the principles of building resilient communities. And they further say that instead of formulating locally constant specific DRM policies, local municipalities are still only using the act for their daily operations. And those challenges, it has been seen in most cases when they respond to disaster, they are always reactive. They are not proactive because they don't have the mitigation strategy in place. And like I mentioned, that the MDMC and DMC are given equal coordinating roles together with the line departments like the Department of Water and Sanitation, Department of Forest, Environmental and Forestry, which is responsible for drought, fire. So they have equal responsibility. And in terms of implementing this decentralized disaster management, it's always a problem because no one to tell anyone what to do and what not to do because they have equal responsibility. And also this contributes to lack of commitment from coordinating structure, hence in most cases, and especially like an example, I said during COVID-19, we saw how the coordination and response was handled, which was the responsibility of the national and provincial government, of which it shouldn't be the responsibility, especially the issue of the implementation, but they're responsible for coordination. And also the role of municipalities when were not visible, it disappeared. We only see those higher authorities during that period of COVID-19 response. Hence, we're saying that the role of local municipalities are captured by the highest level of government. And also lack of political commitment was the main issues, but they further said like lack of education or knowledge of discipline from politicians and to implement the disaster risk management with the premise of decentralization is still a problematic because the argument was that the placement of the function should be goes to the higher or should be placed in the political office for quicker decision making. But the problem is that what if the politicians are not interested in the disaster risk management and also they don't have knowledge regarding that, even if we say that it should be placed there, what would happen because they are still struggling with implementing basic service delivery. But if we take this function that is so critical, then what's going to happen? And also, it contributes to poor decision-making or slow decision-making process. And another finding was that while the implementation of the disaster risk management is the problem, funding is more vital as it impedes the function because we've seen that the disaster risk management is not, it doesn't have a specific budget. The budget is within the other line items of every municipalities. And in some instances, politician uses this function as a milking cow to get funding from the national treasury, and the latter they use that money for political mobilization or other political activities. Hence, this function in most municipalities regarded as an ad hoc function because there is no agency or it has never been prioritized. And the last one is the involvement of stakeholders, where we see that since the disaster management says that the function must be inclusive of multi-sectoral, multi-sectors within and within and outside the organizations. But then in actual practice, we see that there is no community task team on the disaster risk reduction that is in place in various municipalities, because having this, it will help in recruiting those communities to be part of the institutional arrangements for disaster risk management. But for the absence of this, it's critical. And also there is a weak collaborations amongst the sectors that are involved in the institutional arrangement. And some disaster management centers do not have municipal disaster management advisory forum, which is it's regarded as important by the Act. And the absence of such body also, it has been argued that it impedes fair stakeholder coordination and integration, where it also includes it hampers active participation of vulnerable communities in disaster risk reduction activities, because the common understanding is that within those stakeholders' involvement, the community is important, but what lacks with the Act is that it does not explain what constitutes the community, because everyone is regarded as the community. Because of time, because I'm behind, one of the issues is the need to integrate all these activities in the integrated development plan. But this study finds out that the municipalities, some municipalities don't have integrated development plan. Even those who have integrated development plan, these activities are not integrated. Even those who integrated these activities of disaster risk management, the IDP doesn't explain how the disaster risk management should be implemented. Lack of resources is that the disaster management practitioners in various disaster management centers, they're not qualified for carrying out this function. Hence, there is a lack of understanding what the Act and policy framework requires. And one of the issues is that in South Africa, we have only 2 PhD graduates who hold position as a head of the disaster management center in the whole South Africa. And both, one is in the national, one is in the provincial, and both are placed in Gauteng, not in other provinces. And recommendation, lastly, let me be quick, 1 minute, is that we're saying that since they say that there is a requirement to have the municipal disaster management framework, it needs to be legislated to enforce its existence in the Act, not to say that it's important, but it's not legislated. And the role of communities or establishment of community tasks must be legislated to enforce compliance or inclusion of the communities during the implementation of the function. And the placement of the disaster management should also be taken into consideration, while the issues of educational background of politicians or understanding of the function is taken into consideration because it's critical. And lastly, coordinating responsibility of the function during various disaster response must be strengthened, instead of using national government structures like we saw in during COVID-19, where the intergovernmental structures at the district level was not used, which is a relevant structure to respond to COVID-19, but was not used by then the opt for national and the provincial. And also the wording in the DMA must be given legal power, such as may, instead of saying must, because if we say may, then I might and might not, but if we say must, then we give it an enforceable compliance and make obligation of district municipalities to operate these centers in collaboration with local municipalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mosia Mokhele. He's very widely discussed about that how the the disaster risk management is not working at the lower level. And he covers various aspects that there is a local knowledge, local people, they do not have the legislative knowledge, and how they are facing the challenge, and the political forces, how they are also not supporting to it. But all the things he has to discuss, which are make the challenge to function the way at the local level. So with it, thanks to him, now I may request to Lubni Nadvi to present his paper.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Please allow me to share my screen. Thank you very much. I hope I'm coming through audibly, Chair, if you could kindly confirm. Chairperson, am I audible to everyone?
Yeah, yes, fine, fine.
Thank you so much. So my paper is titled The Impact of the Cadre Deployment Policy on the Delivery of the Batho-Pele Principles in Local Government in South Africa. Just by way of introduction, I am a political scientist based at the School of Social Sciences at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So my area is sort of focusing on a kind of more political science perspective on the topic. And to move on, I will be basically focusing on 4 key aspects, and these are as follows. Looking at firstly, what is Batho-Pele and its principles? Secondly, what is cadre deployment? Thirdly, what has been the impact of cadre deployment on the delivery of Batho-Pele principles? What is the consequence of the impact of cadre deployment on Batho-Pele within the local government sector in South Africa? And let me start off by talking about what is Batho-Pele and its principles. And as previous presenters have already gone through Batho-Pele, I'm not going to go into it in detail because it's fairly self-explanatory and it has already been discussed to some degree. But basically, it's a Sotho term which means people first, and it emerged out of the South African government's white paper on transforming public service delivery, which was published in '97. And it has 8 principles as follows, which I will just repeat, although they've been discussed before. Firstly, consultation. Secondly, service standards. Thirdly, courtesy. Fourthly, access. Fifth, information. Sixth, openness and transparency. 7, dealing with complaints. And 8, giving best value. So clearly, these are very important aspects of any service delivery plan, and therefore, they have a lot of significance within the South African space. Now, we know that there have been serious challenges with the application of Batho-Pele, and this is where the discussion now comes to. All of these principles are meant to be implemented by all national and provincial departments of government as part of their public service delivery commitments to the people of South Africa. And the inclusion of these principles were intended to ensure that all service delivery by the public sector will be of the highest quality for all citizens and residents of South Africa. However, the reality on the ground, as experienced by South Africans, is that service delivery in all sectors has unfortunately progressively deteriorated over the last 28 years of democracy, and this has included social welfare, development, education, and health. I want to now focus on the issue of cadre deployment, because it's a term that we hear about very often, but perhaps is not dealt with in any great detail. So cadre deployment is a practice and a policy. It's actually a policy position of the African National Congress, which is a ruling party in South Africa, and which the ANC, as part of its resolution on deployment, policy, which it adopted in '97, has been implementing, and it refers to the ANC's systematic placement of party loyalists in the public service and in state-owned enterprises. And these party loyalists are also referred to as cadres. So this practice has resulted in the appointment of officials in government departments and SOEs that are party loyalists since the ANC took power in 1994. And as a consequence of these deployments of cadres into the public sector, the focus of service delivery to the public has unfortunately shifted, and I make this argument, and many other analysts have done the same, has shifted considerably from Batho Pele, that is people first, to ANC first. And while the deployment of party loyalists by the ruling party to strategic positions within the public sector is a common practice globally, and it's done in other countries, it has unfortunately taken on a particular form in South Africa, resulting in massive corruption and ultimately state capture. Now, it's important then to look at what has been the impact of cadre deployment on the delivery of Batho Pele principles. So, as I mentioned, ANC party loyalists are appointed to particular positions or prominent positions within government departments and state-owned enterprises, and they are expected, or the purpose of the appointment is that they are expected to advance the party line in terms of the party policy and implementation within these sectors. However, what seems to have happened is that the mandate to advance the party line has been largely replaced with a particular form of ANC loyalty, which is the belief that economic, political, and social benefits can be derived from being a cadre deployment in specific sectors. And so consequently, a particular culture has developed within the public sector, which is commonly referred to as the tenderpreneur culture. And my South African colleagues would be familiar with this term to quite a significant degree. And this refers to the practice of ANC cadre appointees ensuring that tenders for goods and services required by government departments and SOEs are inevitably given to particular service providers, albeit that they are done through procurement processes which are legal, sometimes not so illegal. And this is done so that a portion of the money that is paid for that service is diverted or paid out to them. And so this is something that we see happen quite frequently. Now, what does this result in? What are some of the kind of implications of this? Individuals who do not have the relevant qualifications and experience to do the job that they are appointed to are usually appointed simply because they are expected to engage in corrupt practices. Very often there's this expectation by those that have put them there or have facilitated their appointment that they will be, that those appointees will be doing certain things. So in this way, public funds, which is taxpayer funds, are used to enrich public officials who are cadre deployments of the ANC, and the actual service itself is often of inferior quality, resulting in the Batho Pele principles being compromised and there being large-scale corruption. Now, in the period of 2007 to 2021, there has been a visible increase in state corruption, particularly under the Jacob Zuma administration, generally termed state capture. And in 2018, the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, corruption, and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state, which is also called the Zondo Commission of Inquiry, was set up to investigate allegations made by whistleblowers and those who were attempting to expose state capture. Now, our media in South Africa has been very sort of vocal and visible in following the issue of corruption and state capture. And one of our prominent media houses, the Daily Maverick, has been doing great work on this. And the Daily Maverick estimates that by the end of 2021, there have been approximately 32 major corruption scandals in South Africa. Of course, there are many more, but these are some of the larger ones. And this little graphic, and unfortunately, there's so much information in it, I couldn't actually put all of it up so that it's visible, but I can make it available, will speak to all of the kind of, the Daily Maverick has done this really great job of putting this together as a table. So you can see from pretty much 1996 till 2021 what has been some of these corruption scandals where money has been sort of channeled through various sources and so on to get into the pockets of particular individuals. So just now to come to some kind of conclusion, what is the consequence of the impact of cadre deployment on Batupele within the local government sector in South Africa? And of course, we know that when corruption happens, there are serious consequences. So given the recent findings of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, corruption and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state, it becomes clear that the extent, depth, and magnitude of corruption in the public sector, especially at the local government level, has been huge. And these findings have revealed that the institutions at the local government level, which is basically meant to be the guardian of Batupele principles, have been significantly compromised and effectively hollowed out due to the replacement of the principle of people first with, as I mentioned earlier, ANC or me first. And the physical manifestations of these compromises are that, there's poor services or lack of services available at local government. So I want to just list what, some of these sort of lack of services are. And, as South Africans and residents of South Africa, we've gone through this over and over again. So we find, in terms of actual, poor or no services, dilapidated public infrastructure such as roads with potholes and unkempt public parks, public transport services and infrastructure such as railways and buses not functioning properly, refuse not collected regularly, public health clinics and hospitals with no medication or regular medical staff and deaths of patients due to negligence, public schools without resources, textbooks or adequate teachers, constant load shedding, cutting off of electricity, which is basically the cutting off of our electricity supply, inadequate or no water supply, law enforcement services being under-resourced and poorly trained, resulting in high levels of crime, especially GBV, disaster management services being slow to react to disasters, and the list can go on. Now, I've painted something of a bleak picture. And, it is unfortunately very serious and we have to take it seriously. However, to give the ANC some credit, it has attempted to, in response to the criticism from various sectors, which is, of course, the South African, electorate, the business sector, and a whole range of other stakeholders, the ANC has attempted to embark on a process of renewal to attempt to address the many concerns raised by the public and the multiple stakeholders. But the question of whether this renewed process, which it is currently undertaking, is going to actually bring about some relief, because at the moment we're all going through load shedding, and there are hours, several hours at a time when South Africans are without electricity. This has a huge impact on businesses and livelihoods. So just to sum up, the issue of cadre deployment, which is basically that incompetent individuals and corrupt individuals having been deployed to certain key positions in our local government and our basically all our government departments and public sector departments, has meant that this issue of state capture has been quite huge. Now, state capture is another subject all on its own, so it's very difficult for me to cover, but basically we've had several reports just released which detail how this corruption has unfolded, who are the people who are involved, and there's this expectation that some of these people will now be prosecuted and that the law will take its course. But this practice of cadre deployment has been very destructive. And the President has recently committed to ensuring that moving forward, the President of South Africa that is, that moving forward the ANC is going to ensure that it embarks on this process of renewal and relooks at some of his policies with regards to who are the people who are appointed in key positions, and to ensure that the proper and properly qualified individuals will actually be appointed. So that is basically the situation at the moment. And although I might have painted something of a bleak picture, we hope that all of this focus on the issue of corruption and state capture will now make the ruling party in South Africa take a note. Otherwise, it's going to face some serious consequences at the next national elections, which is scheduled for 2024. So I will leave it there, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. The Professor Nazbi, just you have presented very much on your that how the cadre policy is affecting to the measure of this Bathopel schools. Now I may request to Dasarath Sethi and Sheetal Bhule to present their papers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Yes,
Dr. Bula will.
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Bula will put up the presentation.
I'm not allowed to share at the moment.
What we attempt.
Yes.
Sorry, Lubna's presentation is still visible.
Yes. That audible, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, what we attempt to do in this presentation is to look briefly at the concepts of customers and the concept of citizen, and to see which is the appropriate term that we should be using in the South African context. And this is because you will find that in most of the literature and in the parlance that we've been used to hearing today, we've heard about citizenry, but occasionally we hear about customers, and it seems to be used synonymously in some instances. So, for example, in the city of Durban, we have customer care centers that are called Sizakala centers, and they are supposed to look after the provision of services, the issues and complaints, and so on for our citizenry. And what we want to ask is, does the language that we use expose the ideology from which it comes? Are there contradictions in terms of the way in which we speak? Does it create perceptions and expectations? And in doing this, we attempted to do a brief survey with politicians, officials in the municipality, civil society leaders, and academics. And the presentation must be regarded as a work in progress because we have not reached the point of interviewing leaders from the informal settlements and more civil society leaders, but we have some preliminary conclusions in terms of what we found to date. And the reason the informal settlements are so important in the context of Durban is that we have 569 informal settlements within the municipal boundaries. And well over 1 million people live in those informal settlements. And in total in Durban, we have a population of about 3.9 million people. So a significant number live there and have been really suffering as a result of the recent floods. And you may know that we've had two devastating disasters in a period of a month. But to begin the presentation, I'd like to ask Dr. Bula to talk about the concept of citizenship. And then I will talk briefly about language and the leadership perceptions as we found them and the preliminary conclusions that we've arrived at.
So citizenships, all citizens are equally entitled to the rights, privileges, and benefits of a citizenship. So here we are, and we also want to understand that there are duties and responsibilities of citizenship. Human dignity plays a pivotal role and central to the rights of the cornerstone of democracy in South Africa. It enshrines the rights of all of our citizens in our country and affirms the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. So everyone has the right to life. Everyone has the right to access to adequate housing, healthcare services, sufficient food and water, social security, and especially if they're unable to support themselves and their dependents. So we look at citizenship, and really, I mean, we have certain rights, we've got responsibilities, duties, understanding the concept of freedoms, full political rights, more importantly as well, the right to vote, to hold public office, and all of that is predicated on the term citizenship. The average responsibilities of citizenship are allegiance, taxation, and military. But it is also deemed as the most privileged form of nationality. So there are various academic interpretations and concepts of understanding citizenship. The term is used in international law to denote all persons with whom a state is entitled to protect. Nationality also serves to denote the relationship between states of entities rather than individuals, corporations, and ships. Just a little bit of background. The South African citizenship was modified by the move to constitutional democracy in 1993 and 1994 non-racial elections. So this emphasized the doctrine of equality within all spheres of life. And of course, this does not ignore the values of dignity or freedom, but finds in the equality the core of transformation called for by the post-apartheid South African Constitution. Here we look at customer rights. So it's a person or company that receives, consumes, or buys a product or services, and of course has the right to choose between different goods and suppliers. The main goal of all commercial enterprises, just go back. I don't know what happened there, 1 minute. There we go. The main goal of all commercial enterprises is of course to attract customers, attract the sales or clients and make them purchase what they have on sale. So your customer satisfaction is actually defined as a measurement that determines how happy a customer is in relation to the company's products, services, and capacities or capabilities. And it provides marketers and business owners information and important data in terms of how they can use and manage and improve their businesses or their service delivery and products. So consumers, and I must also indicate as well, literature has indicated that there is an overlap in definitions and the use of concepts between customer and consumer. So consumer are protected by the Consumer Bill of Rights, and the bill, as I've indicated, there clearly states that that consumers have a right to be informed, right to choose, the right to safety, the right to be heard, the right to have problems corrected, the right to consumer education, and the right to service. Prof?
Thank you. Okay, I think the Batho-Pele principles have been dealt with in detail throughout the day. It's not necessary for me to go through it again. Suffice it to say that in these principles, the word citizens is used in every one of the principles. So the language used is consistent with our approach to human rights and to dignity as prescribed in the Constitution and followed through in many of our progressive documents. If we move to the next slide, we will see that there are quality service delivery standards which we are supposed to uphold consistent with Batopele principles. And I think to some extent this was also discussed during the course of the day, and I won't go into that at this stage. So if we move to number 5, on the role of language, it comes closer to what we're attempting to do or explain or expose in this presentation. Now, Murray Edelman, in his book, Words That Succeed and Policies That Fail, and this was written in 1977 in elites and non-elites, that facilitate the quiescent acceptance of
I can't hear.
Poverty and inequality. Hear me now? Mr. Chairman, is that okay now?
Okay, yes. Yes.
All right, so I was talking phenomenological approach to the use of language.
It's not audible, please.
And how it is used to, so I'm not sure what the problem is.
I think there may be some problem at your end, because what we can hear from the sound from the chairman.
So you still can't hear me at all.
Will you go for next presentation?
Okay, could I ask Dr. Bula to take you through this then?
Yes.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So Prof was discussing the number 5, does language reflect perceptions, expectations, and underlying ideology? Why is there value attached to customer or versus citizen, human settlements or housing? And these are all basic fundamentals that we all have the right to. So what exactly are we reflecting in terms of a choice of words, vocabulary, and explanations here? The classic example is poverty alleviation, poverty relief, or poverty eradication. And this is something that's been widely studied by scholars globally. And you've got human capital or labor, social capital, civil society. So these are just some of the examples. And if you look in terms of the play of language, the terminology, and the neoliberal usage of these within the developmental local government. I'm going the context and use of them. I'm battling to change my screen. Please bear with me. It's not allowing me to shift it.
Professor Bula, please make it precise.
I have, 1 second. I'm frozen on my side.
Yeah, it's now audible, but you try to complete it within stipulated time.
Okay, not a problem. What I want to also just mention briefly as well is that if we look at the perceptions that come from academics in relation to leaderships, for instance, you've got a developmental context, but a neoliberal terminology that's been applied widely. Citizens are also customers. They've got rights and obligations, but consume and buy municipal services and are, of course, engaged in that manner. And then you've got developmental local government, which has obviously failed. Our demands have not been met, and very difficult and challenging relations between citizens and local governments. And I mean, there've been numerous examples and just broad challenges that Professor Chetty mentioned earlier on in terms of what our sector, the province in South Africa, has experienced. And then, of course, you've got a continuity from the apartheid-style protest. Conditions have not changed and expectations not met. And this, of course, stems from national to local government. And so local government has to provide services and facilitate developmental goals in terms of job creation, poverty eradication, and social cohesion. Ethnicity has been entrenched and worsened by, of course, monarchy and traditional leadership that has become very dominant and prevalent in the province of recent. If I'm going to move forward, I'm just going to try to see if I can shift it's not allowing me. I'm sorry about this. My screen is frozen on the side. If you go to the political input in terms of leadership perceptions, all right, they are saying citizens are customers. They're paying taxes, they've fuel levies, they are paying rent, they're paying towards the toll fees on the roads, and there's direct and indirect forms of taxation. And informal settlements pay indirectly, whilst homeowners and landowners pay directly. Tenants pay through their landlords. So every single individual or citizen are all customers. The ratepayers organization, for instance, have become ratepayers and residents associations for inclusivity in some areas. And we make reference here to a particular residential area that was predominantly in the apartheid area as Indian, that most homes have tenants and a high number of students in private blocks. And they all deserve a voice and service, of course. And development of local government is aimed at a better life for all, especially in terms of the poor, and of course, making quality services available to them and delivering to their needs and requisites. So here we've got a situation where they're saying there's good policies, but the gaps are in its capacity to implement these policies and have commitment towards meeting, these kind of good service deliveries. And the leadership contestation leads to no implementation or non-implementation as such. Here we've got leadership perceptions on civil society. So government now needs to build a social contract with the citizenry. There's a mixed economy that must strike a balance, people's needs and business. And there's a huge trust deficit. Nobody trusts anybody in terms of the trajectory of what has happened in recent years post-democracy. Dr. Nadvi also spoke about the corruption levels within municipal and official and local government, not just amongst citizen and civil society as well. There's, of course, public participation entails a convening of public meetings, explaining developmental procedures, questions, developmental programs in place, and there's been no meaningful participation, just a sort of a systematic approach that has meant that there's procedures that have been met and the boxes have been ticked, but in terms of actually application of meaningful participation, there seems to be a gap identified there. At the moment, the African National Congress operates a vote garnering machine. So we've moved away from a liberation objective, and the emphasis is now on leadership battles rather than, what needs to be done in terms of policies and the betterment of policies and so forth. And liberators have become careerists. And of course, that has also fueled the culture of corrupt businesses that have been thriving. So here we go to the leadership perceptions of officials. So politicians make promises that can't be kept. Corrupt politicians influence and coerce officials to take procurement decisions. The finances are not adequately understood. There's lack of engagement, lack of protocol, and of course, lack of management in that regard. Party and factional policies support their own policies, and factions within their parties, even of decisions that are basically patently wrong. Citizen is seen as the correct terminology. The city must provide basic services for all. Customers should be defined by the services they pay for: business licenses, business approvals for establishments and development. Community halls and cemeteries, for example, that are basically enabling the environment for businesses through infrastructural provisions. But naturally, these are the challenges. So stepping up and looking towards progressive and development in terms of public service policy, language and practice, the right to the city. Public protest action basically is a manifestation and a response to humiliation. There's been a long historical trajectory of resistance to social inequality. There's been continued responses of characteristics of apartheid resistance, seeking often to delegitimize the municipal or other authorities. And of recent, there's been more emphasis on policy debates and monitoring and evaluation, and a trend to reevaluate the macro economic policy content, use progressive language and quality delivery standards. They also
kindly end it, please. So over time.
Okay. Look, ideally, there should be consequences for criminal conduct, and the right to the city, those living in informal settlements, the economy has been disenfranchised, and based on that, there should be a right to participate in all politics so that we can develop a decent society. Urban politics and need to be included in the decisions that impact on their lives. So just quickly, in terms of what is a decent society and what is our roles in that, is when one which values of equality, has a social justice and a democracy, so that we can have a lived experience within human rights culture of one whose institutions do not humiliate people under their authority and whose citizens do not humiliate one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chetty and Professor Bhula. Now may I request to Bodhu Bahadur Lama to present his paper.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. I have some network issues, so I will not be able to present these PowerPoint presentations. So please do excuse me. Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. And even I extend my sincere thanks to all the organizing team, especially Dr. Jose, who has, accepted my paper and give me this opportunity to present my papers. Thank you very much. So without wasting any time, so I will present my paper. The title of my paper is Governance and People's Engagement, a study of localization in Northeast India. So what I mean to say is actually, we have seen the kind of development which is taking place in the Northeast India is not people-directed development or people-directed governance, right? So we have always seen that kind of development model which have been initiated is absolutely directed by the state. So let me see all those model of development as well as model of governance is really producing which we call something inclusive, which we call something flexible, which we call something, it involves the people in all aspects of its administration as well as governance. Now, when we talk about Northeast India, it refers in administrative and political sense to the 7 sisters and 1 brother. As we all know that Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, and Sikkim. All these 7 sisters and 1 brother shares international border with Myanmar, Mizoram, Nagaland, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and the Tibet areas of China. Northeast India has uncommon features in terms of geographical characteristics like natural resources, climate and topography, demographical variables like population size, age distributions, and spatial locations, political culture, social structures, and economic systems. As an essence, having rich insights in the socio-cultural heterogeneity, ethical and linguistic diversities at the regional levels, the people of Northeast have always demanded the traditional pattern of governance for their livelihood and for the sustainable development in the region. It is observed that the land is always owned and operated by community and viewed as an identity of the community as a whole. As we see, the mountains and the valleys are the identity of the tribals who live in Sikkim. The region is mostly inhabited by the hill tribes, plain tribes, and of course, non-tribal population of the plains. The people of the Northeast regions do not believe in a homogenizing pattern of governance, even at the local level. The local governance seems to be very close to the people, or door-to-state governance to the villagers. Likewise, localizations of SDGs in the region has no space for the people to be the partner in the process of development as noticed. Only institutions would be the partner of the state development. So people has no more considered as a partner of this development. The nature of governance for development at the local level seems to be exclusive, and no people engagement in the process of decision making. I mean, which is the biggest problems which we have seen in the Northeast India. So the paper, basically, my paper tries to examine traditional pattern of governance in the regional, in the Northeast region, keeping in mind how fruitful it is in terms of socio-cultural diversities and community-owned property than the state-sponsored homogenized pattern of the government in the region. In the phase of colonial period, Northeast India has been recognized as Nepha of Bengal province. The economic zone had been created, people of the region had been looked upon with the barbaric eyes and considered them as uncivilized. Unfortunately, this colonial identity of the region is carried out even in the post-colonial era. The state has always looked upon the region in terms of national security, 7 sisters and 1 brother, as a constructed identity of Northeast. This in the state-led planning system has been witnessed by the region. Like the region has been treated as a supplier of raw materials to the core states of India and identified as a peripheral state of the domestic model of development. So the region is labeled as underdeveloped, backward, and contentious borderland. Northeast has been kept out in the process of nation building in the post-independence era. The concept of ethno-nationalism gained a momentum in the regions with the notion of indigeneity guaranteed by the Article 371 of the Constitution of India, land holding pattern for the tribes, and the protections of indigenous people were not so far as the desires of the people of the region. So all this led to the inequality in the socio-cultural and economic lives of the people of the region. During 1960s and 1970s, Planning Commission of India has given a special attention, especially to Assam and Nagaland, and accordingly declared a special economic zones for the nation as a whole, for which extra developmental fund had been approved. But these funds were not properly channelized. During 1980s, military operations, notified area recognitions in the region had been executed. So altogether, 30 years of the regional development plan has not brought any change in the development process or governance in Northeast region. The era of economic reform since 1991 began with the notions of neoliberalism, open and unbound economic program, state capitalism, global capitalism, and so on and so forth. Nehruvian and Gandhian model of development remained as history. In the context of Northeast region, Government of India has initiated logistic projects like allocation of funds for infrastructural development, identification of strategically located region, logistic and infrastructures became the entry point. Lucas policy had been initiated to reimagine and to reintegrate the idea of Northeast India. And in 2008, in the regional document 2020, in the context of developing Northeast India, has been circulated in order to deconstruct or reconstruct the identity of the region. The era of post-2014 witnessed a development. One of the development which we can see is Bhupen Hazarika Setu. And that was the longest bridge among all the longest bridges in India, having the length of 9.5 kilometers. In addition, the Lucas policy has been changed into Actis policy with an idea of transforming Northeast India into a hub of global trade like oil, gas, coal, forest, water, biological research, mining project, mega project, steel industries, and the others. All these efforts represents top-down approach, which could not construct or reconstruct the idea of Northeast, and it was not inclusive in nature. That is why Professor Mahendra P. Lama viewed Northeast through his writings in 2019 as new dependency. With the introduction of liberal economy, accumulation of land and resources is no more in the hands of the indigenous people, and the encroachment of the market competitions and the state control over resources began to flow in orderly and disorderly manner. The region has many diversities on its nomenclatures. However, the region is mostly revolved around two important issues. One is the issue of land, and the other one is the relationship between land and citizenship. And even we have seen the issues of NRC and CAA. The land is considered as an identity of Northeast region, because land is such a sensitive issue in the region, which represents a sense of belonging to the land. The region is having communitarian ownership of land, even after having ethnic differences. Here in the region, people do love to do shifting cultivations, and they continue the same, where no capital, no accumulation of surplus value has been witnessed so far. About production relations of the people of the region, production relations refers to the land dual connotations. One is community ownership of land, which means social economy. And the second one is individual rights on the land, which is, which has no significance in terms of community rights. Community right. That means the individual has to sacrifice their rights so far. They have to sacrifice their rights for the sake of community interest or rights. So social economy has been started since colonial regime. State visualized the agricultural practices or a land of Northeast, which overlooked the concept of shifting cultivation as a way of the life of the people of the region. To expose the various connotations of the region during 1980s and the 90s periods, and settled cultivation got priority as initiated by the Indian state and regional states to replace shifting cultivations. So Sanjeev Barua is a very renowned professor and who has written so many research articles on Northeast India.
Dr. Lama, please complete it within 2 minutes.
Yes. So Sanjeev Barua concept of ethnometrology, he narrates how Gaon-Bura, a village headman, used to determine the degree of rainfall by looking at the sky and level of the clouds. And accordingly, people used to go to the highland for shelter if there would have been possibility of heavy rainfall. So here, he further said that every clan used to have a chief like a Gaon-Bura. With the passage of time and positive laws of the land, made the chief as a territorial chief, which means chiefs were recognized legally as the owner of the land. Initially, the chiefs used to oppose the state for legal provisions of making chief as the owner of the land, but in due course of a time, congregations of chief has accepted their ownership over the land and gradually transformed from shifting cultivation to the rice cultivation to the agriculture. So a powerful class within the tribes evolved and started controlling the entire administrative and political system. So we can see few people as elites within the tribal community who started dominating the entire governance system in Northeast regions. So I'll just take 1 minute more, nothing more than that. So post-colonial theory is primarily focuses on identity, culture, and differences. So here, this post-colonial theory, which tries to explain how to construct a cultural identity and where the questions of development, is not so important as such. So let me give you some of these examples of this, post-colonial theories, how it is trying to, this theory is trying to be relevant in the context of Northeast India. The point is this, when we discussing this Northeast India, Partha Chatterjee, who views development as a form of power, knowledge, and as a form of meaning to define them. So he talks about the need for productions, Partha Chatterjee also says that India, the state is a central vehicle of development. It is the state that ensures the well-being and the welfare of the people. However, one can see the discontentment of the people in the development projects undertaken by the state, that of the constructions of dam in Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh. Even when people are discontent, they are not able to change it because the state is non-negotiable entity. So with this, I would like to conclude that even the present government, who believes on cooperative federalism and even maximum governance and minimum government, further leads to the Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas as a model of governance. And then Prashashan Gaon Ki Or, that means it is actually expanding the bureaucratic state even to the village level. And we can see at the same time, how government elaborates this Prashashan Gaon Ki Or, especially for the quality deliberation of services, but in reality, it is further expansion of the bureaucratic state. So, and at the same time, this Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant Bharat, to what extent all this model of governance and development would be inclusive for the Northeast regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rama. May I now request to Professor S.S. Srikumar to present his paper.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, audible, please.
Then see my PPT.
PPT is not visible, but you are audible.
PPT visible nahi. No?
No, please.
Now?
No. Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Respected Chairperson, dear participants, Dr. Jose Thomas, Director of the Institute, CRM, and other distinguished guests. The topic is on citizen participation, study in the context of decentralized governance in developing societies. I am starting with a conceptual framework of the concepts. The study starts with a conceptual framework. You have seen that beginning from the ideas of J.S. Mill, given the theoretical and conceptual framework of the concept of decentralization and citizen participation. Coming to the decentralized governance, from this figure you will be able to know, how far necessary and essential is the concept of participation in the aspect of dynamics. And for that, the arguments were why the need for decentralization. Various aspects have been given. The need for decentralization has been come from various sources. I have mentioned here the various sources from which the need for decentralization aspect in developing countries have been initiated. Then the concept of citizen participation. Here, the ideas of Robert Dahl, Devas Grant, Chima and Rotnelli have explained. And here from this picture you'll be able to know what is the meaning of public, what will be the public sphere, the role of political parties, interest groups, social movements, individual activities, then the role of everyday citizens or the common man. Then comes citizen participation has two perspectives, can be viewed from two perspectives. One is development perspective, other one is democratic perspective. And what is more important is here, here you can see that regular in a democracy, regular elections, constitutional provision for fundamental rights, freedom of speech and expression, and independent judiciary have it acknowledged as institutional prerequisites. But actual operation of government have often been without taking the people into confidence, without associating people into decision-making process. This is a point to be how this happens, to be emphasized, and it affects the legitimacy of the government especially in developing countries. The other aspect of participation, vertical and horizontal participation, then comes my study deals with 2-3 objectives. One is what is the nature of participation in developing countries. Then the second one is how far the participation has to be inclusive in nature to include the marginalized groups and other vulnerable groups. Third one is challenges of participation in various developing countries, from which we will be able to find out the solutions and recommendations. For this, I have selected 3 nations: one South Africa, and Brazil from Latin America, and India. First, we will see briefly the South African pattern. Just briefly, I will describe the constitutional provisions given in the South African Constitution, South African Constitution, and other documents for participation, and especially what is more important in South Africa is that they even give participation for ill trades. Legislation has been made to give participation for ill trades. It's very speciality of the South African developed decentralization. Then comes the 2 agencies. One is local communities, the councillors, and ward committees and advisory committees. The 3 vehicles for participation in South Africa include councillors, ward committees, and advisory committees, and the related matters regarding participation. And in South Africa, they face some challenges, especially related to the lack of proper infrastructure, and these various ward committees are not functioning, but they are dysfunctional in nature. Then the various community development projects, the interference of bureaucracy is bureaucracy there, and many areas of this, and the lack of expertise, technical expertise among especially women. These are all, and main thing is language is a barrier, and government do not understand English. Public meetings are not given advance in time. Likewise, so these are the main challenges which we can see in the foreign context. Coming to Brazil, which is very famous for participatory budgeting, and which has acclaimed this international status for Brazil as a very public participatory platform. So Brazil also has given 14 articles in the constitution for public participation, and Brazil has 2 types of participation. One is the participatory budgeting and the community councils. And there are 2 community councils, one related to policy areas and the other defend the collective and individual rights. Among the former are councils for health, care, primary education, employment, welfare services, and rural development. And participatory budgeting, as we know, is a very famous created by the Workers' Party in Porto Alegre, labeled as best practice by the United Nations in 1996, and was ranked among the world's 40 best programs. In only a few years, this participatory institution became Brazil's main democratic expertise, and has adopted in over 1,000 municipalities in more than 40 countries in the world. So from this, we'll be able to know how far the tool of participatory budgeting has attained international significance in the civic participation, and the various conditions necessary to implement this participatory budgeting. And besides the participatory budgeting, there are other forms of participation also. One is the policy councils in the areas of health and social assistance, according to Cornell and Vogel. Then participatory planning in cities, and civic monitoring and election results in the way it is done in Alcenia Civica in Mexico, etc. Then one important contribution given by I am coining here one important contribution given by Leonardo Avitzer, who gives the idea of participatory publics, which has 4 elements. First being the formation of public level platforms. Second being the social movements. Third being the transformation of the informal public opinion to the forum of public deliberation. The fourth element is when their deliberative attempt is the fourth element. And coming to the challenges, in Brazil participatory approach may not have much challenges, but one thing is there is a local government performance is bound by the problems of what is called social inequalities. So the social inequalities face a challenge in the case of the regional inequalities face a challenge in the political participation. Another one is there are many units, local units are depend upon the federal funding, federal backing, federal funding. So the challenges in India. And when you come to India, as we all know, Indian Constitution has made specific provisions for the democratic decentralization from 1992 onwards, and they are also made a PESA for the tribes to participate. In this picture, you'll be able to know how far in India one village, which is village, can accommodate how many number of people if you take the whole of India. So this picture shows the diverse nature of the population which is accommodated in the Indian decentralized governance. In Kerala, it is only you can have 18,567 in one panchayat or panchayat, but in Goa or somewhere it is very less. So from this picture, we'll be able to know how the decentralized governance is working in India, and from this picture will be know the basic statistics of Indian Panchayat Raj institutions. Then come to the the acts and other things. Then come for studying the participation, civic participation in India. I have taken a sample from Kerala, which is my own state, and the two movements in Kerala. Not movements. The one is the people's planning process, and the other one is Kudumbashree. And also we have also the experience in Maharashtra, also recently in Pune, the urban area in Pune. We have also deliberated democracy. But I am taking Kerala as a symbolic, as a typical example for this participation in the Indian context. The Kudumbashree project is initiative of the women in Kerala, which before 25 years, that's in 1998. Birth elevation through economic empowerment is the main objective of the mission of Kudumbashree, and they have also helped the local government institutions to prepare and implement plans for women's empowerment and general economic development. At present, see the strength of this Kudumbashree. That is a kind of social mobilization and public participation in Kerala. Recently, after 25 years of successful functioning, the project has 3,66,551 in neighborhood councils, 45,85,000 members. This team is a cornerstone of the women's participation in social mobilization in India, we can say. So, in the many experts say that it is the case of engendering development with women as a new ANC of development. Catherine remarks in this way: it's a new regime This new regime emerges in the context of diminished ability of the state to meet the financial needs and reconfigures the role of the facilitator. When associations like Kudumbasri are available in the state, the state's role is to be facilitated. So it will help in the economic development, women empowerment, and other aspects. Then coming to the other part, by combining the experiences of three nations, we can see that there. Three developing countries have attempted their efforts for deepening democracy, and they face some common challenges. Let us examine the common challenges of the problem they face commonly, and with some exceptions in the case of Brazil. Brazil has a high participation level. So first one is many these lower level, grassroots level institutions like Gram Sabha and Ward Committee, committees in Africa and Gram Sabha India, has to be empowered. They are dysfunctional in nature, in the sense that the public meetings are not informed and poor publicized. They are not publicized in proper way. Venues are not accessible. Meeting time is not given even convenient. Meeting may not be convenient to the people to participate, especially women to participate. And the feedback from the common, yes, sir. Feedback from the comments not reported adequately. So this is one kind of challenge. Then another thing is India and also in South Africa, lack of proper infrastructure facilities limits the participation of the public in decentralized governance. Then third one is lack of technical expertise among women, and also they are not accessible to the ICTs. Then community projects, like the projects applicable to for agriculture or industry or health, etc., are coming with the force of the bureaucratic interference is there. And most important thing is what I observe by studying the three nations, three developing countries and three nations, is that awakening public spirit. Awakening public spirit is the main problem in developing countries as far as citizen participation is concerned. So how to awaken this community spirit and common vision regarding the decentralized governance, and how to participate and how to make democracy more and more deepening. In this context, we can have this outlook towards the ideas of Gabriel Almond, a famous, as all of you know, a modern political scientist who has given much contribution to the study of modern political science. So it can be observed that nations have all nations that we have studied, South Africa, Brazil, and India, have a robust democratic structure based on the principles of inclusiveness, leading to political participation. But what they need is a robust democratic culture. These countries have to have a robust democratic culture. Then what you can do? We have to transform political apathy, for which a participatory political culture has to emerge. Gabriel Almond, in his political analysis, gives emphasis on input functions of the political system. He says that a political system works with in his input-output analysis with the sevenfold functions. Among these sevenfold, fourfold are input functions and 3 are output functions. And for this, in his analysis, Almond says that these input functions have to be feedback to the political system. System will take decisions and will go to as outputs. He gives more emphasis to the input function than the output functions. Then, for the purpose of analysis, he again divides persons into two. One is subjects, one is participants. Subjects means those persons who belong to the colonial, the earlier colonies like India, South Africa, Brazil, many countries in South Africa, in Africa, Southeast Asia, then Latin America, who are subjected to the to the authority of British, mainly British, and they see things coming from, they subject to the things coming from London. They are called subjects, and they have a subject political culture. But countries like Norway, Sweden, Denmark, etc., they are developed, and they have a partial political culture because of their this numerous associations, organizations, network associations, what we call social capital, etc. They have various forums for participation. They participate in a very advanced manner when compared to the subjects. So what this Almond says is that the subject political culture has to be transferred to the partial political culture, and we have to transform the political apathy for which a participative political culture has to emerge. Gabriel Almond's political analysis gives emphasis on input functions of the political system. In developing countries, societies, majority of citizens are oriented towards output functions. So that is the importance of subjects. They give more orientation towards, they are oriented towards output functions. They are still subjects, and from study, this subject political culture has to be transferred to into participative political culture. The input functions of political system suggested by Gabriel Almond, such as interest articulation and segregation, have to perform in an appropriate manner, for which political socialization of rural areas is a must. For example, many developing countries, especially India, also I have seen from my experience in American Islands that political parties may not be active in all times. They are active only when the election is declared, active only when any elections are in the front. Otherwise, they are. And many interest groups, they just work for for namesake, and they are not properly articulate the interests of the people. So interest articulation or interest aggregation are not taking place in an appropriate manner. This input, then, except in few cases, as I don't know, the working of interest groups are in dormant states. Political parties fail to aggregate the interests of poor people. They are deprived of, the poor people are deprived of the articulation of and aggregation of interests. In some places, the political parties are active only when the time of elections. Then, what is what you can do in this situation, in this scenario? So let us see the suggestions or things we can do in future to transform to the participative political culture as envisioned by Gabriel Almond and his associates like Coleman, Powell, etc. First one is to follow an inclusive approach to public participation. Second one is, as I told, that many Ward Sabha or Ward committees or Gram Sabha are not working properly. They are not intimating in time. They are not giving access to the information. They are not giving feedback to the meeting. A better climate has to be maintained for meaningful participation. For this the political socialization and capacity building. Political socialization, as you know, is a kind of learning to be given to the whole public at the various stages of their life. It is a lifetime process. It has to be strengthened. Unless political socialization is not strengthened, you may not be able to make the people awaken. What we call the awakening community, awakening community spirit may not be there. So the requirement is political socialization, and the second one is capacity building. Capacity building of the representatives elected by the people. They should know the mind of the people. They should know the requirements of the people. They are from political parties. They may not know the democratic values. They may not know the decentralization aspects, all aspects of decentralization, all aspects of how to make people more participatory, deliberative in nature, has to be given through capacity building measures to the leaders and to the representatives. To be taken up through this, that is through political socialization and capacity building, public discussion and participative interaction, very important thing. I give more emphasis to what is called public discussion and participative interaction can take shape, which in turn makes citizens to take interest in the lives of each other. Then, other one is, as we have seen in the case of how Gurmasri has become successful, because they have created a network of associations. What we need in the developing countries is to create a network of associations which can work in the healthy atmosphere to develop social capital. So we have developed, we want to develop social capital as idea given by Putnam in Italy. We have to develop, we have to create, we have to get a network of associations. All this can help you to inculcate participatory political culture as envisaged by Gabriel Almond, and also pave way for deepening democracy. What is more important, I have shown the figure also, public sphere is largely influenced by political or economic power rather than by deliberation of specifics. In developing countries, especially in what I studied in South Africa, India, it is the public sphere is largely influenced by political or economic power rather than deliberation by civil societies. For different democracy, we have to pay attention to the relation between civil society and political society. That is another important aspect to be taken into account when we when we study the citizen participation in the development states.
Please wind up, please.
Then, so briefly, I can say that public discussion and participatory interaction, network associations, social mobilization, an inclusive approach towards citizen participation in the grassroots level democracy enriches the process of deepening democracy and deliberative democracy also. I suggested two these areas of investigation and for research in social science. One is it can be one can explore new possibilities of new forms of social mobilization. What you've done in Kerala, or what you have seen in Seva, this women association, etc. Likewise, there should be some kind of new forms of social mobilization. Then only you'll be able to make public participatory or public education more important. Public should have a what's called common awakening community spirit. Is possible only when there is a social mobilization. So one can do research on, or in future one can do research on social mobilization. Second one is people-centered development involves and demand for dialogue and experimentation with different forms of people participation. It is necessary to develop interdisciplinary methods of intervention. How public intervention can be more effective? Only if public intervention is effective, the system will work in a proper manner. Input functions can work in a proper manner. Unless input functions can work in a proper manner, there may not be better outputs. So we may not be mere subjects, we have to be participants. For that, we want this kind of activities. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor S.S. Srikumar. Now the section is open for question and anyone can ask the questions to our paper presenter. Please ask the questions. We have 10 minutes, so we have to complete it within 10 minutes. So the participants, you are welcome to ask the questions.
Yeah, respected. Yeah, please.
Chairman, sir, one question to Professor Shetty. In his he has given the concepts of citizenship and the customer. Likewise, many concepts, intellectual property, intellectual, or we can say many. So, what is the rationale behind this kind of?
Yeah, respected Chairman, I have a question very particularly to Mr. Lama. He just talked on the very interesting issue of localization in the Northeast. See, at the same time, what actually the central government and very particular the Panchayat Raj Ministry is trying to impose some kind of from the top down kind of a Panchayat Raj structure to the northeastern area, where they have a different kind of socio-political organizations at the grassroots level. I think that is something against the kind of localization what you talked about in the northeast of India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jose. Actually, the point is that in 1990,
answer very precisely, please.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir. Sure. Definitely, sir. I mean, you know, in 1996, there was a PESA which has been introduced, that is Panchayat extension in the scheduled areas. So some of the scheduled areas is having this PESA, but that there is some kind of controversy in the sense like most of these tribal regions which have their own pattern of governance, means traditional pattern of governance. And then on the other hand, this PESA, I mean, which is, of course, we all know that some kind of humanization pattern in the governance at the local level. So some kind of disputes, some kind of, you know, that what we call polarization has been taken place. And with the development of this new humanization pattern of the governance, a kind of group of people whom we considered as an elite group, which is a very powerful class, has been evolved within the tribes, within that tribe community itself. And a kind of hierarchy which was not there, but it has developed a hierarchical status within the, I mean, tribe community itself. So actually what is happening because of this kind of harmonized pattern of governance, some sort of discrimination or inequality or individual-centered kind of interest is generating within the tribes itself, and gradually that common ownership of resources and common ownership of having that governance is getting deteriorated.
Yeah,
so I won't suggest that those kind of harmonized pattern of governance would be applicable in Northeast region. Rather, there should be some kind of, you know, I mean, traditional pattern of governance should be promoted more in a flexible as well as in a diverse manner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any question, please? So if there is no any question, we will go towards the end of the session. So let us briefly, I may try to brief it out. The major theme is that local governance is always a choice. So we are always trying to give emphasis that how the local government will do. But the decentralization policy is coming. We are always agree. But what happens? Why for this decentralization doesn't work? So on this aspect, many of the papers are highlighted. Something where you see the cadre policy. Where cadre policy when introduced, the main thing has gone. So what happens? The process, political process, something is coming, which is damaging to this main goal of the decentralization and working of the our local governing body. So what happens? They say that is happens. We cannot blame that only that because of the upper layer of intervention, it is damaging it. Also, at the same time, many of the papers are presented that how this at the local level are become inefficient to tackle this. For instance, women, they are not educated, they are not powerful. And also local agencies doesn't also enable to take the power themselves to function well. So both way, most of the papers are highlighted, where one way the upper layer also getting the problem and which becomes the challenge, and also lower level also not become able to accept it, to not to become efficient, to continue the functions which has been given to the local body. So this is how most of the paper have made the balance, that how the local government has some role, but it has not working because of the political pressure or pressure coming from upper side, and also at the same time local things which should come within which are not possible to tackle it. So this is how more or less many of the papers are highlighted, and a conceptual question has been raised, and also further research has been suggested. So I think that the session is will be very fruitful, and I am very much thankful to all of our paper presenters that those who have very kind enough to complete their presentation within time. And finally, I convey my great regards to George Chathukulam to give me this opportunity to chair this thing and to his colleagues who have organized it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would like to thank Professor Govind Chandranath. You did your work in a better fashion, in an excellent way. You briefed the major findings of the presentations. And I would like to say that there, very particularly the scholars, the researchers and the professors from the African context, which you highlighted. And I feel that there almost all issues are equally serious issues as far as in the Indian context is concerned. So I feel that there's some kind of some kind of a comparative kind of a studies and framework is very much needed in that sense. And almost the issues are very crucial issues. And whatever the issues are also equally applicable to the Indian context, and whatever may be something related with the disaster management or in the smart cities. And at the same time, as far as the very interesting point which raised by the Shetty and Chula on does language reflect the perceptions and expectations and underlying ideology, and all these issues, which all issues are equally relevant in the context of India. I would like to thank all the participants for making their excellent presentations for this technical session. And again, I would like to thank Professor C. Rath for making this kind of moderating the session, and we are highly thankful to you, Professor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, friends, the technical session 3 is over. What is there, and tomorrow we will start the technical session 4, that is day 2, 26th May, and tomorrow there will be a parallel sessions, and the sessions will start as far as the Ghana time is concerned. It is 8 a.m. and the South African time is concerned, it is 10 a.m. As far as the Indian time is concerned, 1:30 p.m. And I would again like to thank, and I wish to welcome for tomorrow's session, technical session 4, and the remaining sessions on 26th and 25th. Thank you, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you, Prof.